Preface of the Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. Preface. The author has been encouraged by the reception given to The Romance of Modern Exploration to write a companion volume on the adventures of early travelers and explorers. For convenience sake, the period covered ends at A.D. 1600, a date sufficiently advanced to permit mention of the first polar expeditions in which English navigators played so important a part. The persons whose exploits are recorded in this book were, with three exceptions, of European extraction. The exceptions are Hanno the Carthaginian, the Chinese Wan Tsang, and Ibn Battuta the Moor. The first is remarkable as the pioneer of exploration down the West African coast; the second as being the most distinguished of the Chinese Buddhist pilgrims; the third for the extraordinary extent of his roamings. All three are worthy to rank among Marco Polo, Odoric, and the other travelers here mentioned, and it is hoped that their inclusion will add to the interest of these pages. The word exploration, which appears in the title, has been given a sufficiently free interpretation to cover the Pilgrims and Missionary Friars. No apology is needed, however, for such freedom, since both classes of travelers were incidentally, if not primarily, explorers of no mean order, to whom we owe some of the most valuable descriptions that we have of the Levant and Asia generally. On the other hand, the conquests of the Spaniards in the New World and of the Portuguese in India and the East Indies are merely referred to as less pertinent to our subject than the adventures of men who went, unsupported by any large force, in quest of new lands. The author is greatly indebted to the valuable publications of the Hakluyt Society for the commentaries on the narratives of the early explorers. Any reader who wishes to become intimately acquainted with the fortunes of the men who dared great things by sea and land would do well to consult these works, all edited by men of high standing as scholars and geographical experts. Acknowledgment is also made to Mr. John Murray for details used in the illustration of the traveling houses of the Tartars. End of preface.
Chapter 1 of The Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. The Infancy of Exploration. The Causes of Exploration. Old-time Ideas of Geography. The Jews. Homer. Aristotle. Eratosthenes, Ptolemy, Peculiar Beliefs about the Torrid Zone, The Hardships of Early Navigation, The Magnetic Compass, Necho's Expedition to Circumnavigate Africa, The Nasamonians, Hanno's Periplus, Herodotus, Alexander's Campaign, The Voyage of Nearchus. The influences which have led to our gradually extended knowledge of the earth's surface may be thus summarized. A. Conquest, resulting from a nation's outgrowing the bonds imposed upon it by the physical nature of the country in which the infancy was passed. Trade, stimulated by a civilized nation's increasing love of luxury. C. Love of adventure and curiosity about the unknown. D. The desire for scientific knowledge. These cannot be separated the one from the other by distinct and hard lines. The need of fresh trading areas led bold spirits to roam farther and farther afield. Conquest sometimes foreran trade, trade sometimes opened the way to conquest. And beneath them all, at different periods, has lain a substratum of zeal in the cause of the religion confessed by the conqueror or explorer. With conquests we have not to deal in this volume, excepting in so far as they form a background against which the deeds of individuals are thrown into relief. The expansion of trade, again, does not concern us, apart from the stimulus which it gave to the bold navigator to steer his bark through the terrors of unploughed oceans, in search of new regions for the merchant to exploit. Our object is rather to follow the fortunes of this brave traveller and that, to look through their eyes upon the unfolding marvels of the unknown, and to watch the development of the world map during the centuries prior to the 17th of the Christian era. The romance of our theme is truly great, for these early explorers were content to take their lives in their hands and face perils which might well have appalled men of good courage, while the results of their travels have, in some cases at least, marked epochs in the history of the human race. A caravan struggling through the desert, or a tiny ship battling with ocean storms, has before now carried the destiny of a nation. In order to make a proper estimate of the achievements of early explorers, we must try to put ourselves back into previous centuries. We must imagine that we have no sumptuous atlases, not even a fixed idea of the shape of the earth. Homer considered that the earth was like a circular plate, round the edge of which ran the ocean in an ever-flowing stream. The heavens were to him a brazen vault, the Jewish firmament enclosing the earth like a dish cover, and supported at its centre by the pillars of Atlas. The Homeric poems showed no desire to solve the riddle of the rising and setting of the sun, moon, and stars. This flat theory persisted for centuries. Anaximander, B.C. 600, who first published a map, held the earth to be of a cylindrical form like a stone pillar, the circular upper surface representing its inhabited portion. In the 6th century A.D., Cosmas Indicopleustes, an Egyptian monk, published a treatise which maintained that the earth is a rectangular plane, round which the heavens rise on all four sides like the four walls of a room, and support, somewhere far aloft, a vaulted roof, the dwelling place of God and his angels. In the centre of the floor lies the inhabited earth, encircled by ocean, beyond which, in some corner or other, lies the paradise of Adam. To get over the astronomical difficulty, Cosmas imagines a lofty conical mountain in the northern part of the floor about which the heavenly bodies rotate daily. In the summer the sun takes a turn round the apex of the cone, and is therefore hidden for a few hours only, but in the winter travels behind the base and so disappears for a longer period. Such, says Cosmas, is the doctrine of Holy Scripture, though it would indeed be hard to gather from the Bible what idea of the earth's shape the more scientific Jews had. The belief of Homer and Cosmas were current among the general public till the 16th century, and, such is the perversity of the human intellect, has found exponents in very recent times. Witness John Hampden's New Manual of Biblical Cosmography, published in 1877, written to prove that the earth is a plane with the North Pole as its centre, and William Carpenter's 100 Proofs that the earth is not a globe, 1885. Yet a much more accurate conception of the earth's real form ran parallel with these fantastic ideas. Aristotle, B.C. 384 to 322, proved from the different altitude of the pole star in different places that the earth must necessarily be a globe, and hazarded the remark that one might pass over the ocean from the Pillars of Hercules, Straits of Gibraltar, to India. The same theory was upheld by Eratosthenes, a famous geographer of the 3rd century B.C., and early in the Christian era we find an eminent Greek astronomer stating that the doctrine of the earth's sphericity was received by all learned men with the exception of the Epicureans. Ptolemy, 150 A.D., had no doubts on the subject, and calculated the circumference of the earth at the equator with surprising accuracy. Dante, in his Divine Comedy, written 1318 A.D., takes the globular form for granted, and after his time the correct theory was undoubtedly that of scientific men generally. We must not forget, however, that the great mass of the people, and the more ignorant of the clergy, still regarded the earth as a huge plate till the time of Columbus, and their opinion must have influenced to some extent those men who wished to sail into unknown tracts of the ocean. The distribution of dry land and water over the earth's surface could be decided only by actual exploration, and we are therefore prepared to find very conflicting views on this subject. Theory ran constantly ahead of knowledge. Eratosthenes laid it down that dry land was of but comparatively small extent, and that the unknown must be vast tracts of ocean. Ptolemy, on the other hand, took the opposite view, and his map shows Africa extended along the south so as to join the mainland of Asia, thus enclosing the Indian Ocean. His continental theory of landlocked seas surrounded by dismal deserts and impenetrable quagmires had more general credence than the oceanic theory of Eratosthenes during the Middle Ages, and probably postponed the circumnavigation of Africa. It remained for Prince Henry's gallant explorers to show, in the 15th century, how entirely false was the reasoning of Ptolemy. As a result of uncertainty as to the earth's shape and the nature of its surface, curious beliefs were current concerning the physical zones. The torrid zone was long regarded as a region of flaming fire, where human life would be extinguished, and only such creatures as salamanders and gnomes could exist. This inference was due, no doubt, to acquaintance with the terrific cold of northern Russia, the Scythia of the ancients, and scorching winds of the Sahara. Pomponius Mela, 50 A.D., took pains to show that the surface of the globe is divided into 5 zones, of which only 2 can support human life, these being separated by an impassable burning region. The mariner who turned his prow towards southern seas, therefore, started somewhat handicapped even by a partial belief in this fiery zone theory, nor was it easy for him to shake off the fear that, if he ventured far over the horizon, his ship might slide downhill and be drawn into some awful whirlpool or abyss. Furthermore, as children of today entertain, in spite of reason, a sneaking dread of darkness, so the ancients and medieval folk readily peopled unknown regions with monstrous beings, marine and terrestrial, all eager for human prey. We may add to the mental discomforts provoked by untrained imagination the actual hardships and difficulties that faced the early explorer, especially the navigator. Our wonder should be, not that exploration was so gradual, but that it was so rapid, considering the small size of the craft which carried the mariners of old. The crews were tightly packed into the narrowest of quarters. Provisions and water could be carried in but very limited quantities. Meat was necessarily pickled, and bread of the driest form, while fresh vegetables were practically unknown on shipboard. Consequently, the mortality among crews often reached fearful proportions, and where calms or adverse winds were encountered, sometimes annihilated the ship's company. If the early voyagers clung timorously to the sea coast, fearful of losing sight of land, we can easily understand their reluctance while the magnetic compass was as yet unknown. This remarkable invention appeared in Europe during the 12th century, at a date not exactly determined, having been imported by Crusaders who had trafficked with Arab traders of the eastern seas. It did not, however, come into general use till a century afterwards, and as late as 1258 Brunetti Latini refers to it as a quite novel thing. A passage from a letter written by him to a friend is well worth quoting at length. The Parliament being summoned to assemble at Oxford, I did not fail to see Friar Bacon as soon as I arrived, and, among other things, he showed me a black ugly stone called a magnet, which has the surprising property of drawing iron to it, and upon it, if a needle be rubbed, and afterwards fastened to a straw so that it shall swim upon water, the needle will constantly turn towards the pole star. Therefore, be the night ever so dark, so that neither moon or star be visible, yet shall the mariner be able, by the help of this needle, to steer his vessel aright. This discovery, which appears useful in so great a degree to all who travel by sea, must remain concealed until other times, because no master mariner dares to use it, lest he should fall under the imputation of being a magician. Nor would sailors venture themselves out to sea under his command if he took with him an instrument which carries so great an appearance of being constructed under the influence of some infernal spirit. The time may arrive when these prejudices, which are of such great hindrance to researches into the secrets of nature, will be overcome, and it will be then that mankind shall reap the benefits of the labours of such learned men as Friar Bacon, and do justice to that industry and intelligence, for which he and they now meet with no other return than obloquy and reproach. As a matter of fact, the compass had come into general use before 50 more years had elapsed, and one of the great terrors of sea travel was dispelled. Yet it was still impossible to calculate with any accuracy the latitude and longitude of a vessel, and at the end of a long voyage a ship might be hundreds of miles away from the desired destination. The world had still a long time to wait for the invention of the sextant and marine chronometer. It is remarkable, therefore, that in spite of the deficiency of scientific instruments, early navigators sometimes steered a surprisingly correct course. Human faculty was taxed to its utmost, and human courage has never been more grandly displayed than by the glorious sailors of the 15th and 16th centuries. From a general consideration of difficulties, we will turn for a few pages to the achievements of isolated explorers in the period between the dawn of history and the commencement of the Christian era. These are, unfortunately, very few, and in most cases but briefly recorded in the annals of ancient historians. The voyage of the Argonauts to the recesses of the Black Sea may be dismissed at once, as any truth that the story may contain is overlaid by so great a mass of mythological fancy that it is impossible to strain out any historical facts. The Iliad and Odyssey of Homer betray only a very circumscribed acquaintance with the countries bordering the Mediterranean Sea, and here again fact and fiction are jumbled together. We can indeed follow the main track of the wanderings of Odysseus, who may have been an historical personage, though more probably he sums up in himself the adventures of a number of travellers who had been made the subject of earlier poems. In the 6th century B.C., however, we begin to touch real exploration. Somewhere about the year 600 B.C., Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, dispatched a squadron of ships, manned by Phoenicians, from the Red Sea with order to sail round Africa and return by way of Gibraltar. According to Herodotus, the father of history, these mariners sailed along the east coast of the continent until autumn, when they landed and planted a corn crop. As soon as this had been reaped, they proceeded and repeated the sowing for 2 more years, finally arriving at Alexandria. Herodotus relates an incident of the voyage which he regards as incredible, though others perhaps may believe it. That is, that the navigators asserted that, while rounding Africa, they had the sun on their right hand. The very fact that Herodotus disbelieved the assertion is the strongest evidence in favour of the truth of the story, which is, indeed, open to much doubt, though no absolute disproof is forthcoming. About the same time a small band of Nasamonians, a Libyan tribe living on the north coast of Tripoli, made a determined effort to explore the Sahara. These 5 men, passing through the inhabited region and the tract to the south of it, where wild beasts were numerous, entered the actual desert and traversed it many days in a westerly direction until they came to a grove of fruit trees. While they feasted on the fruit, a number of black dwarfs surrounded them and made them prisoners. They were led through very extensive marshes to a city with black inhabitants, similar in colour and size to their captors. The city stood on the bank of a river flowing east and west, and it was full of crocodiles. After spending some time in captivity, the young men escaped and returned home safely. Herodotus concludes, quite wrongly, that the river in question was none other than the Nile. He should have said the Niger. The narrative, like that previously mentioned, is incapable of either proof or refutation. Intrinsically, the feat was a possible one. All that can be said of it is, that it remained an isolated fact, and had no influence on the civilization of Africa. The third story, which appears worthy of notice, also deals with the Dark Continent. It is the voyage of Hanno the Carthaginian, to which the date of 520 B.C. has been assigned. The narrative, called the Periplus or Circumnavigation, professes to have been handed down by the commander himself, who had it engraved on a bronze tablet set up by him in the temple of Moloch on his return to Carthage. A Greek version of it got into circulation at a later date. The primary object of the expedition appears to have been colonization, As the periplus is probably unknown to the majority of our readers, we will give a translation of it in full. It was decreed by the Carthaginians that Hanno should undertake a voyage beyond the Pillars of Hercules, and found Libyan Phoenician cities. He sailed accordingly with 60 ships of 50 oars each, and a body of men and women to the number of 30,000, and provisions and other necessaries. When we had passed the Pillars on our voyage and had sailed beyond them for 2 days, we founded the first city, which we named Timaterium. Below it lay an extensive plain. Proceeding thence towards the west, we came to Solois, Cape Cantin, a promontory of Libya, a place thickly covered with trees, where we erected a temple to Poseidon, and again proceeded for the space of half a day towards the east until we arrived at a lake lying far from the sea and filled with abundance of large reeds. These elephants and a great number of other wild beasts were feeding. Having passed the lake about a day's sail, we founded cities near the sea, called Cariconticos and Gitte, Acra and Melita, and Arambis. Thence we came to the great river Lixus, which flows through Libya. On its banks the Lixitae, a shepherd tribe, were feeding flocks, amongst whom we continued some time on friendly terms. Beyond the Lixitae dwelt the inhospitable Ethiopians, who pasture on wild country, intersected by large mountains, from which they say the river Lixus flows. In the neighbourhood of the mountains lived the Troglodytes, men of various appearances, whom the Lixitae described as swifter in running than horses. Having procured interpreters from them, we coasted along a desolate country towards the south 2 days. Thence we proceeded towards the east the course of a day. Here we found in a recess of a certain bay a small island containing a circle of 5 stadia, where we settled a colony and called it Cerne. We judged from our voyage that this place lay in a direct line with Carthage, for the length of our voyage from Carthage to the Pillars was equal to that from the Pillars to Cerne. We then came to a lake which we reached by sailing up a large river called Cretes. This lake had 3 islands larger than Cerne, from which, proceeding a day's sail, we came to the extremity of the lake, that was overhung by large mountains inhabited by savage men, clothed in skins of wild beasts, who drove us away by throwing stones and hindering us from landing. Sailing thence, we came to another river, the Senegal, that was large and broad, and full of crocodiles and river horses, whence returning back we again came to Cerne. Thence we sailed towards the south 12 days, coasting the shore, the whole of which is inhabited by Ethiopians, who would not wait our approach, but fled from us. Their language was not intelligible, even to the Lixitae, who were with us. Towards the last day we approached some large mountains covered with trees, the wood of which was sweet-scented and variegated. Having sailed by these mountains for 2 days, we came to an immense opening of the sea, probably the mouth of the Gambia, on each side of which, towards the continent, was a plain, from which we saw by night fire arising at intervals, in all directions either more or less. Having taken in water there, we sailed towards 5 days near the land, until we came to a large bay, which our interpreter informed us was called the Western Horn, now called the Gulf of Bisago. In this was a large island, and in the island a salt water lake, and in this another island where, when we landed, we could discover nothing in the daytime except trees, and in the night we saw many fires burning and heard the sound of pipes, cymbals, drums, and confused shouts. We were then afraid, and our diviners induced us to abandon the island. Sailing quickly thence, we went past a country burning with fires and perfumes, and streams of fire supplied by it fell into the sea. The country was impassable on account of the heat. We sailed quickly thence, being much terrified, and passing on for 4 days, we discovered at night a country full of fire. In the middle was a lofty fire larger than the rest, which seemed to touch the stars. When day came we discovered it to be a large hill called the Chariot of the Gods, probably Mount Sagres. On the 3rd day after our departure thence, having sailed by those streams of fire, we arrived at a bay called the Southern Horn, at the bottom of which lay an island full of savage people, the greater part of whom were women, whose bodies were hairy and whom our interpreter called gorille. Though we pursued the men we could not seize any of them, but all fled from us, escaping over the precipices and defending themselves with stones. 3 women were, however, taken, but they attacked their conductors with their teeth and hands, and could not be prevailed upon to accompany us. Having killed them, we flayed them and brought their skins to Carthage. We did not sail further on, our provisions failing us. Such is the story of Hanno and his companions. Almost all the geographical statements made by the Admiral have been reconciled with modern maps, and we may therefore assume that in the narrative we have a true chapter of real exploration. His performance is chiefly interesting from the touch of natural history, which the encounter with the hairy folk or chimpanzees affords. Writers of much later date exaggerated the extent of the voyage. Pliny speaking of Hanno as having circumnavigated the continent, while Arrian, the biographer of Alexander the Great, represents him as making a long voyage of 35 days into the Atlantic Ocean. Reference to a good map of Africa will enable the reader to follow the track of the Carthaginian colonists. Herodotus. Among the great travellers of the world, Herodotus the Greek holds a foremost place, on account of the extent of his journeys, as well as for the detailed description of things seen, which forms one of the most valuable items of classical literature. This remarkable man was born at Halicarnassus, in Asia Minor, in or about the year 484 B.C. Leaving home when 20 years old, he travelled for 17 years in almost all the known countries of the ancient world. He visited Egypt, and ascended the Nile as far as Elephantine, making copious notes of what he saw and of what the priests told him about the past history of their country. Turning westwards, he penetrated to Cyrene. In Asia he visited Tyre, Babylon, Ecbatana, and Susa. The many Greek colonies scattered about Asia Minor also received his attention. In Europe he explored the countries to the north of the Black Sea, and is credited with a personal examination of the route along which Xerxes marched his troops to the famous assault upon Greece. The island of the Aegean Sea, the great oracles and cities of Greece, and South Italy were also included in his itinerary. Wherever he went he kept his pen in his hand. Like many a writer of later date, he had not sufficient scientific knowledge to weigh correctly the value of much of the information which he got at second hand, and he therefore spins in quite good faith a number of travellers' yarns, which would do credit to Sir John Mandeville himself. Among them is that of the Phoenix, a fabulous monster which he seems first to have introduced into the literature of Europe. To him, as to Homer, Ethiopia is the fabled country where gold is common, where spice trees bloom, and people are of almost superhuman beauty and live to a great age, thanks to the virtue of a miraculous fountain, while Scythia is the abode of griffins and one-eyed Arimaspians who guard the desert gold. Here he has undoubtedly incorporated into his history stories which were current coin in his day in many countries of the then known world. Of the Phoenicians and Carthage he says practically nothing, which is all the more striking as the Phoenicians were then at the zenith of their power. He refers, however, to the Cassiterides, or Tin Islands, Scilly and Cornwall, from which tin comes to us. We must not forget that the first 6 books of his history are an introduction to the main theme of the work, an account of the invasion of Greece by the Persians, an episode in history, with which the Phoenicians had little to do. The Asiatic campaign of Alexander, 333 to 323 B.C., greatly extended European acquaintance with the East. Greek armies traversed Asia Minor, Armenia, Persia, Afghanistan, Beluchistan, and the Punjab, laying the foundation of the Greco-Asiatic Empire of Alexander's successors. It was not merely, or even principally, by its immediate results that it produced so great a change, but by the opening it afforded for subsequent exploration, and specially for the more careful examination of countries already known to the Greeks in a general way. In the year 326 B.C., a series of victories had carried Alexander to the banks of the river Hesidrus, or Sutlej, the most easterly point reached by his expedition. Thence he retraced his steps as far as the Jhelum, where he embarked his army on a large flotilla and sailed down the Indus to its confluence with the ocean. Being desirous of opening fresh trade routes with India by sea as well as by land, he boldly decided to send the vessels on a voyage along the coast of the Persian Gulf, while he led the land forces through Beloochistan. The fleet was put under the command of Nearchus, who fortunately was of a literary turn of mind, and kept a logbook from which he afterwards compiled a detailed account of his journey, which has come down to us in the greater work of Arrian, Alexander's biographer. The voyage of Nearchus. The craft which Nearchus had in his charge were mostly small, undecked galleys and rowboats, ill suited to withstand the sudden storms of the Indian Ocean. Following the custom of pre-compass navigation, the fleet hugged the shore. Progress was slow, about 30 miles a day, but to the mariners it afforded a succession of new and marvellous sights, notably the tides of that ocean, which were astonishing to men accustomed to the tideless waters of the Mediterranean. Again and again the violence of the wind compelled them to beach their ships and resist the attacks of natives, armed with long stakes, having fire-hardened points. The southern coast of Persia they found to be inhabited by people who lived chiefly on fish, and fed their sheep with the same food, owing to the scarcity of pasture. The Greeks tried the mutton, which tasted like the flesh of seafowl. Fish bones formed a great part of the material of the Ictophagi built their huts, and the skeletons of whales supplied beams and doorposts. One of the most curious and interesting episodes of the voyage was an encounter with whales of a town called Seiza. We may easily picture the astonishment and dismay of the Greek sailors when columns of water, at first thought to be waterspouts, suddenly shot into the air in front of their prows, followed by the appearance of huge bodies of terrific outline. The oars, we read, fell from their hands, and a panic would have ensued had not Nearchus, pushing his ship into the forefront of the line, ordered an attack on the monsters. The vessels were drawn up in battle array, and at a given signal the rowers bent to their oars, raising a shout while the trumpets sounded the charge. Upon this the monsters plunged into the deep as if frightened by the attack, and rising again astern of the fleet continued to blow as magnificently as before. The danger was past. The seamen shouted and clapped their hands upon their unexpected deliverance, and the judgment of Nearchus was as much their admiration as their fortitude. A brave act indeed it was, for had the whales turned upon those small ships they could easily have wrought havoc among the expedition, and we can therefore excuse the exaggerated accounts which subsequently represented the whales as being as much larger than real whales as real whales were than the greatest fish previously seen. By another deed Nearchus showed that his reason was superior to superstition. While coasting along the country of the fish eaters, they passed a desolate island which, according to local legend, no ship or human being could approach without being immediately destroyed. The admiral, however, went in person to the island, landed, and compelled the sailors to do likewise, thus exploding the myth in a most effective manner. But legends have a long life, and many centuries afterwards it reappears in the voyage of Sinbad of the Sea. Doubling a cape, the fleet came to a country rich in agricultural produce. At Mozarna, Nearchus engaged a pilot to navigate his vessel as far as the Persian Gulf, the entrance to which they reached after many delays and hardships. Near the mouth of the river Annise, stragglers wandering on shore met a man who said that he was from the Macedonian army, which was not far away. Nearchus at once landed, and with a small escort set out in search of Alexander, after seeing his men safely encamped. Alexander, on hearing of the approach of his admiral and a few followers, concluded that they were the only survivors of the expedition, and deep was his joy when Nearchus explained that the vessels and their crews were safe and sound. "I swear," he said, "that I have greater pleasure in the success of this enterprise than in the reduction of all Asia to my power. For if my fleet had perished, I should have considered it as an overbalance to all the good fortune which has attended me." After spending a few days in festivities, Nearchus rejoined his fleet and pushed up the east coast of the Gulf, passing by the then barren island of Oarakta, which afterwards became famous, under its medieval name of Ormus, as a great trading station. On one occasion 3 ships ran aground on a sandbank, but were got off without any damage. Nearchus comments upon the pearl fisheries of the Gulf, the first mention which we have of this important industry in these waters. His description of the coast and the country inland is detailed and quite agrees with the observations of modern travellers. Thanks to the skill of his pilots, Nearchus reached the mouth of the Euphrates without mishap, and ascended a confluent, the Karun, to a point where he fell in with the land army. Honours were showered upon him by his royal master, and the whole host joined in well-earned congratulations. The voyage of about 1200 miles occupied 5 months. This slow rate of progress is satisfactorily accounted for by the fact that Nearchus deliberately examined the coast as he went along, though, owing to the death of Alexander, his discoveries remained without immediate fruit. The voyage is of importance as the first precisely recorded event in the history of navigation, and it eclipses the voyage of Hanno as much as it is in itself eclipsed by the subsequent adventures of Vasco da Gama and Columbus. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. Journeys of the Pilgrims. The fashion of pilgrimage. Sylvia's tour to the east. Who Sylvia was. Sinai. Suez. Egypt. Mount Nebo. The land of Uz. St. Thomas's tomb at Edessa. A legend of Edessa. Haran. Her return to Europe. The pilgrimage of Arculf. How we got an account of it. Jerusalem. What Arculf saw there. The miraculous napkin. The place of the Ascension. Desert food. Alexandria. The Pharos. Constantinople. The value of the pilgrimages. The Chinese pilgrim Huan Tsang. His early years. His love of learning. His starts for India. Adventures in the desert. Bactria. Enters India by the Kabul route. His doings in India. Adventure with pirates. Return to China. The devotion of Chinese pilgrims. The gradual decay of the Roman Empire and the rise of Christianity as a world power were contemporaneous. As Rome once sent out her legions into distant countries, so, after the formal adoption of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine in A.D. 313, did Christendom dispatch its pilgrims to the shrines of the Holy Land and the countries of the Patriarchs. About A.D. 333, a regular guidebook was compiled to help the pilgrims travelling from Bordeaux to Syria via North Italy, the Balkan States, Constantinople, and Asia Minor. The fashion of visiting holy places originated with Helena, the mother of Constantine, who made an expedition to Jerusalem, and there, as the story runs, discovered the Holy Sepulchre and the True Cross. People of all classes were soon on their way to the places rendered sacred by their association with the life of Christ, and of the thousands who performed what may be called the grand tour of Palestine and the neighbouring countries, some half-score have left an account of their experiences. From among these narratives we select for special notice those of Sylvia and of Arculf, a French bishop. The former of these came to light only as recently as 1883 at Arezzo in Tuscany, and is particularly interesting as the first detailed journal of an explorer of the gentler sex. The pilgrimage of Sylvia. The date of the pilgrimage is fixed, on the strength of the internal evidence, at A.D. 379 to 388. About Sylvia herself we know only what she herself tells us incidentally in her logbook. We gather from this that she lived in the neighbourhood of the Rhone, to which river she compares the Euphrates. Latin was her native tongue, Latin of a very un-Ciceronian style. Her courteous reception wherever she went marks her as a person of some importance. With these meagre details we have to remain content. It has been suggested, and with some probability, that she is identical with Saint Sylvia of Aquitaine, a sister of Rufinus, prefect of the East under Theodosius the Great, whose journey from Jerusalem to Egypt is recorded by the historian Palladius. Like our author, Saint Sylvia was well versed in the Scriptures, and very fond of quoting them. Also the date of her journey, her nationality, her rank, and her halt at Constantinople on her return from the East accord with the facts of the narrative now before us. The greatest obstacle in the way of complete identification is, that our traveller, while admiring the self-denial of the monks whom she meets in many places, does not show signs of any wish to imitate them very closely. When it comes to climbing the steep slopes of Mount Sinai, she sighs for a litter, and profiting by the lesson, she rides an ass during her subsequent ascent of Mount Nebo. Saint Sylvia, on the other hand, is represented by Palladius by saying, "I am now 60 years of age, but except the tips of my fingers, and that for the purpose of communicating, no water has ever touched my face, or my feet, or any of my limbs. Even when, being seized with various diseases, I was urged by the physician to take a bath, I could not endure to give the flesh its due. I have never slept on a couch, or travelled anywhere on a litter." Footnote: extreme personal uncleanliness was a mark of the early ascetic. For 50 years Saint Abraham the Hermit refused to wash either his hands or his feet. Yet the biographer, bursting into enthusiasm over this austerity, says, "His face reflects the purity of his soul." A rather left-handed compliment. Those monks who occasionally remembered that cleanliness is next to godliness were subjected to severe reproaches by their sterner brethren. Doubts about Sylvia's personality do not, however, affect the interest of her narrative. This begins abruptly at Mount Sinai, approached from the northwest through a great valley very flat and extremely beautiful, and past the graves of lust, where the Israelites were plagued for desiring flesh food. Her guides showed Sylvia the exact spot where the golden calf was made. Of the mountain itself the traveller says, "It seems to be single, in the form of a ring, but when you enter the ring you see that there are several, the whole range being called the Mount of God. That special one at whose summit is the place where the majesty of God descended is in the centre of all. And although all which form the ring are so lofty as I think I never saw before, yet that central one on which the majesty of God descended is so much higher than the others, that when we had arrived at it, which we had previously thought lofty, were below us as if they had been little hills. And this is truly an admirable thing, and as I think not without the grace of God, that although that central one specially, called Sinai, on which the majesty of God descended, is higher than all the others, yet it cannot be seen until you come to its very foot, though before you are actually on it. It was hard work climbing the mountain, as the path ran straight up the side instead of winding about it. The consciousness of merit in performing the task strengthened Sylvia's limbs, and after an arduous struggle she reached the church built on the peak, served by a blameless old man, a monk from early youth, and an ascetic; in short, a man quite worthy of the place. A brief service having been held, Sylvia visited the cave where Moses sheltered during his stay on the mount when he ascended the second time to receive the tables of the law. From the summit she viewed Egypt, Palestine, the Red Sea, and the Mediterranean, also the territories of the Saracens, or rather thought she saw them, for so wide a prospect is not commanded even from this lofty summit, and Sylvia herself confesses that "it is hard to believe." She next visited Horeb, a mountain joined to Sinai. Here the cave of Elijah was shown in front of the door of the church crowning the summit, also the rock on which Aaron and the 70 elders stood to receive the law from the hands of Moses. The party then descended the eastern flank of the range into a valley to see the bush at which Moses had been commanded to go to the help of his countrymen in Egypt. The bush stood in a garden outside the church. "It is alive to this day and sends out shoots," says Sylvia. The identification of the many objects of historical interest was no doubt due partly to the tradition and partly to the desire on the part of the residents to satisfy the curiosity of pilgrims. We cannot afford to smile at the exactness of location when we consider that just the same thing is done in countries much nearer home on equally slender authority. Almost every event recorded in the scriptures as having happened in this district has its scene pointed out to the lady by her attentive escort: the site of the camp of the children of Israel, the place where the calf was made, the spot whence Moses saw the Israelites dancing round the calf, the rock where Moses broke the tables in his wrath, and so on. Having made the circuit of the mount, Sylvia travelled northwest to Suez, and thence to the land of Goshen, across the desert. On that journey the holy men who went with us used to show us the several places which I was always seeking out in accordance with the Scriptures. Some were on the right, some on the left of our path, some at a distance from our course, others near. For I trust that you will credit me when I say that, as far as I can see, the children of Israel journeyed in such a way that, whatever distance they went to the right, they returned to the left. As far as they went forward, so far used they to return backward, and so they made their journey until they arrived at the Red Sea. On the way Sylvia passed through the ruins of Rameses, whose vast extent testifies to the former greatness of the city. The only objects of note were two huge statues cut out of boulders, which Christian tradition named as representations of Moses and Aaron, set up in their honour by the Israelites before their flight. From Arabia, a town in Goshen, our traveller turned northwards and followed the ordinary high road to Pelusium on the Mediterranean, after dismissing the military escort which had accompanied her through suspected places. Her account of the land of Goshen shows that its fertility still marked it out as the Garden of Egypt. It was a succession of vineyards, orchards, balsam plantations, and tilled fields and gardens, a country to which the Israelites might well look back with regret from the barren wastes of the Sinaitic Peninsula. Her journey from Egypt to Palestine along the coast is dismissed in a few words. After a stay in Jerusalem, Sylvia essays another mountaineering experience, this time on Mount Nebo, to the east of Jordan, whence Moses viewed the Promised Land. She describes in detail the wide prospect from the crest, and expresses some disappointment at not seeing the pillar into which Lot's wife was turned, though according to the Bishop of Zoar it had been visible but a few years previously. A further stay at Jerusalem was followed by a pilgrimage to the land of Uz, eastwards of the Sea of Galilee, and to the grave of the patriarch Job. This had been miraculously discovered by a hermit at the end of a long cave. The word Job, carved on the face of a stone, silenced any doubts as to the identity of the person buried beneath. When Sylvia visited it, the grave was enclosed in a church so built that it lay under the altar. We next find our energetic pilgrim en route to Edessa in northern Mesopotamia, to visit holy monks who were said to be numerous there and of such blameless life as baffles description, and also for the sake of prayer at the martyr memorial of St. Thomas, the Apostle of Edessa, where his body is laid. From Jerusalem it was a journey of 400 miles, mostly through mountainous country, but as Sylvia meant to return to Europe by Antioch, this expedition meant a detour of only 200 miles. Tradition associated Abgar, king of Edessa, with our Lord, who sent him a letter promising that St. Thomas should come to Edessa to preach the Gospel. The letter was read to Sylvia by the bishop, who told her that the gate through which the carrier bearing it entered had never since been polluted by the passage of an unclean person or a corpse. When, some time after its receipt, the Persians besieged Edessa, a miraculous blindness fell upon them, so that they could not see if they approached within 3 miles. This was due to the prayer of Abgar, who, standing letter in hand, called upon Christ to make good his promise that no enemy should come inside the city. Baulked of their purpose, the Persians diverted the Euphrates and so cut off the Edessa's water supply. But again God came to the aid of the besieged, for fountains at once burst forth within the walls, while the Euphrates was dried up, so that the Persians had to raise the blockade and retire to their own country. From Edessa the pilgrims sought Haran, the abode of Abraham after he left Ur of the Chaldees. The monks showed her the well where Jacob watered Rachel's flocks, even the enormous stone which he moved from off the well top, and the spot where Rachel stole her father Laban's household gods. Then, much comforted by the thought of duty done, Sylvia returned to Antioch, and travelled through Cilicia, Cappadocia, and Bithynia to the Bosphorus and Constantinople. Here we lose sight of her, for the remainder of the book is occupied with a detailed account of the daily services at Jerusalem, since she says, "It is already my purpose to go to Asia, to Ephesus, to the martyr memorial of the blessed Apostle John, for the sake of prayer." We may reasonably suppose that she roamed further afield before turning her steps finally towards her convent in Gaul. The pilgrimage of Arculf. Little more is known of this bishop than is known of Sylvia. Like her, he is supposed to have lived in France, and like her he made a tour of the Holy Land in or about the year A.D. 670. The ship which he boarded for the return voyage was caught by a gale and carried into the Atlantic, as far north as the island of Iona, off the western coast of Scotland. Landing here, Arculf enjoyed the hospitality of Adaman, the abbot of the monastery of High, who received him all the more gladly when he found that his guest had personal acquaintance with the holy places of the East, and was ready to dictate his experiences. The worthy abbot compiled from his notes a work entitled Arculf's Narrative about the Holy Places, in 3 books. The first of these deals mainly with Jerusalem, the second with Palestine generally and with Alexandria, while the third describes Constantinople and relates some incidents in the life of St. George the Confessor. At Jerusalem Arculf saw many interesting things, and believed all that was said about them. The church built above the sepulchre of the Lord he describes as very great, the whole of which is of stone, rising up from the foundations in 3 walls, which have one roof at a lofty elevation, having a broad pathway between each wall and the next. Another church stood on the side of Calvary, side by side with one erected by Constantine, as it is said, on that spot where the cross of the Lord, which had been hidden away in the earth, was found with the other 2 crosses of the robbers, after a period of 233 years, by the permission of the Lord himself. The finder was the Empress Helena, mother of the Emperor. In a recess between these 2 buildings, Arculf saw the cup used by the Last Supper, of silver, holding the measure of a French quart, and having 2 little handles placed on it, one on each side. Also the sponge that was filled with vinegar, the spear with which the soldier pierced Christ's side, and the napkin which covered our Lord's head in the sepulchre. About this napkin a story was told on the testimony of several faithful dwellers at Jerusalem. Immediately after the resurrection, a certain believing Jew stole the napkin and secreted it. When on his deathbed he called his 2 sons and offered them the choice between all his wealth and the napkin. The one chose the napkin, the other his father's possessions. But marvellous to relate, the possessor of the napkin prospered so exceedingly that his poverty was soon changed into wealth, while ill luck dogged his brother and soon rendered him penniless. The precious cloth was handed down as an heirloom from generation to generation, until at last its possession was disputed by believers and disbelievers in its merits. The King of the Saracens, being appealed by the both parties to award it to one or the other, placed it in a fire lit in the public square, and called upon God to decide. The fire could in no way touch it, for, rising whole and untouched from the fire, it began to fly on high, like a bird with outspread wings, and looking down from a great height upon the 2 contending parties, placed opposite one another as if they were two armies in battle array, it flew round in mid-air for some moments. Then, slowly descending, under the guidance of God, it inclined towards the part of the Christians, who meanwhile prayed earnestly to Christ the Judge, and finally it settled in their bosom. The napkin, Arculf mentions incidentally, was 8 feet long. A quaint proof of the unscientific spirit of the time is seen in his reference to a certain pillar set up on a spot where a dead youth was brought to life again by the cross of the Lord being held over him. At the summer solstice it casts no shadow, thus showing, argues the bishop, that Jerusalem is in the middle of the earth. Our saintly pilgrim also saw in a church on Olivet the very marks made by our Lord's feet in the dust when he left the earth, in spite of the continual removal of the dust by the pilgrims. It was found impossible to roof over this spot along with the rest of the area covered by the church, for a violent gale, springing up yearly on the anniversary of the Ascension, swept away any materials that might have been prepared for the construction of a vault above it. During a journey through Palestine, Arculf visited Bethlehem to see the manger in which our Lord lay, the tomb of David, and the graves of the 3 shepherds, to whom the angels appeared on the night of the Nativity. Near Hebron, once the metropolis of the Philistines, still flourished the oak under which Abraham entertained the angels, and amid the ruins of Jericho, the house of Rahab had survived the general destruction. In a church at Gilgal were 12 large stones, 6 lying on the right side, 6 lying on the left, the very stones which 12 men, chosen from the 12 tribes, had, at Joshua's orders, removed from the bed of the Jordan after the crossing of the river by the Israelites. A large cross marked the spot where John baptized Christ in the Jordan. A church covered the well of Samaria, and so on. Wherever he goes, Arculf, like Sylvia, has his holy curiosity duly satisfied. Apropos of the food of John the Baptist, he makes an interesting observation. He saw, in that desert where John dwelt, a very small kind of locusts, the bodies of which are small and short like the finger of a hand, and which are easily captured in the grass, as their flight is short like the leap of light frogs. Cooked in oil, they afford food for the poor. As to the wild honey, in that desert I saw some trees with broad round leaves, which are of the colour of milk, and have the taste of honey. They are naturally very fragile, and those who wish to eat them first rub them in their hands and then eat them. This wild honey is thus found in the woods. The bishop did not confine himself to Palestine, for we find him at Damascus, then in the lands of the Saracens, and in Alexandria, which he reached by sea from Joppa. The famous Egyptian port lies like an enclosure between Egypt and the Great Sea, without a haven, difficult to approach from without. On an island commanding an entrance rose a huge tower, the Pharos, one of the 7 wonders of the world. It was a square structure of marble, 400 feet high, on the top of which beacon fires were kept burning at night to help mariners to steer their course through the dangerous narrows leading to the harbour. The port itself, extending for 30 furlongs, was safely protected against the fiercest storms. Nor, say Arculf, are the safety and the size of the port undeservedly so great, since there must be borne into it whatever is needed for the use of the whole city. Why Arculf visited Alexandria is uncertain, but possibly he was drawn thither by the legend which connected the port with St. Mark. His sepulchre was shown before the altar of one of the many churches. During his residence in Egypt, the bishop often sailed on the Nile, and so made acquaintance with the crocodiles, very voracious and so strong that one of them, if it can find a horse, or an ass, or an ox eating grass on the river bank, suddenly rushes out and attacks it, or even seizing one foot of the animal with its jaws, drags it under the water, and completely devours the entire animal. Crossing from Alexandria to Constantinople via Crete, where he stayed some days, Arculf found himself quite in his element. The magnificence of the town itself impressed him greatly, and so did the legend of its founding, which he is careful to relate at length. According to this, the city was begun originally on the Asiatic side of the Bosphorus, but the tools having been miraculously transferred by night to the other side of the straits, Constantine ordered that the foundations should be dug where they were discovered. The most notable object at Constantinople was the true cross, preserved in a chest in the church of St. Sophia. Arculf says that he actually saw it, gives particulars of its shape and size, and mentions the wonderful fragrance proceeding from the chest in which it was kept. He introduces us also to George the Confessor, the national saint of England, in a series of interesting, if marvellous, narratives of his power. From Constantinople Arculf sailed to Rome. The passage from Rome to France was, as we have noticed, sadly delayed by a storm, to which is ultimately due the account of the bishop's travels. In many ways the information given by the Christian pilgrims is very meagre. Urged by one strong purpose, adoration of sacred spots and objects, they were content to follow the more or less beaten tracks which led from one to the other, and so were not explorers in the wider geographical sense. Their mental outlook on things may appear childish to us, their narratives may include much that we do not care to read, and omit much that might have been interesting. Yet we should not forget that during the period where pilgrimages were in vogue, it was the pilgrims who kept the current of civilization moving between East and West. And it is to them that we owe many of the pictures that we have of the East as it was in the 3 centuries preceding the rise of Mohammedanism. The Chinese pilgrim Huen Tsang. All religions have their pilgrims. The same spirit which carries Christians to Palestine takes the Moslem today to Mecca, and the Hindu to the banks of the Ganges. In the century when Arculf travelled eastwards, Huen Tsang, one of the most famous, if not the most famous, of Chinese devotees, pushed southwestwards through the Himalayas to India in search of places made holy by their connection with the life of Buddha. He penetrated countries visited by few, and even at the present time unexplored and virtually unknown to us. Though his journey was undertaken for religious purposes, he kept a minute and careful diary containing accurate descriptions of the regions which he passed through. Huen Tsang was born in China, A.D. 604, the youngest of a family of 4 sons. All were given a good education by their father, but Huen soon outstripped his brothers in religious learning, and when only 13 years old was admitted as novice to a Buddhist monastery. At that period China was in a state of chronic revolution, and Huen ran considerable personal risks while travelling from one monastery to another to attend the lectures of the most learned professors of his faith. At the age of 20 years he received full religious orders. His virtue and learning already marked him out as an eminent theologian, from whom even his former teachers were not ashamed to receive instruction. Unfortunately for his peace of mind, he grew dissatisfied with the religious books, on account of certain discrepancies and omissions which no one could explain to him, so that by the time he was 26 he had resolved to realise a dream which came to his mother just before his birth, in which she saw her son, robed in white, journeying westward in search of the law. Having vainly asked the king for permission to travel, Huen started off alone to cross the frontier at the Yellow River to a spot whence caravans left for India. The sympathy of the officials helped him to get away unnoticed with a guide who deserted him at the edge of the desert of Gobi, and left him to make his way alone along a road marked only by bones and the imprints of hoofs. Presently the plain before him was filled with charging horsemen, well armed and richly caparisoned. Each moment the scene changed, and as he wandered the forms vanished, leaving nothing but the empty desert. The mirage was naturally attributed to demons, desirous of thwarting his pious intentions. Pressing on undaunted, he soon arrived at a solitary watchtower, where the arrows of the wakeful wardens nearly put an end to him while he watered his horse outside at night. But when he declared who he was, the officer in command, a zealous Buddhist, gave him shelter and advice. and sent him on his way with letters of introduction to the guardian of the 4th signal tower. He passed the others successfully, but at number 4 he again narrowly escaped an arrow as he approached, though the officer here also showed hospitality on learning his identity. Provided with food and water, he managed to avoid Tower No. 5, where he would certainly have been detained, but had the misfortune to drop his water bag. For 5 nights and 5 days he wandered about, tormented by sandstones, thirst, and the imaginary attacks of evil spirits, till he finally stumbled upon a lake and pasturage. This experience almost broke his determination. He returned some way towards China. Then, reviving his faith, he again set his face westwards, resolved to cross the dreadful desert or leave his bones in it. A journey of a few days' duration brought him to a Tartar kingdom, where he was welcomed with open arms at the first convent, and then by the king, who wished him to settle down as teacher of his people, and accompanied the request with rich gifts. Juan had to oppose his will to that of the king. He threatened to starve himself if he was not allowed to proceed, and after 3 days' fasting got his way. From this point the poor, solitary, friendless young monk made a triumphal progress, escorted by troops of chiefs through whose territories he passed. The dangers of the journey were by no means surmounted, however. He had now to cross the Belur Tag mountains, thread the Jaxartes river, and push across the wilds of Bactria and Kabulistan. His little caravan was attacked by brigands again and again, and suffered many perils during the passage of broad rivers and ice-covered passes amid severe snowstorms. 14 of his party died under these hardships. Taking a bone-strewn track across another desert, Huon reached Samarcand, the great trading depot of Central Asia, where the people, though highly civilized, were fire worshippers. His stay in the town resulted in the conversion of the king and many of his subjects. Another stiff spell of mountaineering brought him to the kingdom of Tukara, or White Huns, in the upper valley of the Oxus. At Balkh, in Bactria, he found many religious monuments, and large monasteries containing thousands of monks. Images of Buddha were numerous here, and towers built in his honour, sometimes single, sometimes in groups. As he approached India, he had the good fortune to see, at this monastery or that, precious personal relics of Buddha: a hair, an eyeball, a skull bone, a fingernail, his alms dish, his sweeper's brush, a tooth, his staff, his washing basin, all objects of the deepest reverence. Districts now waste and uncivilized are described by Juan as covered with orchards full of pears, apricots, plums, peaches, grapes, oranges, and pomegranates. Besides these, fertile fields of wheat and millet, silver, gold, and copper mines, a special coinage, and garments beautifully woven of wool, cotton, and silk, testified to the luxury of the population. Juan was often sent on his way in a chariot, and offered valuable parting gifts, which, as an ascetic, he refused, or presented to the Buddhist temples. Juan entered India by the Cabul route. Near Peshawar he visited a cave where Buddha was said to have converted the king of the dragons and to have left a luminous shadow of himself. The approach had an evil reputation as the scene of many acts of brigandage and murder, and presently Juan encountered 5 bandits. He managed, however, to melt their hearts and reached the cavern, where, after a long series of prayers and invocations, he saw the miraculous shadow appear in dazzling splendour. Once in India, Juan settled down to a determined pursuit of the law. He visited many shrines, stopped for months or years at monasteries to obtain further instruction in the Buddhist doctrines, and, where possible, copied out religious books. At the end of 16 years of wandering in the peninsula he had amassed 520 volumes, besides numerous statues and relics of Buddha. To see a spot stained with Buddha's blood he visited Cashmere, where he received a splendid welcome, as his fame was now well established. After a 2 years' residence he turned south again. While sailing down the Ganges his boat was attacked and captured by pirates, who selected Huen from among the passengers as a fit person to constitute the yearly human sacrifice to their goddess Domga. A sudden storm which destroyed the pirates' boats so terrified his captors that they renounced their evil ways, were converted, and restored him all his goods. Huen returned to China by the way by which he had come. The once obscure monk now found himself overwhelmed with public honours. At the request of the Emperor he wrote the story of his travels, and also translated the precious Sanskrit manuscripts which he had collected at the cost of so great labour. He died in A.D. 664 in the odour of sanctity, after dividing all his possessions among the poor. Many other Buddhist priests, both before and after Huen Tsang, made the difficult journey to India. Shin Tao An was contemporary with Saint Sylvia. Fa Hien travelled to India in 414. Huai Seng and Sung Yun in 518–21. The biography of 56 religious travellers, published in A.D. 730, speaks for itself. The itinerary of Ki Hye describes the experiences of a large body of monks who entered India in search of religious books, A.D. 964–76. Never, says the Reverend S. Beale in his introductions to his translations of Voyages des Pèlerins Bouddhistes, did more devoted pilgrims leave their native country to encounter the perils of travel in foreign and distant lands. Never did disciples more ardently desire to gaze on the sacred vestiges of their religions. Never did men endure greater sufferings by desert, mountain, and sea than these simple-minded, earnest Buddhist priests, and that such courage, religious devotion, and power of endurance should be exhibited by men so sluggish, as we think, in their very nature as the Chinese, is very surprising, and may perhaps arouse some consideration. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. The Vikings. The Dark Ages of European history cover the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries. During this period, the gifts of civilization handed down by Rome to posterity were being trampled deeper and deeper into the mud of political, moral, and spiritual chaos. Though now and then such men as Charlemagne and Alfred the Great made strenuous efforts to restore the spirit that had once animated Roman conqueror and missionary. In the East, in the year 622, rose the star of Mohammed, the founder of Islam. His followers, counting death but the entrance to a central paradise, carried their arms through Africa into Spain, slaughtering and being slaughtered, but victorious. Christianity trembled before Mohammedanism, and at one time it indeed appeared as if the Koran would be imposed upon the whole of civilized southern Europe, so disunited and degenerate had the Latin races become. But salvation came from the northern heathens, the Vikings, sons of the fjords, daring sea rovers who in the 8th century began to turn their prows east, west, and north in search of fresh lands to conquer and settle. The Norwegian dragons were seen on the coasts of Britain, Scotland, Ireland, and of Europe from the Elbe to the Adriatic. When, in 872, King Harald Fairhair of Norway defeated his rebellious jarls in a decisive naval engagement at Hafrsfjord, and so established himself as a feudal lord of the whole western coast of Scandinavia, a strong impetus was given to further expansion, since there were among the vanquished many proud spirits who would not do homage to a superior. Viking exploration and settlement now took 3 distinct tracks. One ran eastwards up the Baltic to Russia, and northwards to the White Sea. Norsemen penetrated as far as Novgorod, the Holmgard of the sagas, and helped lay the foundations of the Russian Empire. The second and most important sea path carried the longships round the British coasts to France, where in 922 Rolf the Ganger occupied Normandy, the land of the Northmen, won by treaty from Charles the Simple, which afterwards developed into the powerful dukedom of William the Conqueror. Other adventurers pressed further south to the Bay of Biscay, passed the straits, and penetrated to Micklegard or Constantinople, where some took service with the Byzantine emperors and formed the famous Varangian Guard. The third track, that with which this chapter is principally concerned, took the hardy Norsemen westwards into the storms of the North Atlantic. From the Orkneys, the Vikings discovered the Faroe Islands, which led them on to the great Iceland, first sighted by Jarl Nauded in A.D. 860. Here an independent republic sprang up. Malcontent Norwegians flocked to it in their thousands, eager to escape the rule of a king, and had soon established a busy trade in wool, butter, hides, and oil with their native land and the British Isles. In 878, one of the settlers, Gunebolt by name, was driven by the wind far west of Iceland to an unknown country, where he and his crew wintered among the ice. As soon as the spring freed them, they returned to Iceland. But their adventure does not appear to have aroused any curiosity about this new land. 100 years later, however, a leading Icelander, Eric the Red, outlawed for manslaughter, determined to seek the coast discovered by Gunebolt. In company with a few followers, Eric spent 3 years probing the shores of what he named Greenland, for a spot suitable for a home. One such was found, not far from the modern Hulunshop, at the head of Ugliko Fjord, a green oasis in the midst of the bleakest possible surroundings. The title which Eric gave to the whole region is about as misleading a one as he could have chosen. But then he wished to induce friends to settle near him, and he knew the value of a well-sounding adjective. On his return to Iceland to enlist settlers, he met with a ready response. A colony was founded at Rutland, the first place chosen, and afterwards another at Gottlab, 400 miles to the northwest. So, by the end of the 10th century, the Vikings, who had infused fresh vigor into the Latin and Saxon races, and were so largely responsible for the social and spiritual revival of the 11th and following centuries, had established themselves firmly in the polar country to the north of the New World. It was only natural that accident or design should bring them into contact with North America. As in the case of Greenland, a storm was responsible for the interesting discoveries which we now relate. One of Eric's companions, Herluf, had a son named Bjarni, who was, during a voyage to Greenland, caught in a fog, through which he sailed many days without being in any way able to direct his course. When at last the fog lifted, he found himself off the coast of a country with well-wooded slopes, and none of the towering ice-covered crags so characteristic of the Greenland fjords. Either because he was a man of marvelously little curiosity, or because he wished to be back in Greenland for Yuletide, Bjarni did not so much as land on this strange shore, but at once turned his ship northwards. The phlegmatic colonists appeared to take as little interest as himself in his discovery. They had roved enough, and perhaps were too well content with their new home to trouble about the southern land, all except Leif, son of Eric the Red, who had lately returned from a visit to Norway, burning with zeal to convert his friends to the Christian faith, which he had received from Scandinavian missionaries. On hearing of Bjarni's adventure, Leif went to him, bought a ship, and collected a crew of 35 sailors. In the autumn of A.D. 1000, he sailed for Bragned, steering due north. The ship soon made a sterile country, covered with big stones, which they named Helluland. This was probably Labrador. Leif went ashore, and after satisfying himself that there was nothing there of value, pursued his course along the coast. Presently they reached another country. Cast anchor, pushed off a boat, and went ashore. This land was flat and forest-clad, and the beach was low and covered with white sand in many places. Leif said, "This land shall be named after its properties." And he called it Markland, or Woodland. They then went on board again as quickly as they could. They sailed thence out to sea with a northeast wind for 2 days before they saw land. They sailed towards it, and came to an island lying north of it, and went ashore in fine weather and looked round. They found dew on the grass, and touched it with their hands, and put it into their mouths, and it seemed to them that they had never tasted anything so sweet as this dew. Then they went on board and sailed into the channel, which was between the island and the cape, and ran north from the mainland. They passed the cape, sailing in a westerly direction. There the water was very shallow, and their ship went aground, and at ebb tide the sea was far out from the ship. But they were so anxious to get ashore that they could not wait till the high water reached their ship, and ran out on the beach where a river flowed from a lake. When the high water set their ship afloat, they took the boat and rowed to the ship, and towed it up the river into the lake. There they cast anchor, and took their leather bags ashore, and there built booths. They resolved to stay there over winter, and there built large houses. There was no lack of salmon in the river and lake, and they were larger than any they had seen before. The land was so fertile that it seemed to them that no barns would be needed to keep fodder for the cattle during the winter, and the grass lost little of its freshness. The length of night and day was more equal than in Greenland or Iceland. One evening it happened that they missed one of their men, Tryker, the southerner. Leif upbraided his men harshly and made ready to go and search for him with 12 men. A short way from the house Tryker met them and was welcomed back. Leif soon saw that his foster father, Tryker, was in good spirits. Leif said to him, "Why art thou so late, foster father, and why hast thou parted from thy followers?" He, Tryker, then spoke for a long time in Teska, some southern language, and rolled his eyes in many directions and made wry faces. They did not understand what he said. After a while he spoke in the northern tongue and said, "I did not go much farther than you, but I can tell you some news. I found the vine and grapes." "Is this true, foster father?" Leif asked. "Certainly it is," he answered, "for I was born where there was neither lack of vine nor grapes." They slept there that night, and in the morning Leif said to his sailors, "Now we shall do 2 kinds of work. One day you shall gather grapes or cut vines, the other you shall fell trees, so that I may load my ship." This they did, and their boat is said to have been filled with grapes, and a ship's load of timber was cut. When spring came, they made ready and left, and Leif named the land after its fruits and called it Vinland. Thus does the Flateyjarbók, footnote, compiled in 1387 by the priest Jan Thordarson. This is one of the 2 main authorities, the other being the Högsbok of 1334, from which we derive our information about the colonization of Greenland and the discovery of Vinland. End footnote. Described the discovery of what evidently was North America, at a point calculated to lie somewhere between Cape Cod and Cape Ann, 492 years before Columbus first sighted the West Indian Islands. About the genuineness of the events recorded in the saga of Eric the Red, as given in both Högsbok and Flateyjarbók, there can be little question. Leif reached Greenland with his cargo of timber early in 1001. His brother Thorvald borrowed a ship next year to fetch more timber, which in a treeless country was a very valuable commodity. He found Leif's huts in Vinland without much difficulty, and wintered in them. When spring came, he determined to explore the coast, and while so doing, the Norsemen came into conflict with some Skrælings, or Indians, who put out from a creek in their birch-bark canoes and furiously attacked the dragon. During the fight, Thorvald was pierced by an arrow, and he died as soon as the ship got to sea again. In 1004, his other brother, Thorstein, set out to fetch his body from its grave on a lonely cape. but foul winds blew him into the Atlantic, and after tacking about the ocean uselessly all the summer, he returned to Greenland without having sighted Vinland, to die of plague as soon as he landed. There now comes into the story Thorfinn Karlsefni, a well-born Iceland colonist who married Thorstein's widow, Gudrid. Urged by her to seek Vinland, he fitted out in 1007 an expedition of 4 ships to carry 160 men, some women, and a large number of cattle, since serious colonization was now intended. They also found Leif's huts, and good and plentiful provisions, for a large fine whale had been driven ashore. Karlsefni had trees felled and cut for his ship, and spread them on a rock to dry them. They used all the produce of the land, grapes, and all kinds of fish and good things. After this first winter, summer came, and they learnt of the presence of the Skrælings. A large host of men came out of the forest near the place where the cattle were. The bull began to bellow very loudly, and the Skrælings were affrighted, and fled with their burdens of grey furs and sables and all kinds of skins. They went to Karlsefni's house, and wanted to get in. Karlsefni had the door guarded. They understood not each other's speech, but presently the Skrælings untied their bundles and offered to barter the skins for weapons. These Karlsefni would not give, but he told his women to carry out the produce of the cattle to them. When they saw it, they wished to buy it alone. The bargaining ended in the Skrælings carrying off what they wanted in their stomachs, while the others kept the skins. Soon after this, Gudrid had a son named Snorro, the first European born in the New World. Before he was 3 years old, his father grew weary of the hostility of the Indians, who made constant attacks on the little settlement and decimated the Vikings. He accordingly loaded his ships with vines, wood, and furs, abandoned Vinland, and returned to Brattahlid. On the voyage, one of the ships, which had been riddled by worms, sank with the larger part of its crew. A last attempt to found a colony was made by Freydis, a daughter of Eric the Red, who took with her her husband, Thorvard, and 2 brothers, Helge and Finnborg, 65 men, and a number of cattle. But quarrels broke out between Freydis and the brothers. She taunted Thorvard with reluctance to avenge her fancied wrongs, until, stung into action, he gathered his men and massacred the offenders together with all their followers, except 5 women, who Freydis slew with her own hand, as the men refused to do so abominable a deed. This tragic event ended all hopes of a permanent settlement. Freydis first bound her men to silence by dire threats of vengeance, and then ordered them into the larger of the 2 ships which had brought the company to Vinland. In 1013, the remnants of the ill-starred expedition sailed into Eric's fjord, primed with the tale that they had left the rest behind to carry on trade with the natives. But the real facts leaked out, and to make certain that there had been foul play, Leif put some of the survivors to the torture until they told the whole story. Great was his fury on learning the truth. "I have not the heart," he said, "to treat my wicked sister as she deserves, but this I will prophesy of her and Thorvald, that their posterity will never thrive." Thus gloomily end the accounts of Norwegian exploration in North America. Like many of the subsequent attempts of English, Spanish, and French in the Isthmus and the more southern parts of the American continent, these few efforts of the Norsemen were handicapped by the great distance of the points selected for colonization from the base of supplies, and the difficulty of making a colony self-supporting in a country where the colonists' attention had to be largely given to keeping a savage enemy at bay. As regards practical results, the Vinland settlements were as barren as the voyage of Hanno along the western coast of Africa. Nor did the Greenland settlements make any permanent contribution to the spread of European civilization, partly, no doubt, from climatic changes, and partly through political interference with the trade between Greenland and Iceland. Succeeding generations of colonists in the former country found it more and more difficult to make a living. Their numbers decreased to such an extent that the Eskimo ventured to attack them in force, In 1349, the Gotab settlement was wiped out, and 60 years later, a similar fate, so it is believed, overtook the villages in Eriksfjord. At any rate, we have no records of the colony of a later date than that year. To the northwest, Norse expansion had run into a blind alley. But the hardihood with which it had been conducted, and the fact that it had actually brought Europeans into contact with the great New World beyond the Atlantic, at a period when the south of Europe had lost all apparent desire for exploration and colonization, renders the deeds recorded in the sagas all the more noteworthy. The discovery of America in the year A.D. 1000 by the Vikings in no way detracts from the fame of Columbus, yet it must increase our admiration for the brave rovers who were true explorers as well as practical freebooters. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of the Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. Chapter 4. The Missionary Friars. One of the most striking episodes in human history is the rise of the Mongol or Tartar Empire during the 13th century. Genghis Khan, the greatest conqueror that the world has ever seen, was born on the banks of the river Onan in Upper Mongolia, 1162. His father, chief of a petty Mongol tribe, died while Genghis was but 13 years old, and many of the tribesmen deserted to other chiefs. His mother, however, being a strong-minded woman, rallied the loyalists and educated her son for leadership, a lesson which he readily learnt, for he succeeded in subduing all the neighboring tribes and making himself Khan or Emperor of northern Mongolia. In 1206, he swooped down on China and overran it with fire and sword. He then turned westwards with his mighty hordes of savage warriors and swept resistlessly across Asia to the Volga, leaving ruin behind him. India was next invaded and ravaged as far as Delhi. At the time of his death, in 1227, practically the whole of Asia north of the Himalayas acknowledged his sovereignty. 4 of his sons divided the Tartar Empire between them, Okate assuming the chief place as Khan of Khans with his capital at Kambaluk, afterwards named Peking. Okate consolidated his Chinese empire and then issued orders for a second invasion of Western Asia and the more easterly parts of Europe. A Tartar host of enormous proportions swept through Armenia and Syria, while another, under the command of Batu, Genghis' grandson, reduced Russia and pushed on towards Hungary. Christendom trembled before the approach of this astounding flood of heathens, which no power seemed able to resist. Krakow was burned. The troops of Poland, Moravia, and Siberia, gathered under the leadership of Duke Henry, were scattered like chaff before the wind on the bloody field of Liegnitz. The king of Hungary next saw his army destroyed. Pest was sacked, and its inhabitants were massacred. In vain the Pope preached a holy war. It is impossible to imagine what fate would have befallen Europe if the death of Okate in 1241 had not suddenly recalled the Tartars from their work of destruction. While Christendom was recovering from this terrific shock, news came that the Mongols were again on the move westwards. Pope Innocent IX, who appears to have shared the general belief that the Tartars, in spite of their ferocity, offered a promising field for the sowing of the gospel, resolved to anticipate further invasion by sending an embassy to Batu, who now had his headquarters on the Volga. Though the mission was one from which the bravest might well have shrunk, volunteers were forthcoming in the persons of certain Franciscan and Dominican friars. "'Tis worthy of the grateful remembrance of all Christian people," says Ricold of Montecros, that just at the time when God sent forth into the eastern parts of the world the Tartars to slay and be slain, he also sent forth in the west his faithful and blessed servants,
Dominic, and Francis to enlighten, instruct, and build up in the faith. To these devoted missionaries we owe most of the information which we have about the manners and customs of the Mongol invaders. Innocent selected as the most important member of his embassy John of Plano Carpini in Perugia, a disciple of St. Francis. Associated with him was one Benedict, also a Franciscan. These two were ordered to make their way to the palace of the great Khan in Mongolia through southern Russia. 4 other friars had orders to travel simultaneously through Armenia, Persia, and Khorasan with the same goal in view. Early in 1245, Friar John started from Lyon. His feelings with regard to the expedition are thus described by him. We personally dreaded from these Tartars that we might be slain or reduced to perpetual slavery, or should suffer from hunger and thirst, the extreme of heat and cold, reproach and excessive fatigue beyond our strength. His fears were no doubt aggravated by the narrative of an Englishman who had been captured while fighting for the Tartars, among whom he said he had lived some years before they invaded Europe. According to this adventurer, the Tartars ate the flesh of captives. The invaders were far from being as black as they were painted. While crossing the steppes of Russia, John and his companion fell in with more than one roving Tartar band, who did not molest them, although they boldly affirmed that God was highly displeased with a nation which dared to decimate peoples that had done it no harm. In fact, the lesser Khans helped the Dominicans forward from post to post, though, curiously enough, the whole country was marked by dismal piles of the skulls and bones of victims of the Tartar incursions. At last they reached the court of Batu on the Volga. The Khan permitted them to rest there a while, and then sent them on to the great Khan's camp at Karakoram in northern Mongolia. The celerity of their escort's movements greatly distressed the brave but corpulent John. They traveled day and night, taking what food they could in the saddle, and often obliged to go without a meal at all for many hours at a stretch. Yet it required 3.5 months of these forced marches to bring them to the court of Kuyak Khan, Okatai's successor. They reached their destination in July 1246 and found that they were by no means the only envoys come to get an audience of the Khan, for a Russian duke and many Mohammedan ambassadors had already arrived, all bearing in their hands magnificent gifts and dressed in a manner which emphasized the poverty of the monks' simple gowns. John and his companion were hospitably received, given board and lodging, and treated with respect. The Khan graciously granted them an audience, at which they presented the letter entrusted to them by the Pope. The episode was scarcely of a conciliatory character. "We are compelled to wonder," it said, "how you, having entered many Christian lands, have horribly desolated them, outraging every natural tie and sparing neither sex nor age," and concluded by exhorting the Khan to repent and be converted. A good many of the Christian princes of the day would have made the monks atone in person for their hardihood in submitting such a document. Kuyak, apparently respecting the cloth, or at least the qualities, of John and his envoy, contented himself with withdrawing the royal favor. The missionaries soon found themselves very short of the necessaries of life, and it would have gone badly with them had not a Russian goldsmith come to their aid. The Khan's mother also had a soft heart, for when they received permission to leave the court, she gave them each a warm cloak and fox skins to guard them from the cold of the return journey, which was intense. Sometime in the autumn of 1247, the friars reached Rome and handed in the Khan's haughty reply to the Pope. As missionaries, they had effected little, but as a traveler, John had kept his eyes open, so that he was able to write an interesting account of his adventures and observations. Carpini's narrative is straightforward and free from exaggeration. He draws a clear picture of the Tartars as unlike Europeans in personal appearance on account of their broad faces, flat noses, and small eyes. He is careful to distinguish between them and the Chinese, or Kitai, as he calls them, who, though somewhat resembling the Tartars in their facial features, are of a gentler and more industrious disposition. As the Tartars prided themselves on the possession of flocks and herds, so the Chinese valued wine, gold, silk, and all the products of agriculture. Their betters as craftsmen in every art practiced by man are not to be found in the whole world. The military strength of the Tartars, Friar John estimates as irresistible by a disunited Christendom, and in a chapter, How to Resist the Tartars, he warns the Christian princes to organize their forces and to forget party differences in the face of a common danger. 6 years after the return of the Pope's envoys, King Louis IX of France dispatched another adventurous monk into the East, with instructions to seek Prester John, a more or less mythical Asiatic potentate who was supposed to be a stalwart champion of Christianity among the barbarous races of eastern Turkestan and Mongolia. So shadowy was the personality of this king that, when travelers in Asia failed to discover any signs of him, his kingdom somehow or other was mysteriously transferred to Abyssinia. The name of Louis's envoy was William of Rysbrook, a Fleming. He is more generally known under his Latinized name of Rubrici, and we will therefore use that when referring to him here. King Louis, St. Louis as people called him, on account of his zeal as a crusader, enjoined upon Rubrici that he should take special note of the nomadic races with whom he might come into contact. Rubrici left Constantinople in 1253 and sailed to Soldaya in the Crimea. Here he and his 2 companions bought covered carts and horses for the long land journey through the steppes and Tartary, and also hired an interpreter who, as events proved, took less interest in his duties than in imbibing intoxicating liquors. While traveling to the narrow neck which joins the Crimea to the mainland, they passed some castles on the seashore occupied by German-speaking Goths, who had here formed a small but interesting community. The neck was traversed by a deep ditch to stop the passage of animals and vehicles except at one place, where a custom house had been erected. After passing this, the mission soon came into contact with the Tartars, whose way of living filled Rubrici with astonishment. Their chief possession being flocks and herds, the Tartars kept constantly on the move, seeking fresh pastures from month to month. But they were sufficiently civilized to appreciate the comforts of a home, and accordingly carried about with them large huts built of wickerwork, mounted on wheels. The size of these movable dwellings surprised the Europeans. Some were so large that it took the united strength of a small herd of oxen to move them, and the friar states that one specimen in which he was particularly interested measured 32 feet across. When a suitable place for encampment was reached, these huts could be moved bodily from their wheeled supports and set on the ground. The ladies' huts were, so we read, beautifully decorated, and the wagons tastefully designed. Only less remarkable than their portable houses was the headdress of the women, light and hollow, being made of the bark of trees and other light material, from which rises a square, sharp spire more than a cubit long, fashioned like a pinnacle. It is covered with rich silk, and on the top of the spire they put a bunch of quills or slender canes, a cubit long and more, which they beautify at the top with peacock's feathers, and round all the length thereof with the feathers of a mallard's tail, and with precious stones also. Hereupon, when a great company of such gentlewomen ride together, and are beheld afar off, they seem to be soldiers with helmets on their heads, carrying their lances upright. For the said bota, as the gear was called, appeareth like a helmet with a lance over it. No wonder that roomy quarters were needed for the ladies of the company. According to Tartar ideas of beauty, the smaller and flatter a nose, the more shapely was it considered. In fact, Rubrici accuses the belles of Tartar society of having artificially reduced this organ by the aid of the knife. Our travelers journeyed for hundreds of miles over vast plains, where the horizon alone bounded the view, the monotony of the journey broken only by the visits of importunate stray Tartars who were ready to beg or steal anything that they could lay hands on. Though they did not take anything by force, their insistent mendicancy was a veritable plague. They regarded themselves as the lords of the universe, and therefore showed absolutely no gratitude for any gift that the friars were weak-minded enough to make, except in the shape of an occasional offering of sour buttermilk. Very sour, Rubrique is careful to add. The first really large band of nomads encountered was that of the chief Yagatai. An interpreter at once came to ask what they could give this nobleman, and they had to return the unsatisfactory answer that, as monks sworn to vows of poverty, they carried no rich gifts with them. All they could muster in the way of a present was some dried fruits, some biscuits, and a flagon of sweet wine, which Yagatai forthwith distributed among his courtiers, who were themselves living on very short commons. They then resumed their way, unmolested, to the banks of the Don, and crossed the river at a point where it was as broad as the Seine. Presently they stumbled into the camp of Sartash, Batu's son, traveling with all his wives and their numerous children, attendants, and treasure carts, which suggested glorified chests of drawers mounted on wheels of sufficient height to keep them clear of the water when a ford had to be crossed. Again they were invited to make an offering, and again they had to plead their monastic poverty. Sartash received them courteously and gave them food, and requested that they should put on their sacerdotal vestments and bring him the letter from King Louis with which they had been entrusted. Putting on each precious ornament, says Rubrique, I took a rich cushion in my arms, and upon it the Bible I had from your majesty, and the beautiful psalter, adorned with rare paintings, which the queen bestowed upon me. My companions carried the missal and a crucifix, and the clerk, clothed in his surplice, carried a censer in his hand. In this order we presented ourselves, and the felt hanging before the Lord's door being withdrawn, we appeared in his presence. The clerk and interpreter were ordered to make 3 prostrations, but from this humiliation we, the monks, were accepted. We were, however, admonished to be exceedingly careful in going in and out of the Lord Sartash's dwelling, not to touch the threshold and his door, and likewise we were desired to sing a benedicite or prayer for their Lord, and accordingly we entered singing the Salve Regina. The Khan and his head wife examined the censer and psalter curiously. The letter was handed over and translated. The gift of fruit, bread, and wine was accepted. Then Sartash dismissed the monks, who were glad to get away with their precious books. But alas, the very next day a message came that they were to deliver up the vestments and books. Rubrique hid the Bible and some other books which he valued most, and surrendered the rest, including the psalter. And when he found that Sartash's reputation for being a Christian was evidently a myth, he sought permission to proceed in search of Prester John. They now had to leave their carts behind and travel as Carpini had done before them, at express speed and horseback. Death and starvation stared them in the face many times before they reached the camp of Batu on the banks of the Volga. Rubrique hardly knew which to marvel at the more, the number of the wheeled houses which stretched for leagues over the plain, or the breadth of the mighty Volga. This river, he learned, and quite correctly, flowed into a lake of vast extent which had no outlet. The stay in Batu's camp was marked by great hardships, as the Tartars gave the travelers no food. They therefore gladly got to horse again as soon as they were permitted to proceed, and struck off across the Siberian steppes for the court of the great Khan, far away in Mongolia. Poor Father William was no horseman, and must have suffered untold discomfort in his efforts to keep up with his equestrian escort, who rode at top speed, leaving him to follow as best he might. To fall behind meant to be deserted, and to be deserted in the wilderness of Central Asia meant death by starvation. So the brave friar rode desperately till he almost fell from his seat for sheer fatigue. Here and there the party fell in with a few Christians, mostly Nestorian heretics, who showed him kindness and did what they could to soften the rigor of the journey. Rubrique, never forgetful of his holy office, lost no time in preaching Christianity, but unfortunately his addresses had to be translated by his interpreter, who instead of passing on the words of the preacher, said whatever nonsense came first into his head, as Rubrique discovered when he could himself understand something of the language. Yet the Tartars were fond of being blessed, and appeared to have a respect for the Pope, whose name was known even in those remote regions. But these Tartars thought that the Pope was like the Dalai Lama of Tibet, who never dies, or they had much the same notion as to the pontiff's longevity that is said to have been entertained by certain Asiatics of our own day with regard to the age of the East India Company, which honorable body corporate they fancied to be one very old woman. Some of the Tartars asked Rubrique if it were indeed true that the Pope was 500 years old. After many hardships, they reached the court of the great Khan, where to their astonishment they found a small chapel with altar and ornaments. The Armenian monk who owned the chapel was a man of very broad views about religion, and took advantage of any festival to get very drunk, wherein he only imitated the many Nestorian priests of the country. These heretics were also quacks, who pretended to work miracles on the sick by the virtue of their holy water, which Rubrique, to his horror, found to have had rhubarb mixed with it. The Nestorians were unable to see anything wrong in such an imposture, and when Rubrique offered to bless some water according to the rites of the Roman Church, they persisted in their belief that water plus rhubarb was worth more than water plus some prayer said over it. The spread of Nestorian Christianity is a subject full of interest. The heresy of Nestorius, Patriarch of Constantinople, which had to do with the union of the two natures in Jesus Christ, had been condemned by the Council of Ephesus in A.D. 431, and had led to his banishment from Constantinople into the Arabian desert, and subsequently into Upper Egypt, where he was probably murdered. But his doctrines obtained a large following in Persia, whence they spread into India, Turkestan, and China. Nestorian archbishoprics were found at Herat and Samarkand. During the 7th century, Christianity and Buddhism wrestled for the place of a national religion in China, and Buddhism triumphed. Christianity thenceforward gradually lost ground amongst the Chinese, and by the year AD 1000 had practically disappeared. A second wave of conversion swept across Asia in the 12th and 13th centuries in the track of Tartar conquests. Marco Polo found Nestorians numerous in Yarkand, Samarkand, Manchuria, and China proper. Soon after the middle of the 14th century, the Mongol sway over China came to an end, and with it the tolerant attitude towards foreigners which characterized the Tartar Khans. The true Chinese emperors adopted the policy of exclusion, which has lasted till the present day. A second time Christianity languished, and when, 150 years after the time of Ibn Battuta, Spanish and Portuguese explorers reached China by sea, all traces of Christian rites had disappeared. We have made this short digression to show that many centuries ago, Asia was more widely Christianized than it is even today, a fact which may come as a surprise to many of our readers. Rubrique's treatment at the court of the great Khan Mangu, near Karakoram, was much the same as that already experienced in the camps of Sartash and Batu. As he could not give anything, he received nothing from the royal table. Fortunately, there was in the place a Christian woman, a native of Lorraine, captured by Batu's men when they overran Hungary, who did what she could for the friars. The weather turned cold, so cold that the Khan asked the good men to pray their God for its abatement, and decimated the Tartar flocks and herds. The Khan therefore decided to go into winter quarters at Karakoram. Rubrique he took with him. The Franciscan says of this Tartar capital that it has two great streets in it, one of the Saracens, where fairs are held, the other for the Chinese, who are all artificers. The Chinese, tributary to the Mongols, he describes as little fellows, speaking through the nose, and, as is general among Eastern peoples, having narrow eyes. Their skill as workmen was already established. This proficiency was no doubt due to the fact that his son was obliged to follow his father's craft, a system of natural apprenticeship. The curious characteristic of the Chinese writing, that a single symbol represents a whole word, was noted by Rubrici. No other medieval traveler appears to have discerned this peculiarity. His inquiries about Cathay brought out some stories which he could not swallow, in spite of the credulousness of the age. I do not believe a word of what they tell me as a fact, that beyond Cathay there is a certain province which if a man enters he never gets any older. One of the most interesting personages mentioned in his narrative is a French goldsmith who had somehow or other taken service with Mangu Khan. William Bourchier, or William of Paris, was his name. This craftsman had secretly finished a piece of work which must have made even the Chinese jealous of his skill. Let us see how Rubrici describes this marvel. In the Khan's palace, because it was unseemly to carry about bottles of milk and other drinks there, Master William made him a great silver tree, on the root whereof were 4 silver lions, having each one pipe, through which flowed pure cow's milk, and 4 other pipes were conveyed through the body of the tree unto the top thereof, and the tops spread back again downwards, and upon every one of them was a golden serpent, whose tails twined about the body of the tree. And one of these pipes ran with wine, another with karakosmos, a drink made from fermented mare's milk, another with ball, i.e., a drink made of honey, and another with drink made of rice. Between the pipes at the top of the tree he made an angel holding a trumpet, and under the tree a hollow vault, wherein a man might be hid, and a pipe ascends from this vault through the tree to the angel. He first made bellows, but they gave not wind enough. Without the palace walls there was a chamber wherein the several drinks were brought, and there were servants there ready to pour them out when they heard the angel sounding the trumpet. And the boughs of the tree were of silver, and the leaves and the fruit. When, therefore, they want drink, the master butler crieth to the angel that he sound the trumpet. Then he, hearing, who is hid in the vault, bloweth the pipe strongly, which goeth to the angel, and the angel sets his trumpet to his mouth, and the trumpet soundeth very shrill. Then the servants, hearing which are in the chamber, each of them poureth forthwith his drink into its proper pipe, and pipes pour them forthwith from above, and they are received below in vessels prepared for the purpose. End quote. On Whit Sunday, 1254, Rubrici was summoned into the Khan's presence and accused of calling the King of Kings a foul infidel. When the Franciscan denied the charge, Mangu graciously declared his readiness to believe in his innocence, and ordered him to feed himself well for the return journey. 2 weeks later, the friars were entrusted with a long letter to Louis, given warm cloaks and some small presents, and ordered to depart forthwith. But Father Bartholomew of Cremona, Rubrici's companion, was too ill to face the hardships of the road, and begged to be allowed to remain until he should be more fit to travel. This the Khan granted, and Rubrici had to set off with only his rascally interpreter, 1 servant, and a Tartar guide. While crossing the desert he met Sartash, and further on, by the banks of the Volga, came upon Batu's camp. The fact that he had been to the great Khan's palace, and bore letters from him, secured him a kindlier reception by both chiefs. To his great delight, Batu restored part of the property which had been taken from him on his outward journey. Late in 1255, Rubrici reached Syria and was at once commanded by his Father Superior to retire into the Franciscan convent at Acre, much as he longed to relate to Louis viva voce how he had fared on his mission. The friar, obedient to the order, yet sent a letter to the king, much belittling his performances and saying nothing of the hardships which they had entailed. Whether Rubrici ever met Louis afterwards is not known. If he did not, his brave, uncomplaining endurance of 2.5 years' travel in Asia received but sorry recompense. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams, Section 5. Chapter 5. The Story of Marco Polo. On September 6, 1298, the Genoese and Venetian fleets fought a memorable action near the island of Curzola, off the Dalmatian shore. The Venetians were completely routed, and 7,000 of their number fell into the hands of the enemy. This sea fight is bound up with a history of early exploration. If it had not occurred, Marco Polo, a Venetian commander, would not have been carried as a prisoner to Genoa. If he had not been made prisoner, his famous travels would not have been recorded. If those had not been recorded, we should have lost the most valuable chapter in medieval travel. Marco Polo stands perhaps second only to Columbus among all the persons with whom we have to do in this volume. Ramusio, his biographer, indeed sets Polo in the first place, but if the importance of individual explorers' exploits are to be valued by the results, such a claim is hardly tenable. It is possible, however, that Polo's penetration of Asia from west to east, and the account which he gave of Cathay, China, and Zipangu, Japan, must have had considerable effect on Columbus's determination to seek the east coast of Asia across the Atlantic Ocean. And if this is the case, Polo may have played a part indirectly in opening up the New World. With regard to Asia, there can be no doubt as to Polo's claim to priority. All other travelers to that region are but stars of a low magnitude beside the full orb of Marco Polo. This is the verdict of Colonel Henry Yule, who speaks with the authority of many years of study of our traveler's narrative. In his fine commentary, he gives the following admirable summary of Marco's achievements. He was the first traveler to trace a route across the whole longitude of Asia, naming and describing kingdom after kingdom which he had seen with his own eyes, the deserts of Persia, the flowering plateau and wild gorges of Badakhshan, the jade-bearing rivers of Khotan, the Mongolian steppes, cradle of the power that had so lately threatened to swallow up Christendom, the new and brilliant court that had been established at Cambaluc, the first traveler to reveal China in all its wealth and vastness, its mighty rivers, its huge cities, its rich manufactures, its swarming population, the inconceivably vast fleets that quickened its seas and its inland waters, to tell us of the nations of its borders with all their eccentricities of manners and worship, of Tibet with its sordid devotees, of Burma with its golden pagodas and their tinkling crowns, of Laos, of Siam, of Cochin China, of Japan, the eastern Thule, with its rosy pearls and golden-roofed palaces, the first to speak of the Museum of Beauty and Wonder, still so imperfectly ransacked, the Indian archipelago, source of those aromatics so highly prized and whose origin was so dark, of Java, the pearl of islands, of Sumatra with its many kings, its strange, costly products, and its cannibal races, of the naked savages of Nicobar and Andaman, of Ceylon, of India the Great, not as a dreamland of Alexandrian fables, but as a country seen and partially explored, the first in medieval times to give any distinct account of the secluded Christian empire of Abyssinia and the semi-Christian island of Socotra, to speak, though indeed dimly, of Zanzibar with its Negroes and its ivory, and of the vast and distant Madagascar, and in a remotely opposite region, of Siberia and the Arctic Ocean." End quote. Before mentioning in detail any of the sights which Polo saw and the remarks which he makes concerning them, it will be advisable to sketch briefly the circumstances which led to his travels and to give an outline of the route traversed. Marco Polo was the son of a Venetian noble, Niccolo Polo, who with his brother Maffeo left Venice in 1260 on a trading venture to the Crimea. The mercantile instinct carried them far north up the Volga to the court of Barka Khan, a grandson of Genghis, who received them graciously. Unfortunately, a war broke out between him and another Tartar king called Alan, and their host being vanquished, the two Venetians thought it advisable to return home by a circuitous route, which brought them to Bokhara. Here they fell in with an embassy sent by Alan to Kublai Khan, the great Khan of Polo's narrative, in northern China, and were persuaded to travel with it to the Tartar court. Kublai welcomed them, and after questioning them closely with regard to European religion, manners, and customs, expressed a wish that they should return to Europe and hand to the Pope letters asking for the immediate dispatch of 100 men learned in the Christian religion, to convert the Tartar hordes which he ruled. Accordingly, the brothers set out, armed with golden tablets which acted as passports throughout the Khan's dominions. On arriving at Acre in A.D. 1269, they learnt that the Pope, Clement IV, had lately died, and that no successor had yet been appointed. A friend, Cardinal Theobald of Piacenza, papal legate in Acre, advised them to wait till the College of Cardinals had made a choice, and to fill in the time they made a visit to Venice, where Niccolo found that his wife was dead, and that his son Marco had grown into a fine lad, with a traveling instinct strongly developed. They took 15-year-old Marco back with them to Acre. At the end of 2 years, the papal throne was still vacant. So, being unwilling to tarry longer, the Polos obtained from the cardinal a letter setting forth the facts of the case, and turned their faces again to the east. Scarcely had they started when news came that their friend had been chosen pope, under the title of Gregory X. Back to Acre they went, to ask for the 100 able teachers, but Gregory could provide only 2 Dominicans, who soon lost heart and refused to leave Syria. If Kublai's request had been acceded to, it is possible that the Tartars might have become a Christian nation, a conversion which it is reasonable to believe would have greatly influenced the subsequent history of the world. The 3 travelers pushed southeastwards through Armenia and Persia to Baghdad, whence they took ship as far as Ormuz, intending no doubt to proceed to China by sea. But for some reason, on reaching the mouth of the Persian Gulf, they turned northwards through Kerman and the Persian desert to Damghan, then due east through Khorasan and North Afghanistan over the Pamir, being greatly hindered, we read, by snow and floods. Descending into eastern Turkestan, the Venetians passed Kashgar, Yarkand, and Khotan to the city of Lop, crossed the Gobi Desert, and pushed on to Kampishu. Before continuing their journey eastwards, they appear to have made an expedition from Kampishu, several hundred miles over the Gobi to the neighborhood of Karakoram, the first city that the Tartars possessed after they issued from their own country, then an important military center with walls 3 miles in circuit, but now represented by only a few sand-swept ruins. On their return to Kampishu, they resumed the easterly track, skirting the northern frontier of China above the Great Wall, and at the end of 3.5 years' travel, i.e. in 1275, reached the court of Kublai, then at Shangtu, the imperial summer palace in the Khingan Mountains. The Khan was delighted to see his old friends again. They handed over the Pope's letter and the holy oil which they had brought from the Lord's sepulchre at Jerusalem. The Khan then asked who Marco might be. Master Niccolo answered that he was His Majesty's servant and his son. He entertained him with a friendly countenance, and taught him to write among other of his honorable courtiers, whereupon he was much esteemed of all the court, and in a little space learned the customs of all the Tartars, and 4 different languages, being able to write and read them all. Like Joseph in Egypt, Marco rose to great honor, and while still very young was sent on a mission to the southeast provinces of Shanxi and Yunnan, and the easterly portions of Tibet. Marco was wise in his generation. He knew that his imperial master took a peculiar pleasure in learning of all sorts of marvels and customs to be found in his vast empire, and therefore made notes of everything which he thought worth recording. The lively narrative of these to Kubla resulted in further missions, which took him to Cochin China, Karakoram, and India. For 3 years he even held the important post of governor of Yangzhou. 17 years of residence in China, during which the elder Polos had acquired considerable wealth, brought with them a desire to return home. Kubla was now an old man, and it is possible that the Polos feared that a successor might not treat them with the same consideration. But their request to be dismissed met with a firm refusal. He asked why they would put themselves on such a dangerous journey, and if they wanted riches, he would give them twice as much as they had, and out of pure affection would not permit their departure. It so happened that at this juncture Argan, Khan of Persia, Kubla's nephew, lost a favorite wife, who on her deathbed asked that her place should be taken by a princess of the Mongol tribe to which she belonged. Ambassadors presently arrived at Kubla's court, seeking for such a bride, and the lady Kokachin was chosen. The question now arose, how is she to be taken to Persia? An overland journey would be beset with many perils and much fatigue. On the other hand, if a sea voyage were made the alternative, there was no one among the Tartars capable of navigating a vessel to the Persian Gulf. Here was the Polos' chance. As Venetians, they were all born sailors, and Marco had recent personal acquaintance with a sea route at least as far as India, which reaching the ears of the ambassadors, they conferred with the Venetians and agreed that they, with the queen, should go to the great Khan and desire leave to return by sea and to have the 3 Latins, men skilled in sea affairs, with them to the country of King Argan. The great Khan was much displeased with their request, yet upon hearing their petition granted it, and caused Niccolo, Maffeo, and Marco to come into his presence, and after much demonstration of his love would have them promise to return after they had spent some time in Christendom. He then dismissed them with presents and letters to the chief princes of Europe, including the King of England. 14 5-masted ships were prepared for the princess and her suite, who embarked at the port of Zayton, Chinchu, in the early part of 1292. The track of the tedious 2-year voyage can be traced on the accompanying map, through the Malacca Straits, along the north coast of Sumatra, round the south of Ceylon, up the Malabar coast of India, and across the ocean to Ormuz. During the voyage, many of the mariners and suite and 2 of the ambassadors died. One version gives the total number of deaths at 600, probably from scurvy and fever. And when at last the vessels reached their destination, the survivors learnt that Argan was dead. Kokachin consoled herself, however, by marrying Argan's son, Chogan. The Polos, after taking an affectionate farewell of their royal charge, struck overland through Persia and Armenia for Trebizond, where they took ship to Venice. As recorded by Ramusio, their experiences on their arrival in their native city recall the story of Ulysses. They had been absent 24 years, and if not actually forgotten by their relatives, had at least been given up for lost among wild Tartar tribes. When, therefore, these travel-stained men appeared and claimed to be the long-missing kinsmen, they were received with utter incredulity. The story of the manner in which they established their identity is sufficiently interesting to be repeated. They made a sumptuous feast and invited thereto a number of their kindred. When the hour for sitting down to table arrived, they came forth from their chamber all 3 clothed in crimson satin, fashioned in long robes reaching to the ground, such as people in those days wore within doors. And when water for the hands had been served and the guests were set, they took off these robes and put on others of crimson damask, whilst the first suits were by their orders cut up and divided among the servants. Then, after partaking of some of the dishes, they went out again, and came back in robes of crimson velvet, and when they had again taken their seats, the second suits were divided as before. When dinner was over, they did the like with the robes of velvet, after they had put on dresses of the ordinary fashion worn by the rest of the company. The proceedings caused much wonderment and amazement among the guests. But when the cloth had been drawn, and all the servants had been ordered to retire from the dining hall, Messer Marco, as the youngest of the three, rose from the table, and going into another chamber, brought forth the 3 shabby dresses of coarse stuff which they had worn when they first arrived. Straightway they took sharp knives, and began to rip up some of the seams and welts, and to take out from them jewels of the greatest value in vast quantities, such as rubies, sapphires, carbuncles, diamonds, and emeralds, which had all been stitched up in those dresses in so artful a fashion that nobody could have suspected the fact. To make a long story short, the sight of such wealth dispersed any remaining doubts on the part of the guests, and everyone in the city was soon hastening to pay respects to the Polos. Marco became an important person in Venice, and as we have seen, paid the penalty by capture at the hands of the Genoese. The story of his travels got abroad in Genoa. People crowded to the prison to hear the narrative from his own lips, and at last he grew so weary of relating his adventures that, at the suggestion of an imprisoned Pisan, by name Rusticiano, he dictated to him the account which has come down to us. So it was that the ill wind of imprisonment blew good to that and succeeding generations of people who delight in the history of travel and exploration. Poor Marco was eventually released and returned to Venice. The city wags nicknamed him Il Milione, the man of millions, no doubt because he used the word million so often in speaking of the Chinese population and the Khan's wealth. In fact, some of his contemporaries took him so little seriously that it is alleged that for many years after his death, Venetian masques included a comic character who spun stiff yarns of a Munchausen-like flavor under the title of Marco Milione. Footnote: on his deathbed, Polo was asked by his friends to remove from his book all matter that they could not accept as facts, so that he might die with a good conscience, to which the traveler replied that he had not told one half of what he had seen. Polo died probably in the year 1324. We may now turn to some of the most interesting points in his narrative, which is so impersonal and in some places so inconsequent that, were it not for a long prologue, it would be hard to decide how much of it is the result of personal observation. Taken as a whole, Marco's notes, as they may fitly be called, are singularly free from any desire to exaggerate the marvelous. Here and there, when speaking from what is obviously hearsay evidence, he makes statements which may raise a smile, though it is by no means certain that he himself believes in the prodigies recorded. A good instance is the story of the miraculous pillar in a church at Samarkand, which lifted itself up in order that the Saracens might remove a stone on which it rested. He is careful to preface the story with the words, "It is reported." His desire to speak the truth is best proved by the accuracy of his descriptions of many of the things which he notices as strange and novel. We may append a few examples. Petroleum. On the north of Armenia is found a fountain from which a liquor like oil flows, which, though unprofitable for the seasoning of meat, is good for burning and for anointing camels afflicted with the mange. This oil flows constantly and copiously, so that camels are laden with it. Here we have the first record of the great rock oil deposits at Baku. Coal. Through the whole province of Cathay, certain black stones are dug from the mountains, which, put into a fire, burn like wood, and being kindled, preserve fire a long time, and if they be kindled in the evening, they keep fire all the night. The immense coal deposits of China, especially in the provinces of Honan and Shanxi, are such as to make the famous geologist Baron Richthofen predict an eventual transfer of the world's great manufacturing industries to China. The deposits in southern Shanxi alone he estimates as being sufficient to supply the world for several thousand years. Even in Marcos' time, the Chinese, rich and poor, had learnt the value of black diamonds. Asbestos. While discoursing about Sungaria, Polo says, "And you must know that in the mountain there is a substance from which salamander is made. The real truth is that the salamander is no beast as they allege in our part of the world, but is a substance found in the earth. Everybody must be aware that it can be no animal's nature to live in fire, seeing that every animal is composed of all the four elements. Now I, Marco Polo, had a Turkish acquaintance who related how he had lived 3 years in that region on behalf of the great Khan, in order to procure those salamanders for him. He said that the way they got them was by digging in that mountain till they found a certain vein. The substance of this vein was then taken and crushed, and when so treated it divides, as it were, into fibers of wool, which they set forth to dry. When dry, these fibers were pounded in a copper mortar, and then washed, so as to remove all the earth and to leave only the fibers, like fibers of wool. These were then spun and made into napkins." An excellent description of asbestos. In the province of natural history, Polo makes several very interesting observations. The alligator. While traveling in Cochin China, Polo made acquaintance of great serpents of such vast size that the very account of them must excite the wonderment of those who hear it. You may be assured that some of them are 10 paces in length. Some are more and some less. They have 2 forelegs near the head, but for foot nothing but a claw, like the claw of a hawk or that of a lion. The head is very big, and the eyes are bigger than a great loaf of bread. The mouth is large enough to swallow a man whole, and is garnished with great teeth. In short, they are so fierce-looking and so hideously ugly that every man and beast must stand in fear and trembling of them. Except for the mistake as to the number of legs, Polo's description is very accurate. In a further note, he lays special stress on the size of their tails, which, as every modern traveler who has come into contact with them knows, is a very formidable weapon of offense. The rhinoceros, or unicorn, of Sumatra he thus describes. They are nearly as big as an elephant. They have hair like that of a buffalo, feet like those of an elephant, and a horn in the middle of the forehead, which is black and very thick. They do no mischief, however, with the horn, but with the tongue, for this is covered by very long and strange prickles. The head resembles that of a wild boar, and they carry it bent towards the ground. They delight much to abide in slime and mud. Here a little imagination is mixed with the truth. To this day, the Malays call the Sumatra species the buffalo rhinoceros, on account of its hair, which distinguishes it from the hairless pachyderms of the continent. As Polo evidently writes from personal observation, it is curious that he should have failed to notice the fact that the Sumatra rhinoceros is also peculiar for its 2 horns. He was not a careless or credulous observer, for he saw through a fraud practiced by the islanders on merchants. When people bring home pygmies which they allege to come from India, it is nothing but an imposture, for the pygmies are manufactured in this island, Sumatra, as follows. There is on the island a very small monkey, having a face like a man. These they catch and pull out all the hair except that of the beard and on the breast, and stuff them and paint them with yellow dye to look like men. More valuable, perhaps, than his notes on minerals and animals are Polo's descriptions of Chinese and Tartar social habits and the nature of the towns in which they live. Before touching upon this topic, we should glance for a moment at the personality of the Khan, who is the magnet that drew Polo to the east. He is of a good stature, neither tall nor short, but of a middle height. He has a becoming amount of flesh, and is very shapely in all his limbs. His complexion is white and red, the eyes black and fine, the nose well formed and well set on. Kubla, as his invitation to the Pope shows, was a man of broad mind. He thought of things more essential to a nation than indiscriminate slaughter of neighboring peoples. Like the Incas of Peru, he instituted horse and foot posts which transmitted letters and goods at an astonishing speed. For the convenience of the public, he built caravansaries on the high roads leading to Cambaluc at intervals of 25 miles, provided with beds and food, the latter supplied in mountainous districts by persons settled round the post houses for the purpose of growing crops. His care of agriculture would have done credit to a more civilized government. To use Polo's own words, he sends yearly to the diverse provinces of the empire to inquire whether any harm be done to the corn by tempests, locusts, worms, or other means. And when he is notified of damage in any province or city, he remits tribute there for the year, sending corn for food and seed from his own granaries. For in a time of abundance the Khan buys much corn and keeps it with great care against when there happens to be scarcity of corn in any province. The roadsides were planted with trees to shelter travelers, and where the track led through a desert, stone pillars marked it out. The most splendid extant monument of his energy is the Grand Canal, which extends, including the river portions, from Pekin to Chinshu. It served as a means of communication between the capital and the rice-growing districts round the estuary of the Yangtze-Kiang. Polo was particularly impressed by the size and grandeur of the Khan's palace at Shangtu and its adjoining park, 5 miles square, enclosed by walls, to provide the Khan with the pleasures of the chase. The place is now marked only by a few ruins. The Winter Palace, that in Cambaluc, or Peking, was even more magnificent, the greatest that hath been seen. It hath no upper story, but a very high roof. The walls are all covered with gold and silver. They are also adorned with carved dragons, soldiers, birds, beasts of diverse kinds, and histories of wars. The hall is so large that it could easily dine 6,000 people. The building is altogether so vast, so rich, and so beautiful that no man on earth can design anything superior to it. The outside of the roof is colored with vermilion and yellow, and green and blue, and other dyes, which are fixed with a varnish so fine and exquisite that they shine like crystal, and lend a resplendent luster to the palace as seen from a great way round. Surrounding the palace are parks well stocked with game of all kinds. A lake to the northwest provided the royal household with fish, while for pleasant exercise an artificial mound rose due north, a mile in compass and 100 paces in height. The city of Cambaluc is described as being 6 miles square, though at that time it was of oblong shape. After the expulsion of the Mongols by the Chinese in 1368, the Tartar town was shortened to a square, and a new Chinese city built contiguously on the south side. Polo somewhat overestimates the dimensions, but is correct in giving the height of the walls as about 45 feet. At a certain hour in the evening, a great bell was tolled as a signal to all citizens to go indoors and stay there. Anyone found roaming the streets after the curfew had rung was liable to a severe beating and imprisonment. Strangers had apparently to live outside the walls in the suburbs, of which there were 12, each opposite one of the gates of the city. The city of Kansai, modern Hanchao, receives a much fuller notice than even the capital. Its size, populousness, and beauty appear to have made a deep impression on the Venetian's mind. Kansai, he tells us, signifies the city of heaven, and he pronounces it the finest and noblest in the world. Possibly its resemblance to Venice, the whole city stands, as it were, in the water and surrounded by the water, so that a great many bridges are required to give free passage about it, prejudiced him in its favor. He quotes from a Chinese document to the effect that the town had no fewer than 12,000 bridges of stone, all lofty enough to permit the passage of a masted ship, that it had a compass of 100 miles, that it contained a lake of 30 miles round, and that the craftsmen of the city alone occupied 12,000 houses, containing each upwards of 40 souls. Among other luxuries, Kansai boasted 3,000 hot baths, each large enough for 100 persons to bathe together. Polo puts the total number of the houses at 1,600,000, including a great number of large palaces. Though we may imagine that he has probably unintentionally exaggerated the figures here, there can be no doubt as to the enormous extent of the city at that period. We have to remember that in medieval Europe the population and dimension of the capitals were very small compared with those of today, so that the teeming multitudes of vast centers of China would appeal all the more forcibly to a Western traveler, and perhaps lead him to overshoot the number. Of the religion of the Chinese, Polo says, each has a tablet fixed high up on the wall of his chamber, on which is inscribed a name which represents the Most High and Heavenly God, and before this they pay daily worship, praying him to grant them health of mind and body, but of him they ask naught else. And below on the ground there is a figure which they call Natage, the god of terrestrial things. To him they give a wife and children, and of him they ask seasonable weather and the fruits of the world, children, and so forth. They hold the soul to be immortal, and when a man dies, he enters into another body, better or worse, according to the merits of the former life, as of a poor man to become a gentleman, and after a lord or prince, and so higher until it be absorbed in God, and if it have ill deserved, to be a poorer man, afterwards a dog, always descending to the lowest rank in baseness. Cremation was in Polo's time general among Tartars and Chinese, and also the custom of burning with a body paper representations of property which might be useful in a future existence. When they come to the place where the body is to be burned, they diligently and curiously paint on paper made of the bark of trees the images of men and women, houses, camels, money, and garments, which are burned together with a dead body. For they say that dead men shall have so many men-servants and maid-servants, cattle and money in another life, as pictures were burned with him, and shall perpetually live in that honor and riches. In this manner the living were able to send their dead well furnished into the next world at very little cost to themselves, so very Chinese in its economy. The money of the country was paper. They take the middle bark from the mulberry trees. This they make firm, and cut into diverse round pieces, great and little, and imprint the king's name thereon. The king makes a great mass of this paper money in the city of Cambalok, enough for the whole empire, and no one under pain of death may coin any other, or spend any other, or refuse it as payment in all the kingdoms and countries. We can easily understand after reading this why Kubla's wealth was so immense. It is curious that, having come so near to the subject, Polo should make no reference to the writing and printed books of the Chinese, which contemporary travelers have specially noticed. Among other surprising omissions, we may include his failure to mention the Great Wall, the use of tea, the small feet of Chinese ladies, cormorant fishing, and artificial incubation, all of which must have come under his observation. Yet their absence should not be considered to detract from the value of a narrative which is a mine of information, succinctly and generally accurately recorded. Were the book of but half its actual length, it would still suffice to give Marco Polo a claim to the title of Prince of Medieval Travelers. End of chapter.
Chapter 6 of The Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in March 2023. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. Chapter 6. The Friar Odoric. No summary of early exploration could well exclude the famous monkish traveller Odoric of Pordenone, an Italian by birth and a Franciscan friar by choice. Marco Polo alone excepted, he probably traveled further and saw more of foreign countries than did any other European of the Middle Ages. There is no evidence to show that, like Plani Carpini and Rubruquis, he was sent on any particular mission to the east. A naturally roving disposition was probably responsible for his 16 years' absence from Italy among Asiatics of many races and creeds. Legend credits him with having preached the gospel to such good effect that he won 20,000 Saracens for the Church of Christ, but from his own writings we are unable to gather any proof that he ever played the part of missionary, though he opens the first chapter with the declaration that I crossed the sea and visited the countries of the unbelievers in order to win some harvest of souls. His staff and his monastic habit he took with him as the best of passports in lands where the servants of religion were always treated with respect, and the sight of them secured him hospitable welcome wherever he came into contact with a Christian settlement. Odoric's book, written at his dictation after his return to Italy, is unfortunately incomplete, or at any rate ends very abruptly while he is still describing Central Asia. His style, or rather that of the worthy William of Bologna, who did him into Latin, is not of a high class, nor is his narrative well ordered or discriminating. He indulges in weird stories at second hand, and relates some startling personal adventures which raise a smile of incredulity. Yet many of his observations show that he was honestly desirous of acquainting his readers with things which actually had an existence. Several interesting facts which escaped the keen-eyed Polo are told by him of the Chinese, their fishing with cormorants, the compressed feet of their high-born ladies, and their long fingernails. Sir John Mandeville, that prince of longbow-men, flattered him to the extent of borrowing wholesale from his adventures, and appropriating many of his statements as his own, though he had not travelled in the Far East, and he was not above throwing out hints that he had journeyed in company with the friar. It is extraordinary that Samuel Purchas, a compiler of works on travel and discovery, 1577 to 1626, should accuse Odoric of having stolen his description from the English knight, when there is evidence to show that Mandeville laid not only Odoric, but also John de Plano Carpini, Hayton of Armenia, and Pliny under contribution. Odoric left Venice in the year 1316. Sailing to Trebizond on the Black Sea, he journeyed overland to Ormuz through Erzurum, Tabriz, Yezd, Persepolis, Shiraz, and Baghdad. Of the Persian desert, which he calls the Sea of Sand, we have the following description. It is all of dry sand without the slightest moisture, and it shifteth as the sea doth when in storm, now hither, now thither, and as it shifteth, it maketh waves in like manner as the sea doth, so that countless people travelling thereon have been overwhelmed and drowned and buried in those sands. For when blown about and buffeted by the winds, they are raised into hills, now in this place, now in that, according as the wind chanceth to blow. Near the desert he saw the ruins of Persepolis, which formerly was a great city, and in the olden time did great scathe to the Romans. The compass of its walls is a good 50 miles, and there be therein palaces yet standing entire, and without inhabitants. Almost the same description might be given of these magnificent ruins today. At Ormuz, the friar entered a ship constructed without the use of iron, its planks being stitched together with tough twine. In this he reached Bombay, where he notices black lions, bats as big as pigeons, and rats as large as small dogs. Some time before his arrival 4 friars had been murdered by the infidels. Odoric got possession of their bones and carried them away with him in order to bury them in holy ground. According to our traveller, this pious act brought its own reward. For one night, as he slept with the precious relics under his head, the Saracens set fire to the house to demolish him. And I took the bones of the brethren, and seeking help from God, I crouched into the corner of the burning house. And 3 corners thereof were consumed, and then one only was left, in which I was abiding. And as long as I continued there with the bones, the fire never came lower, but hung over me like an atmosphere. But as soon as I quitted the house, it was entirely destroyed, and many others adjoining besides. And so I escaped scatheless. The bones could command the winds as well as control the flames. While sailing from Bombay to Quilon, at the southern end of the Malabar coast, the wind suddenly failed. The native sailors in vain besought their gods to grant a breeze, nor were the prayers of the Saracens more efficacious. When, however, Odoric's servant cast a sacred bone from the prow of the ship, a most favourable wind arose, and never failed till it had brought them safely into harbour. The pepper forests of the Malabar coast receive special notice. In the Middle Ages, pepper was valued very highly, and commanded such prices as to constitute one of the chief inducements which led the Portuguese explorers to the east. The description given by Odoric of its cultivation is so correct that it may be quoted for the edification of readers who know little about the antecedents of this condiment. First, then, it groweth on plants which have leaves like ivy, and these are planted against tall trees as our vines are here, in Italy, and bear fruit just like branches of grapes, and this fruit is borne in such quantities that they seem like to break under it. And when the fruit is ripe, it is a green colour, and is gathered just as grapes are gathered at the vintage, and then put in the sun to dry. Somewhere in the Coromandel coast, Odoric found a church in which lay the body of St. Thomas the Apostle. This statement clashes with the supposed burial of the saint at Edessa, as recorded by Sylvia of Aquitaine. But religious legends are elastic. We are sorry to read that his church is filled with idols. The Christian creed had at this period become very much degraded in the East by the admixture of heathen rites. In the same district was an image of Buddha, entirely of gold, seated on a great throne, which is also of gold, and round its neck it hath a collar of gems of immense value. And the church of this idol is also of pure gold, roof and pavement. People come to say their prayers to the idol from great distances, just as Christian folk go from far on pilgrimage to St. Peter's. And the manner of those who come is this. Some travel with a halter round their necks, others with a knife stuck in the arm, which they never move until they arrive before the idol, so that the arm is then all in a slough. And some have quite a different way of doing. For these, as they start from their houses, take 3 steps, and at the 4th they make a prostration at full length upon the ground. And then they take a thurible and incense the whole length of the prostration. And thus they do continually until they reach the idol, so that sometimes when they go through this operation, it taketh them a very great while before they reach the idol. But when those who are going along in this way wish to turn and to do anything, they make a mark there to show how far they have gone, and so they continue until they reach the idol. Odoric here describes very faithfully a well-known penance still practiced by Buddhists in India. From India the friar passed along the coasts of Sumatra, which he, first of Europeans, names correctly, and Java. In the former country then lived a race who ate human flesh, like we eat beef here, and readily bought children from the traders engaged in a horrible traffic. Of Java he speaks with enthusiasm as very rich and productive. The king, powerful enough to brave successfully the great Khan himself, owned a palace such as Solomon would have envied. The approach to it had alternate stairs of gold and silver. Inside, the walls were plated with the same precious metals and decorated with the figures of Buddhist saints, their heads surrounded by halos set with gems. To speak briefly, says Odoric, this palace is richer and finer than any existing at this day in the world. He also probably visited Borneo, if the country named Panten be that huge island. He tells us of the sago palm and the bread made from the pith, and of bamboos and rattans. The former attained 100 feet in length, and the root of a single rattan plant extended, he declares, for a good mile. This last statement surpasses the truth, though if he had said 1/4 of a mile he would not have exaggerated. He gives even greater play to his fancy when he speaks of a tortoise which he saw in Cochin, China, bigger in compass than the dome of St. Anthony's Church in Padua. And then he naively adds, "And many other things there be, which unless they were seen would be past belief, so I do not care to write of them." Odoric's attitude is hard to understand, for, when speaking of a certain pool in Ceylon said to have originated from tears shed by Adam and Eve over the death of Abel, he says that he does not believe it, as he noticed the spring which fed the pool. At one moment he makes most extraordinary statements about his personal experiences, and the next scoffs at the no less incredible information given by other people. We need not follow in detail Odoric's travels in China, as he repeats much that has already been noticed in our previous chapter on Marco Polo. But we may view with his eyes some cormorants fishing for their Chinese master. I saw in his boats waterfowl tied to perches, which he bound round the throat with a cord, so that when they dived and caught a fish they could not swallow them. He then placed in a boat 3 great boxes, one at each end and a third in the middle. After doing this he released the fowl, and they kept diving and catching ever so many fish, which he placed in the chests aforesaid, so that in less than an hour they were all full. And when they were full he removed the cords from their necks, and allowed them to dive and feed themselves on fish, till they were sated, when they returned of their own accord to be tied up as they were at first. Odoric went to Kansai, and, like Polo, was much impressed with its size and beautiful situation. His account being practically the same as that of the Venetian, we need not expatiate on it. From Kansai he sailed up the Grand Canal, a work recently finished, to the Huang Ho. At Kambaluk, Pekin, he marvels at the palace, the Khan's court, the order of his travelling and hunting, his feasts, and the general magnificence which surrounded the Lord of the Earth. From China, the venturesome monk journeyed westwards to the land of Prester John, that mythical person about whom Odoric himself had doubts, though he readily accepts an account of melons which, when ripe, burst and reveal a lamb-like creature inside, just as there be trees in Ireland which produce birds. We cannot from his account localize John's kingdom, but as in his next chapter he speaks of Tibet, we may assume that it was in the Yunnan direction. His visit to the country of the Lamas is particularly interesting, as the first made by a European of which we have any record. I came to a great realm named Tibet, on the very borders of India. The whole kingdom is subject to the great Khan, and therein is a greater plenty of bread and wine than there is elsewhere in the world. The people of that district live in tents made of black felt. The royal and principal city has black and white walls throughout, and all its ways are very well paved. In this city nobody dares shed the blood of any man or beast, on account of the reverence paid to an idol worshipped there. In the city lives the Abbasi, which in their language means Pope. He is the head of all the idolaters, on whom he bestows all the benefices such as they have. We may pass over Odoric's version of the well-worn tale of the Old Man of the Mountain, and conclude with what he evidently considers to be his trump card, his adventures in the terrible valley. When I was journeying through a valley situate near the River of Delights, I saw therein an innumerable number of corpses, and also heard many kinds of music, especially of nakers, which were beaten in an extraordinary manner. Such was the uproar that a very great fear fell upon me. This valley is about 7 or 8 miles long, and if an unbeliever enters it, he never gets out, but forthwith dies. Although all thus perished therein, I wished to enter to see what this thing really was. So when I had entered the valley, I saw, as I mentioned above, so many corpses that their number would seem incredible if one had not actually seen them. On one side of this valley, on the rock itself, I saw a very awful face of a man, so terrible that I thought my spirit would die through excessive fear. Wherefore I kept repeating, "The Word was made flesh." I did not dare to come quite close to the face itself, but I was not more than 7 or 8 paces distant from it. I reached the other end of the valley and then climbed a sandy mountain. Looking round in all directions, I saw nothing, and heard only the nakers which were being so wondrously beaten. On the very crest of the mountain I discerned great quantities of what seemed like fishes' scales in silver, and placed some in my bosom. And because I cared not at all for them, I afterwards threw them all on the earth again. And so by the grace of God I came forth uninjured. Then all the Saracens, learning of this, showed me great reverence, declaring that I was baptized and holy, whereas those who had perished in the valley they declared to be the creatures of Satan. There is something about this account which reminds one of the passage of Christian through the valley of the shadow of death, as depicted by Bunyan. We have against Odoric his assertion about the tortoise seen in Cochin China, and to his credit many exact descriptions of things hitherto strange to him. What ought we to make of this tale? Is he deliberately imposing upon us? It may appear so at first sight, though on a further examination the difficulty is lessened if we remember that rock sculptures were common in Central Asia, and that strange noises, probably caused by moving sand, have been heard in the desert by modern travellers. Bones are a sad but common sight besides any caravan track. So we think that Odoric may here be acquitted of any intention to deceive his readers. Of his journeys after he left Tibet we know nothing. He reached Friuli, his birthplace and home, in 1330, and died at Udine the following year, while on his way to visit the Pope. His long travels and his reputation for having worked wonders of conversion among the heathen brought a crowd of admirers to his funeral. People jostled one another in their eagerness to kiss the hands and feet of the corpse, or possess themselves of a fragment of his clothing. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. Chapter 7. The Travels of an Adventurous Moor. In the same year that the great Marco Polo died, A.D. 1324, another traveler of almost equal fame started on the first of a series of journeys through Asia and Africa, which in their total mileage probably eclipse the record of any other explorer. Abu Abdallah Muhammad ibn Abdallah el-Luwati, or as he is generally called in short, Ibn Battuta, was a Moor of Tangier. At the age of 21, he left Morocco to fulfill the duty incumbent on all good Mohammedans, i.e., a pilgrimage to Mecca, and it was 24 years before he again saw the walls of his native town. His experiences during this protracted period were so many and so varied that only a very few of them can be even referred to in the space of a short chapter. Passing overland along the north of Africa, Battuta reached Cairo, and proceeded thence into Upper Egypt, with the intention of crossing the Red Sea to Mecca. He was obliged, however, to return to Cairo without effecting his purpose, and consoled himself with a tour through Syria, visiting among other objects of interest the Mosque of the Foot, outside the walls of Damascus, so called from its containing a stone having upon it the print of the foot of Moses. He relates in his autobiography that to the north of the town was a deep cave, in which legend declared that Abraham had been born. Batuta now joined a body of pilgrims, with whom he made the journey to Mecca, and subsequently to the Prophet's tomb at Medina. He then turned northwards, crossing the mountains of Khuzestan to Isfahan, a large and handsome city. We next find him at Shiraz, the king of which town had a great reputation for liberality. On one occasion, says Batuta, he placed one of his emirs in a pair of scales, putting gold in the opposite part, till the gold preponderated. He then gave him the gold. His restlessness carried him on to Baghdad and across the desert to Mecca, where he rested for 3 years, gathering information for an extended trip down the east coast of Africa. During this journey he touched at Aden, which he thus describes: "It is a large city, but without either seed, water, or tree. They have, however, reservoirs in which they collect the rainwater for drinking. Some rich merchants reside here, and vessels from India occasionally arrive here." Then as now, Aden was not a pleasant place of residence, but an important port of call, on account of its position on the Gate of the Red Sea. His ship presently brought him to Makdashu, the inhabitants of which were very corpulent, having appetites that, as he quaintly remarks, made them each eat as much as a congregation ought to do. His next stopping place was the island of Mombasa, well covered with banana, lemon, and citron trees. From here he sailed across the Indian Ocean to southern Arabia, where he first made the acquaintance of the betel tree and cocoa nut palm. The first was trained up the second as a support. The betel tree, writes the traveler, produces no fruit, but is reared merely for its leaf, which is like the leaf of a thorn, and the smallest are the best. These leaves are plucked daily. The people of India esteem it very highly, for whenever any of them receives a visit from another, the present is 5 of these leaves, which is thought to be very splendid, particularly if the donor happens to be one of the nobles. This gift is esteemed among them as being more valuable than that of gold and silver. Its use is as follows: a grain of fawfel, which in some respects is like a nutmeg, is first taken and broken into small pieces. It is then put into the mouth and chewed. A leaf of the betel is then taken, and when sprinkled with a little quicklime, is put into the mouth and chewed with the fawfel. Its properties are to sweeten the breath, help the digestion, and to obviate the danger incident to drinking water on an empty stomach. It also elevates the spirits. It may here be remarked that the fawfel is the betel nut produced by the areca palm, while the betel leaf grows on a vine. The habit of chewing both nut and leaf is so widespread among Oriental races that 1/10 of the whole human family is said to be addicted to it. Nearly 2 centuries later, Magellan's companions were much disgusted by the betel chewing of the Pacific Islanders. The cocoa nut, says Batuta, is like a man's head, for it has something like 2 eyes and a mouth, and within, when green, is like the brains. Upon it, too, is a fibre-like hair, from which men make cords for sewing their vessels together, instead of iron nails. They also make ropes for their anchors out of it. These remarks are but a few of many which prove the Moor to have been a man of keen observation. Yet he sometimes goes astray. For instance, in his description of the pearl fisheries of the Persian Gulf, he states seriously that the flesh of the oyster, when exposed to the air, hardens and becomes a pearl. In 1332 we find our explorer once more in Mecca, which seems to have had a magnetic attraction for him. Thence, crossing the Red Sea, he traversed Upper Egypt and descended the Nile to Cairo. After roaming about through the petty sultanates of Asia Minor, Batuta sailed across the Black Sea to Kaffa, the first Christian city he had entered, where he was much astonished by the ringing of bells. To verify certain accounts of the northern Land of Darkness, he journeyed up the Volga and made an unsuccessful attempt to penetrate into the north of Russia. He gives an interesting description of travel in those parts, performed on sledges drawn by dogs. These dogs were of great value, and were always fed before their master ate, lest they should become enraged and run away, and leave him to perish. Desiring a closer acquaintance with the unbelievers, Batuta joined the train of a Greek princess, daughter of the Emperor Andronicus, and wife of a Tartar sultan, who was about to visit her father in Constantinople. This lady traveled with a large retinue, and a movable mosque, which was set up for her daily prayers. On the journey they met some Russians, with red hair and blue eyes, an ugly and perfidious people. They reached the capital of the Eastern Empire one day at sunset, amid a loud clangor of bells. Batuta, like his companions, was searched for hidden weapons, and then allowed to pass and do homage to the emperor, who questioned him about Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Damascus, and Egypt. At his request, he was furnished with a guide to show him the lions of the place, including the church of St. Sophia. This, as a good Moslem, he could not enter, since all visitors were required to bow before a cross set up inside the door. After a stay of 5 weeks, he returned to Astrachan, which he made the starting point for a journey through Persia and Afghanistan to India. He mentions having seen a man in a cave in the Hindu Kush mountains, who was 350 years old, and grew fresh teeth and hair every 100 years. Reference is also made to the Afghans as notorious robbers. Batuta's party apparently had hard fighting to do with these gentry while threading the passes into India. Now begins the second, and in some ways the most interesting period of his travels. At Multan, the principal city of Sind, he watched the emir testing the value of recruits. He had always before him a number of bows of various sizes, and when anyone who wished to enlist as a bowman presented himself, the emir threw one of these bows to him, which he drew with all his might. Then, as his strength proved to be, so was his situation and appointment. When anyone wished to enlist as a horseman, a drum was fixed, and the man ran with his horse at full speed, and struck the drum with his spear. Then, according to the effect of the stroke, was his place determined. That Indian customs were much the same then as they were at the time of the English conquest, and in some cases still are, may be gathered from his observations on Suti. "I saw," he says, "women burn themselves when their husbands died. The woman adorns herself and is accompanied by a cavalcade of the infidel Hindus and Brahmins, with drums, trumpets, and men following her, both Moslems and infidels, for mere pastime. The fire had already been kindled, and into it they threw the dead husband. The wife then threw herself upon him, and both were entirely burnt. A woman's burning herself with her husband is not, however, considered absolutely necessary among them, but is encouraged. And when a woman burns herself with her husband, her family is considered as being ennobled, and supposed to be worthy of trust. But when she does not burn herself, she is ever afterward clothed coarsely, and remains in constraint among her relatives, on account of her want of fidelity to her husband." Delhi was at that time the greatest city in Hindustan. Its enormous wall, fine mosques, huge reservoirs and pleasure gardens aroused the enthusiasm of Batuta. Muhammad Tughlaq, the reigning emperor, invited the Moor to his capital, and appointed him Qazi, or magistrate of Delhi, with a liberal salary. Muhammad's character was a strange mixture of ferocity and magnanimity. He murdered his father and brother, yet endowed many charities. His capricious temper kept his subjects in a state of constant fear. On one occasion, after a partial revolt of the townsfolk, he ordered all the inhabitants to quit the place, threatening with dire punishment anybody who should be found in the streets or houses after a certain time. Only 2 persons failed to obey the command, one a blind man, the other a bedridden invalid. But their infirmities did not save them, for the tyrant had the bedridden man hurled from a catapult, and his companion dragged to death by a horse. Such was the man under whom Batuta took service. The new Qazi, through consorting with a sheikh upon whom the emperor's displeasure fell, nearly came to an untimely end as a suspected conspirator. He alone out of the sheikh's friends escaped execution, probably because the emperor found his aid valuable, though Batuta himself ascribes his escape to the repetition of a text 33,000 times. At any rate, he soon regained his master's favor, and was put in command of a mission to China, carrying presents for the emperor of that country. While traveling to Calicut, the port of embarkation, the mission came to blows with a party of Hindus. The latter were routed, but unfortunately Batuta and a few companions got separated from the main body during the pursuit and were captured. The resourceful Moor managed to escape, and after suffering great hardships rejoined his men. At Calicut all the presents, together with Batuta's personal belongings, were embarked on Chinese junks, which then as now had sails made of cane reeds woven together like a mat. Some were so large as to accommodate 1,000 men, the motive power being partly supplied by oars of great length, requiring 25 men to work each. In the largest junks, according to our traveler, pot herbs and ginger were raised in regular gardens, and what with these and houses built on deck, the junks resembled small floating towns. A great disaster now overtook the mission, for a storm arose and sank the vessel carrying the present. As he did not dare to face the emperor with the dire news, Batuta lingered among the cities of the western coast, and took part in several military adventures, including the capture of Goa by the king of Hinor, and when he was weary of the clash of arms, he sailed for the Maldive Islands. These he pronounces to be one of the wonders of the world, for they number about 2,000 and are so close together that the dwellers on one island could recognize those on another. The populace had such an aversion to fighting that they did not attempt to repulse piratical Hindu raiders, though any dishonesty among themselves was severely punished. Batuta, as a Mohammedan, did not scruple to marry several wives, and to divorce them at his pleasure. The governor created him Qazi, and at first showed him great favor, but presently became jealous of him, because he had connected himself by marriage with many of the most influential people on the islands. The traveler therefore thought it advisable to resume his travels, and sailed for Ceylon. The most interesting episode of his stay there was a visit to Adam's Peak. About the monkeys which lived in large numbers on the mountain he heard many stories, one of which he repeats with all gravity. I was told by 2 pious and credible persons that the monkeys have a leader, whom they follow, as if he were a king. About his head is tied a turban, composed of the leaves of trees, and he reclines on a staff. At his right and left hand are 4 monkeys with rods in their hands, all of which stand at his head whenever the leading monkey sits. His wives and children are daily brought in on these occasions, who sit down before him. Then comes a number of monkeys, which sit and form a sort of assembly about him. One of the 4 monkeys then addresses them, and they disperse. After this, each of them comes with a lemon, a nut, or some of the mountain fruit, which he throws down before the leader. He then eats together with his wives, children, and the 4 principal monkeys. Then they all disperse. One of the jogis, fakirs, also told me that he once saw the 4 monkeys standing in the presence of their leader, and beating another monkey with rods, after which they plucked off all his hair. By means of a series of chains attached to the rock, pilgrims to the sacred imprint of Adam's foot effected the most difficult portion of the ascent. The last of the chains was called the chain of witness, because when anyone arrived at it and looked down, he was seized with vertigo and feared that he would fall. According to Batuta, the footmark is 11 spans, 6 feet long. Even from China, folk come to venerate it, and some of the more enterprising had, previous to his visit, cut out the portion of rock bearing the great toe mark, and carried it away to form the center of attraction in a celestial shrine. From Ceylon, Batuta returned to the Malabar coast, and made a second voyage to the Maldives. A desire there came upon him to visit the East Indies and Cathay. In Sumatra he was hospitably entertained by the king, who fitted out a junk to carry him to China. In Java he witnessed a peculiar act of devotion. A man came before the king and made a long speech. This concluded, he decapitated himself. "Does any among you do such a thing as this?" asked the king. "These our servants do so out of love for us." The father and the grandfather of this man had also immolated themselves in honor of their reigning monarch. The custom brought honor to the dead, for the Javanese apparently did not consider a living loyalist to be more useful than a dead hero. The Chinese port at which he landed was Chinchu, already made famous by Marco Polo. Though Batuta was kindly treated whithersoever he went, he specially notes the precautions taken by the Chinese against undesirable alien immigration, also the thoroughness of the police regulations with regard to the manning of vessels, the movements of strangers, and the protection of travelers. In consideration of the present China for the Chinese movement, the whole passage will no doubt interest the reader. I once scarcely entered one of their cities. Some time after, I had occasion to visit it again, and what should I see upon its walls, and upon papers stuck up in its streets, but pictures of myself and my companions? This is constantly done with all who pass through their towns, and should any stranger do anything to make flight necessary, they would then send out his picture to the other provinces, and wherever he might happen to be, he would be taken. It is also a practice with them that when a vessel leaves China, an account, as well of the names as of the forms of the men in it, is taken and laid up. When the vessel returns, the servants of the magistrates board it and compare the persons in it with the description taken. And if one should happen to be missing, the commander of the vessel is taken, unless he can prove that the man has died by some sickness or other circumstance, or that he has left him with his own consent in some other of the Chinese provinces. After this they require of the commander a register of all the goods in the vessel, which they obtain. The people of the vessel then leave it, and the king's servants take possession of and clear it. And if they find anything in it not registered in the register, the vessel, together with its freightage, is forfeited to the king. The care they take of travelers among them is truly surprising, and hence their country is to travelers the best and safest, for here a man may travel alone for 9 months together, with a great quantity of wealth, without the least fear. The reason of this is, there is in every district an inn, over which the magistrate of the place has control. Every evening the magistrate comes with his secretary to the inn, and registers in the book the names of all the inmates who were strangers. He then locks them up. In the morning he comes again with his secretary, and compares the name written down with the person in the inn. The register so made out, he sends by a messenger to the presiding magistrate at the next station, from whom he also brings back vouchers that such and such persons have arrived safely with their property. This is done at every station. When any person happens to be lost, or anything is stolen, and this is discovered, the magistrate who has the control over the inn in which the loss is sustained is taken into custody on that account. In all the inns everything that a traveler can want is provided. Batuta's account of his travels in China are somewhat disjointed, and by some authorities partly discredited. It is hard to identify the towns that he passed through, but he probably visited Canton, Hanchao, and Peking. The second of these he describes as the largest city he had ever seen, so large that a traveler might proceed through it for 3 days. In fact, it really was composed of 6 cities, arranged concentrically with walls between. The second one entered, it is interesting to note, was set apart for Jews, Christians, and Turks who worship the sun. It is supposed that Jews first entered China in the 3rd century B.C., and that the Christians here referred to were the descendants of missionaries sent overland from Syria in the 5th century of our era. In the 4th city, the most beautiful of the 6, Batuta was entertained by the Khan, and witnessed some juggling feats, which recall those ascribed to Indian jugglers of the present day. A performer took a wooden sphere, in which there were holes, through which a long strap passed, and threw it up into the air till it went out of sight, the strap remaining in his hand. He then commanded one of his attendants to climb the strap, and the man climbed till he went out of sight. His master called him 3 times, and no answer coming, cut the strap. It also disappeared. Presently he threw a hand upon the ground, then another hand and 2 feet, a body and a head. These he placed together, and stamped on them, and lo, the attendant stood before them. The sight was too much for Batuta, who fainted and had to be restored by stimulants. One of the onlookers assured him that there had been neither ascent nor cutting of limbs, but that the whole had been mere juggling. We should much like to know how it was done. We must omit any description of Batuta's return journey to Morocco, which he reached in 1349, after an absence of 24 years. Yet the restless man was ever eager for movement. He crossed the Mediterranean and toured through Spain, still occupied by the Moors. Then he turned south and traversed the Sahara till he reached the Niger, which, like Herodotus speaking of the Nasamonians, he imagined to be the Nile. Down this river he sailed to Timbuktu and Gojo, and then retraced his steps to Fez through the desert. This extraordinary man's wanderings ended in 1354. During his 28 years of travel, he covered, at the very lowest estimate, a distance of 75,000 miles, equivalent to thrice the circumference of the earth. The Sultan of Morocco commanded him to dictate his experiences to the royal secretary, Mohammed Jogai, whose manuscript long afterwards fortunately passed into French hands. It ends with the words, "No person of sense can fail to see that this sheikh is the traveler of our age. and he who should call him the traveller of the whole body of Islam would not exceed the truth. Ibn Battuta died in 1378, aged 73 years. To do justice to the traveller's own character, as he has unconsciously drawn it, says his biographer, Colonel Henry Yule, would require the hand of Chaucer and his freedom of speech. Not deficient either in acuteness or humanity, full of vital energy and enjoyment, infinite in curiosity, daring, restless, sensual, impulsive, inconsiderate, extravagant, superstitious in his regard for the Moslem saints and quacks, and plying devout observances when in difficulties, an agreeable companion, for he is always welcomed at first, but clinging like a horse leech when he finds a full-blooded subject, and hence apt to disgust his patrons, and then to turn to intrigue against them. Such is the picture we form of this prince of Moslem travellers. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. Chapter 8. The Search for an Ocean Way to India. Passing over half a century after the death of Odoric, we find ourselves at the beginning of the period of exploration, which led to an enormous expansion of European influence throughout the world. Europe had recovered from the lethargy of the Dark Ages. Her armies had wrestled again and again with the Moslems for possession of the Holy Land, and if success did not crown her efforts in this direction, she had at least gained much valuable information about the rich countries of the East, besides enlarging her store of scientific knowledge by contact with Arabian navigators. The pilgrims of the 4th to the 10th centuries to the holy shrines had been succeeded by national movements of warriors against the Mohammedan conquerors of the lands made sacred by religious associations. The Crusades proved that between Europe and India an insurmountable barrier existed in the Saracen occupation of Egypt and Asia Minor. The Genoese and Venetians managed, it is true, to establish flourishing trade with India, but heavy tolls had to be paid to the traditional foes of Christendom for the privilege of crossing their countries. As Western Europe, Spain, France, England, and Portugal increased in power, and her sailors became more daring and skillful, the center of European energy shifted further westwards, and men began to ask themselves whether it might not be possible to find a path to the magnetic riches of India and Cathay, which would render them independent of the Mediterranean. Today, the New World is so dominating as a great field for enterprise that we can hardly realize the magnitude of the attraction exercised in the 14th century by the Indies on the imagination of Europe. The army of Alexander and the legions of Rome had long before been led through Persia to open up communication for trading purposes. Every solitary explorer who came back to his home in the West told of the exceeding riches of Asia, and of a trade fit to be the prize of a nation's greatest effort. Even the missionaries, whose thoughts turned less to worldly than to spiritual matters, helped to fan the flame of desire for a participation in the wealth that distinguished Asiatic potentates, while the great harvest of souls which they promised to any nation that would speed the gospel among the heathen also stimulated the fancy of an age when religion and conquest went hand in hand. How then should India be approached? How should the Moslem flank be turned? To us the answer is very evident, but then we know. The folk of the 14th century were still battling with the numbing geographical theory of Ptolemy, which expanded Africa southwards to the pole, and with the superstition which filled the tropics with fiery terrors. Fortunately, the invention of the compass had put a mighty weapon in the hand of science. Italian mariners were steadily mapping out the Mediterranean coasts with a precision that we are bound to admire on examination of their charts. The great Western Ocean, on which men had hitherto turned their backs, now challenged the adventurous sailor. Following the example set by Hanno 2000 years previously, Lancelot de Malocello turned southwards from Gibraltar in 1270 and found the Canary Islands. 70 years later, the Italian Boccaccio again landed on them. These small ventures opened the way for a great swarm of explorers, as soon as a nation should be found ready to essay the task of braving the difficulties of the unknown, and a man should arise fit to direct the efforts of that nation. "The time showeth the man," says an old and true adage. The time is, in this case, the opening years of the 15th century. The man is Prince Henry of Portugal, one of the most remarkable figures in the history of exploration. The effect of his life's work on his own and succeeding ages is hard to calculate, for he is one of those men whose single-hearted pursuit of an end has helped civilization forward at a critical moment. Had Henry not lived, the pathway to the Indies might have remained undiscovered for many more years, and who can say what that delay would have entailed for Europe? It is impossible to proceed without first glancing at the antecedents of this prince. In 1385, King John of Spain threw off the yoke of Castile and won freedom for Portugal. He had 5 sons, Edward, Pedro, Henry, John, and Ferdinand. Both Pedro and Henry were born explorers, and all were ardent champions of Christendom against the Moors. Pedro is known as the traveler, Henry as the navigator. The former earned his title by journeys through Prussia and Italy, in the course of which he amassed much information that proved useful to Henry's sailors. With his brother he distinguished himself at the capture of Ceuta, a Moorish stronghold on the African mainland opposite Gibraltar, which the Barbary pirates used as their base for buccaneering voyages in the Mediterranean. This happened in 1415, the year of Agincourt. Henry made the most of the opportunity for learning about the internal trade and caravan route of Africa, and what he heard of the commerce between Ceuta and the Gold Coast strengthened his already formed determination to search the shores of the Dark Continent. In 1419 we find him settling down on the rocky headland of Sagres, now named Cape St. Vincent, to the serious business of preparing a scheme of discovery. He rebuilt and enlarged the arsenal on the Cape, erected a palace, chapel, and observatory, and gathered round him the most skilful navigators and mathematicians of his time. The motives which prompted him were 3. He desired to increase scientific knowledge, to make Portugal wealthy, and to impart the teachings of Christ to the heathen. Personal ambition had no part in his nature. Had he entered the arena of politics, he might easily have made a name for himself there, but he deliberately chose to exile himself from the court, and to devote health and fortune to a nobler purpose. As early as 1410 he began to send out his little vessels under the command of his trusty captains. Year by year we see them creep nearer and nearer to the equator, slowly but surely, hampered by the thirst for gold and slaves, which constantly turned their prows towards the land when duty pointed to the unknown south. His first success came with the rediscovery of the Madeira Islands in 1418, when two of his squires, Gonzales Zarco and Tristram Vaz, reached Porto Santo. The group was at once annexed to Portugal and colonized. 13 years later, Gonzalo Cabral, steering southwest into the Atlantic, found Santa Maria Island of the Azores group. Meanwhile, other ships were hugging the African coast to Bojador, a rocky promontory washed by strong currents, which again and again took the heart out of the Portuguese skippers. There was, too, to deter them, a legend of terrible things waiting for the Christian who should pass Bojador, sea monsters and waves heated to boiling point by the tropical sun, even Satan himself. The bravest mariners seemed to see confirmation of the tale in the raging surf which fringed the rocks. It took all Prince Henry's powers of persuasion to steel his captains for the task of boldly pricking the fable by actual experience. In 1434 he dispatched Gil Annise with orders to give Bojador a wide berth, and sure enough, when the dread point had been passed, the sea was found to be as easy to sail in as the seas at home, while instead of the awful monsters, a rich and pleasant land smiled at the ship's company. Annise went ashore and gathered plants to take back to his royal master, but found no traces of human habitation. The next year Alfonso Baldaya, Henry's cupbearer, and Annise, each commanding his own vessel, traced the coast for 150 miles beyond Bojador, and on their return Baldaya was at once sent south again to search for natives and bring one home with him. Late in the year he reached what he thought to be the mouth of a great river, the famous River of Gold. He had already named it Rio d'Oro, when, to his disappointment, the opening proved to be only an inlet in the coast. However, mindful of his commands, he scoured the country for natives. Some were seen, but all escaped capture. This landing on the unknown mainland was the first made by Europeans. For the next 5 years exploration languished, because Henry was engaged with other matters. Their success at Ceuta encouraged the Portuguese to attack Tangier. In 1437 6,000 troops landed, to find that the Moors were quite ready for them. Horsemen and infantry swarmed down from the hills in defense of the town. Henry and his men fought desperately, but they were cut off from their ships and compelled to capitulate. Their arms and baggage passed into the hands of the enemy, and Ferdinand, Henry's brother, had to be left with the Moors as a hostage for the surrender of Ceuta. The proud Portuguese, rather than hand over the town and its inhabitants to the Moslems, allowed Ferdinand to linger in a miserable captivity, from which death released him after 6 years of terrible sufferings. The humiliation of failure killed King Edward, and Henry would probably have succumbed to the same heart sickness had not his exploration schemes given him a reason for living. The year 1441 sees him again busy with his ships. Antonio Gonzalves is dispatched to explore the already discovered coasts more thoroughly, and Nuno Tristan to push as far south as possible. Between them they managed to capture a number of native men, women, and children. Gonzalves then turned back. Tristan sailed on and came to a cape, which on account of the white sand round its foot was named Cape Blanco. In 1442 one of the captured natives, a chief, proposed that he should be ransomed, offering to hand over in exchange 6 blacks. So Gonzalvez sailed with him to his country, and received, in addition to the promised slaves, a present of ostrich eggs and some gold dust. The arrival of the last in Lisbon provoked such an outburst of enthusiasm as Henry's most glowing pictures of the possibilities of an ocean path to the Indies had failed to arouse. People who had before scoffed at his schemes, or at least not taken them seriously, were now eager to head an expedition. And when, the next year, Tristan returned with a cargo of slaves, the last doubt as to the value of the lands towards the equator was dispelled. Henry unwittingly inaugurated the slave trade, which for centuries marred the intercourse of European and aboriginal. To modern consciences the idea of slavery is abhorrent, but at that time no one saw anything wrong in carrying off a heathen black, for if he suffered bodily inconvenience in this world, would not his reception of the gospel save him in the next? It must be placed to the credit of the Portuguese that they treated their slaves with kindliness, in many cases freeing them and endowing them with money and lands. But the trade was necessarily associated with much cruelty, which so provoked the natives that their hostility greatly checked the progress of exploration, since any attempt at investigating the interior of the west coast was met by armed opposition. Nuno Tristan himself and many other Portuguese fell victims, at one time or another, to the poisoned arrows and javelins of the Africans. If the shores had been entirely uninhabited, the Cape route would doubtless have been found many years sooner. Having popular opinion now behind him, Prince Henry determined to send out what might be called a national expedition. 6 caravels left Lagos in 1444, under command of Lanzarote, a customs officer. 235 natives were bagged and brought to the port, which now became a regular slave market. The Portuguese clamored for more. The year following, a regular armada of 27 vessels repeated the experiment with considerable success, and what was of more real importance, Diniz Diaz, one of the commanders, reached Cape Verde, the Green Cape, a grass-covered headland jutting far into the Atlantic. The Portuguese had now passed the most westerly point of Africa, and all was going well, when Henry's attention was once more diverted by political troubles. On the death of King Edward, Pedro had been appointed regent, an office which he filled wisely and with success. In 1446, Alfonso, Edward's infant son, came of age, and Pedro wished to retire, while Alfonso begged him to remain in the court. Evil tongues bred ill feeling between the two, till matters came to an open rupture. Pedro collected his friends and adherents, marched on Lisbon, and met the royal troops in a pitched battle, which ended in his death and that of many of his partisans. During the troublous times which followed, Henry's tact was needed to keep the kingdom together, and he had little chance of furthering Portuguese exploration. By 1455 things had quieted down sufficiently for him to take up the broken threads. Luigi Cadamosto, a Venetian, caught in a storm off Cape St. Vincent, put into Lagos, and on hearing of the enterprise of the prince, straightway sought him out. As the result of an interview, Cadamosto left Lagos in March on a long voyage. He touched at the Madeira and the Canary Islands, passed Cape Blanco, and entered the Senegal River. Here he made the original move of pushing far up into the country to the land of Bodomel, a Negro emperor who was so honest and just in all his dealings that Cadamosto wishes all Christians were the same. Of what he found in the native villages, the Venetian does not draw a very pleasing picture. The district was miserably poor, and the emperor ruled his subjects with a rod of iron. so that they had little to offer the Portuguese in exchange for European trinkets. They were, however, much impressed by the general appearance of the strangers. They crowded about me, says Cadamosto, wondering at our Christian symbols, our white color, our dress and shape of body, our black silk garments and robes of blue wool. Some thought that the whiteness of our bodies was not natural, but painted on, and tried to rub it off. Retracing his steps to the coast, Cadamosto sailed beyond Cape Verde, and found himself bearing eastwards. Presently he reached the mouth of a river as large as the Senegal, where he sent a native scout ashore to spy out the land. No sooner had the poor wretch won the beach by swimming than a swarm of savages caught him and cut him to pieces. This was enough for the Venetian. He weighed anchor forthwith, and still pressed on. The estuary of another river, the Gambia, soon appeared on the left. Mindful of the treatment meted out to their spy, the explorers sailed cautiously up the river in the hope of finding some peacefully disposed natives ready to trade. But the evil fame of the Portuguese had traveled faster than their ships. 4 miles from the mouth, a flotilla of canoes put out from the banks and attacked the caravel furiously. In vain the interpreters cried out that commerce had brought the ship so far south. "We refuse to treat with men who eat human flesh," retorted the natives. "What else do you buy slaves for, if not to eat them?" Cadamosto now thought it time to turn back. He had approached so near to the equator that the Southern Cross was visible, and the summer nights and days were of almost equal length. In 1456 he again visited the Gambia, discovering on the way the Cape Verde Islands, where he stayed some while. The natives of the Gambia were on this occasion more approachable, conversing through interpreters with the Europeans. At their invitation, Cadamosto ascended the river 40 miles to the capital of King Bati, with whom they carried on some profitable trade, as the natives gladly exchanged gold, furs, and fruits for worthless baubles. A fortnight's stay in this unhealthy region made its mark on the health of his crew, so the captain sailed seawards again, with the intention of following the coast still farther. But after 70 miles of cruising, his men asked him that he would put the helm about, which he did, and ran back to Lagos. The last expedition which Henry had to do with was that of Diego Gomez, whom he sent out in 1458 with orders to go as far as he could. He managed to get to Cadamosto's furthest point, the Rio Grande, and then, like him, he turned back. We put back and came to a land where there were groves of palms near the shore, with their branches broken, so tall that from a distance I thought that they were the masts or spars of negroes' vessels. So we went ashore and found a great plain covered with hay, and more than 5,000 animals like stags, but larger, who showed no fear of us. 5 animals came down a small river that was fringed with trees, and on the shore we saw holes of crocodiles in plenty. They then ascended a river which they imagined to be the Gambia, where Nuno Tristan had met his death, as far as Cantor, which is a large town near the river side. Farther than this the ships cannot go, because of the thick growth of trees and underwood. But here I made it known that I had come to exchange merchandise, and the natives came to me in great numbers. Diligent inquiry produced valuable information about the caravan trade across the desert from Carthage, Tunis, Fez, and Egypt, and certain gold mines on the other side of Sierra Leone. Gomez heard, too, of a great Negro chieftain who had subdued all the other chiefs of the interior. A promising chance of opening up trade relations with the natives of the gold regions was cut short by the sickness of his men with that malaria which has ever since made such ravages among Europeans. After I had gone down the river 50 leagues, they told me of a great chief living on the south side, who wished to speak with me. We met in a wood on the bank, and he brought with him a vast throng of people, armed with poisoned arrows, assegais, swords, and shields. I went to him carrying some presents, and biscuits, and some wine, for they have no wine except that made from the date palm. And he was pleased and extremely gracious, giving me 3 negroes, and swearing to me by the one God that he would never make war against the Christians, that they might trade and travel safely through all his country. Gomez now dispatched an Indian to the inland chiefs with messages of peace, and received from them ivory and slaves. And to make the Gambia safe for future explorers, he came to terms with Nomimansa, who had had a hand in the death of Tristan. I begged the king that his chief men and 8 of his wives should dine with me on my caravel, and they came all unarmed, and I gave them fowls and meat and wine, as much as they could drink. And they said to one another that no people were better than the Christians. Nomimansa then asked to be baptized, and as Gomez could not himself perform the ceremony, he wrote to Prince Henry asking for a priest to be sent. The conduct of this explorer contrasts pleasantly with that of his predecessors, Cadamosto excepted. Had the Portuguese from the first tried to make friends of the natives, instead of harrying and enslaving them, they would probably have won more by commerce than they would have lost in slave money. In 1460, Henry, worn out by strenuous exertions and worry, died on the Cape, which he had made his watchtower over the Atlantic. For 40 years he had labored incessantly on the solution of the great problem of the Southeast Passage. His faith in science had dispelled the terrors of the tropical ocean. Bohedor was no longer a Scylla. Under his fostering care, the Portuguese had attained first place as daring mariners, the very men who had once refused to pass this Bohedor. The coast of Africa had been explored for 2,000 miles, and things were now ready for the next advance, which carried the Portuguese to the Cape of Good Hope. Henry did not live to see his aspirations fulfilled, but successful must a man be called who opened to his country 100 years of prosperity and wealth, and who is ultimately responsible for the discovery of the Cape route to India. The Lusitanian prince, who, heaven inspired, to love of useful glory roused mankind, and in unbounded commerce mixed the world. So wrote the poet Thomson, and no poetical eulogy was ever more fully justified. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. The Rounding of the Cape. Effect of Prince Henry's death on exploration. Alfonso V, no explorer. King John II, an enthusiast. Carries on Henry's work. Dispatches Diego Cam to explore West African coast. Cam gets to Walfish Bay. Bartholomew Diaz rounds the Cape of Good Hope and reaches Algoa Bay. Joy of the King. Pedro de Covilham goes to India and Abyssinia. Accession of Emmanuel. Expedition under Vasco da Gama. Rounds Cape and discovers Natal. Sails up the east coast. Crosses Indian Ocean. Calicut. Jealousy of Moors. Da Gama received by King of Calicut. Is kidnapped and released. Return voyage. Scurvy. One vessel burned. Back in Portugal. Honors conferred on Da Gama. Overland trade route from Red Sea to Alexandria. The death of the navigator had immediate effects on oceanic exploration. Alfonso V, the reigning king, preferred armies to armadas, and spent much of his time in quarrels with his powerful neighbor of Spain. The latter years of his life were not, however, entirely unmarked by geographical advance southwards, for in 1471 Fernando Po reached the island now named after him in the great angle of the west coast of Africa, and in 1475 two Portuguese pilots crossed the equator to St. Catherine's Point, 2 degrees south latitude. When Alfonso died in 1481, a new era of discovery began. His successor, King John II, burned with the spirit of Henry, whose well-tried captains still hung about the court anxious to lead some expedition towards India. He at once ordered the erection of a fort at Elmina on the Gold Coast in the territory of one Caramansa, a Negro king whom John's emissaries were able to convince of the advantages that would arise from the presence of a European colony. Having secured a footing in the Bay of Benin, and having obtained from the Pope the parceller out of unknown countries among the kings of Christendom, the right to claim the African coasts and islands as far as India, he dispatched Diego Cam with the first of those pillars which every captain was henceforth to carry and erect on the newly discovered coasts, to earmark them for Portugal. Each pillar had engraved on it the name of the king and captain and the date of its erection. Cam reached the Congo in 1484, set up the first pillar, and opened relations with the natives living in the basin of that mighty river. Their chief was so much impressed by Cam's tactful manners that he expressed his willingness to be baptized with his people if priests should be sent from Portugal. When the priests arrived, they admitted many Negroes to the Christian fold, one being credited with the baptism of 5,000 converts in a single day. The next year, Cam sailed to Walfish Bay, almost on the Tropic of Capricorn, and, without knowing it, came within a few hundred miles of the Cape. The rounding of Africa was reserved for another bold mariner, Bartolomeo, or, as we call him, Bartholomew Diaz, a knight of the royal household, and probably a descendant of the discoverer of Cape Verde and the Senegal. In August 1486, King John sent him out in command of a squadron of 3 small ships. The chief object of this expedition was the gathering of information about the mysterious Prester John. Certain Negroes and Negresses brought to Portugal by Cam were set ashore with orders to penetrate the interior as far as possible for news of the priest-king, after having had their zeal stimulated by the promise of rich rewards to anyone who should succeed in the search. Diaz then pursued his southward course and passed Walfish Bay and the Orange River. As the weather had now become very threatening, he stood well out to sea, fearing shipwreck on an unknown coast. It was well that he did so, for a tremendous storm overtook the ships and swept them before it into regions so cold that the sailors were scarcely able to manage the tackle with their numbed fingers. When calmer weather came, at the end of 14 days, Diaz turned his prow east and presently, as no land appeared, north. The ships soon arrived in a bay where cows were browsing near the shore. This Diaz named Flesh Bay, or the Cowherds' Bay, but it afterwards became known as Algoa Bay, since vessels stopped there on the outward journey to Alagoa, while Delagoa Bay was the corresponding port of call for the return voyage. The crews had suffered so many hardships in their stormy experiences of the last month that they now began to murmur. It was full time, they said, that they should make for Portugal again, and in spite of their commander's earnest entreaties, could not be persuaded to sail more than 3 days east of their first landing place. Diaz, sorely against his will, put his helm about, convinced that he had not yet reached the southernmost point of Africa, since the coast still tended due east. His bitter disappointment was, however, turned to joy when, one day, there loomed ahead a mighty promontory, the Cape of Storms, as he termed it, in memory of a terrific tempest which almost overwhelmed his vessels. After rounding this and finding the coast turn sharply northwards, Diaz felt certain that the longed-sought-for route had at last been discovered. Africa had been proved to terminate southward. In December 1487, Diaz dropped anchor at the Tagus and hurried ashore with his great news, which the king received enthusiastically. "Thou southernmost point," the joyful king exclaimed, "Cape of Good Hope be thou for ever named." And by that name we know it today. John richly rewarded his successful explorer, but did not again put him in command of an expedition. Diaz perished 14 years later in a storm not far from the cape which has immortalized his memory. In the year of the rounding of the Cape, 2 emissaries were sent from Portugal, Pedro de Covilham and Alfonso de Paiva, to prosecute the search by land for Prester John. Both these men were conversant with the Arabic language and otherwise fitted for the task of penetrating to the court of the Christian king. To avoid arousing suspicion, they traveled disguised as merchants. At Alexandria, they separated, Covilham to investigate the Indian trade routes and gather information about the influence of Arabian merchants in the East. This was a subsidiary object of their expedition. Paiva to ascend the Nile to Abyssinia, where the residence of Prester John had now been definitely located. Paiva reached Abyssinia, but died before he could send back word of his success. His fellow countrymen, meanwhile, reached Ormuz overland, and thence sailed down the east coast of Africa to Sofala, 20 degrees south latitude, and Madagascar. During this voyage, he learnt that the coast was easy of access, and, what was of equal importance, that a flourishing trade was carried on by Arab traders between it and India. Armed with this knowledge, he returned to Cairo, where he heard of Paiva's death and found orders from the king awaiting him to go forthwith to Abyssinia. Before setting out on this enterprise, he committed to writing all his experiences in the Indian Ocean and handed the manuscript over to John's messenger. It was well that he did so, for although the Prester received him kindly, he would not let him return to his native country, fearful lest the 2 envoys who had reached him in 1 year should prove to be the single spies preceding the battalions of the King of Portugal, and in Abyssinia Covilham remained till he died. 2 most important facts were now in the possession of the Portuguese. First, that Africa could be rounded. Secondly, that the ocean on its farther side led straight to India. King John lost no time in preparing a great fleet which should forge the last link in the chain of discovery and place the riches of India in the lap of Portugal. But a terrible blow, the death of his only son, Alfonso, overtook him while he gathered his ships. His interest in the expedition waned. Delay followed delay, and the arrival of Columbus in Lisbon with news of discoveries in the West dried up any enthusiasm that had survived the shock of his great domestic trouble. The accession of King Emmanuel the Great infused fresh life into Portuguese exploration. Spain was already considered to be perilously near the shores of China, for the fact had not yet been realized that a continent as large as Africa barred the way to the eastern shores of the New World. It therefore required little persuasion on the part of his admirals to make Emmanuel give the order for the preparation of a squadron which should anticipate the arrival of the Spaniards at the Golden Gates of India. 4 ships, commanded by Vasco da Gama, a man in whom were united all the qualities necessary for bringing so great a task to a successful conclusion, left the Tagus June 8, 1497. In consideration of the probable duration of the voyage, the fleet carried provisions for 3 years, and for the better establishment of cordial relations with the rulers of Africa and India, to da Gama were entrusted open letters from the king. By the end of November, the Cape of Good Hope had been passed, and the ships had reached coasts hitherto unexplored. The account of a journey, written by a sailor of the expedition named Alvaro Velhez, tells how at Christmas they came opposite a fruitful land, which in honor of the season was named Natal. The crews, who a few weeks before had been scared into mutiny by the tempests of the Cape of Storms, now turned to the other extreme of hopefulness, and, as one man, cried to sail straight for India. It was necessary, however, to land at Rio de Cobre for water and fresh provisions, and here the Portuguese made their first acquaintance with the Kafirs, whose king they won to their side by the present of such personal adornment as is still able to melt the heart of a Negro potentate. Proceeding north, they passed De La Goa Bay and anchored in the mouth of the Zambezi to repair their ships. This great river they named the River of Good Tidings, on account of the news received of a civilized country not far to the north. Scarcely had they set sail for this country when a new disease, scurvy, a terrible swelling of the hands, feet, and gums, began to affect the sailors. Had it not been for the care of their commander in fighting this strange malady, things would have gone hard with the expedition. On March 2nd, they arrived at Mozambique, inhabited by Mohammedans. Their clothing was very rich, bright-striped robes of linen and cotton, turbans of glistening silks interwoven with gold thread, and Moorish swords and daggers. Near the harbor lay Moorish merchant ships, very large, but without decks, and the planks held together without nails by means of bast, which was prepared from the shell of the cocoanut. The sails consisted of matting made of palm leaves, and the whole rigging was very scanty. Yet these miserable vessels made long voyages to sea, and, to the astonishment of the admiral, were well provided with compasses, quadrants, and charts. They were laden with gold and silver, cloth, cloves, pepper, pearls, and precious stones, and the natives stated that all these commodities were to be found in a country not far distant. This port, where the Portuguese first came into contact with Indian traders, was unfortunately also the scene of the first of those bloody conflicts between Christians and Moors which stain the record of Portuguese enterprise in the Indian Ocean. Guided by local pilots, the fleet sailed northwards from Mozambique to Quiloa and Mombasa. At both places the people received the Portuguese in a manner which further increased the ill feeling already abroad, but at Melinde a hospitable welcome awaited the explorers. The king of the port sent aboard a present of sheep, fowls, and vegetables, and expressed the wish that peace and friendship might be established with his visitors. Da Gama, not to be outdone in courtesy, dispatched in return a silver vase of preserves, a napkin, and some water, a mark of welcome to a guest, and then had his ships dressed with flags, while the guns sent some balls ricocheting over the waves, the last, no doubt, serving the double purpose of awing the natives as well as doing honor to the king. Presently an interview took place on the sea, Da Gama and the Moorish king being each in his own boat. The admiral bestowed upon the Moor a splendid sword in a scabbard of enameled gold, very handsome, with its belts very magnificent, and a lance of gilt iron, as a gift from Emmanuel. And the king, in accepting it, said, "I promise and swear by my religion forever to comply with true peace and friendship with the King of Portugal, my new brother, and I hold it to be a good fortune to possess the friendship of so great a king as is yours." Nor were these mere empty words, for the Sheikh of Melinde remained faithful to his compact, and on many subsequent occasions helped Portuguese vessels that came to his shores. After taking in supplies and shipping a pilot skilled in the navigation of the Indian Ocean, Da Gama left the African coast on 24 April 1498, and stood boldly towards India. 20 days of sailing brought the fleet to Cananore, on the Malabar coast. The king of that town, seeing the strange ships approach, consulted his diviners about them, and was told that the people in the ships should conquer India, upon which he determined in his heart to establish with the Portuguese all the peace and friendship that was possible. For the time he had no chance of putting this prudent plan into execution, as the vessels, without touching, ran southward to Calicut. Da Gama, after making due inquiry as to the etiquette of trading in this port, sent a message on shore to the effect that the King of Portugal was desirous of exchanging his gold, silver, and rich merchandise for pepper and drugs of India, and that his ships were but a small detachment of a large fleet of 50 vessels, from which he had been separated by a storm. The latter half of the message was, of course, an untruth, calculated to impress the Zamorin, as the ruler of Calicut was styled, with the idea that a regular armada was at the back of these strangers. The envoy, a Moor, did not fail to extol Da Gama's generosity, quote, upon which the king felt a great longing to obtain as much from our people, and he sent to say to the captain major that he grieved much for his ill fortune, and rejoiced at his fleet having arrived at his port, that as to the cargo which he was going in search of, he would fill his ships with as much pepper and drugs as he wished for, and would give him on payment whatever there was in the city, and in the meantime they might do what they pleased. End quote. The city of Calicut, says our author, was at that time the principal port in India on account of its trade, which was in the hands of the Moors of Cairo. These had become so influential that many of the lower caste Indians had adopted their religion when they found that they thereby gained greater importance in the state. The traders were not slow to perceive in the advent of the Portuguese a great danger to their commerce, if the newcomers should win the ear of the Zamorin. They therefore sedulously spread the rumor that these apparently peaceful merchants were armed spies sent to prepare the way for a general invasion, and by means of bribes judiciously distributed, secured an entry for the rumors into the palace itself. A resident in Calicut, a Moor, who had traveled through Spain and been converted to Christianity, warned the Portuguese of the state of popular feeling, and advised them to go cautiously. The commander immediately sent an envoy to the Zamorin, asking him for a guarantee of peace before trading relations could be opened. This being granted, a depot was established in the town with a stock of a chest of 100 weight of branch coral and as much vermilion, and a barrel of quicksilver, 50 pigs of copper, 20 strings of large cut coral, and as much of amber, together with a set of balances for weighing the sails. Bartering commenced at once, the Portuguese accepting adulterated ginger and cinnamon without protest, in order to obtain a footing and deflect trade from the Moors. The latter, however, pointed out that people who could not tell the quality of what was bought must evidently not be real merchants, but, as they had maintained from the first, only spies in disguise, and advised the Zamorin to treat any further embassy in such a manner as to make the Portuguese disclose their real character. When, therefore, at the Zamorin's invitation, Da Gama went on shore next day, he was told that the king had gone into the country and would not return till evening. The admiral at once put back to his ship, saying that when the king was ready to receive him in Calicut, he would come again. This had the desired effect. Word was soon brought that the Zamorin awaited him in his palace. Da Gama then prepared a present and landed. The Zamorin received him graciously, so graciously that the Moors conspired with the Catul, or chamberlain, to kidnap the commander. Pretending that the Zamorin wished to speak with him again, the Catul got Da Gama into a litter and carried him off inland for some distance, and then coolly informed him that he and his men were proved spies, and that the king had ordered his ships to be captured and held until a confession was made of their treachery. The chamberlain did not dare, however, to murder his prisoners, as the Moors advised him to do, contenting himself with a fruitless effort to make da Gama order his captains to land all their gold, etc., which would immediately be seized. Instead of telling his second-in-command, his brother Polo, to do any such thing, Vasco advised him to sail back to Portugal and tell Emmanuel how he was being treated. The Catchwolves' plot was frustrated by the Portuguese capture of some Nairs, or Calicut nobles, whose heads they threatened to cut off if the admiral were not given up without delay. In the end, da Gama had to be released, and a few days later the Portuguese weighed anchor, threatening dire vengeance on the place if they should return. At Cananor, where the fleet next touched, a very different reception awaited it. Presents were exchanged, and the king of the place showed by the manner in which he welcomed the captains that he was really anxious to trade with them. But da Gama was now eager for the homeward voyage, so that after a short stay he set sail for Melinde in November 1498. The voyage across the Indian Ocean was greatly delayed by persistent calms and contrary winds. A distance which had occupied but 1 month on the outward voyage now consumed 3 months. Scurvy broke out. All our people suffered again from their gums, which grew over their teeth so that they could not eat. Their legs also swelled, and other parts of the body, and these swellings spread until the sufferer died, without exhibiting symptoms of any other disease. 30 of our men died in this manner, an equal number having died previously, and those able to navigate our ships were only 7 or 8, and even these were not well as they ought to have been. I assure you that if this state of affairs had continued for another fortnight, there would have been no men at all to navigate the ships. We had come to such a pass that all bonds of discipline had gone. Whilst suffering this affliction, we addressed vows and petitions to the saints on behalf of our ships. The captains had held council, and they had agreed that if a favorable wind enabled, we would return to India whence we had come. But it pleased God, in his mercy, to send us a wind which, in the course of 6 days, carried us within sight of land. And at this we rejoiced as much as if the land we saw had been Portugal, for, with the help of God, we hoped to recover our health there, as we had done before. The ships had arrived at Magadoxo, some distance north of Melinde. They stayed here a few days and then proceeded to the latter port, where, as previously, a kind welcome was accorded them, and a variety of fruits and other foods were sent aboard. The king of Melinde allowed da Gama to erect a pillar here, as a token of his regard for the Portuguese, nor would he permit the vessels to depart before he had written a long letter to King Emmanuel, with many requests that he would send his fleet and men to his port. As they coasted southwards, one of the vessels, the St. Raphael, showed alarming signs of breaking up. Her crews and cargo were therefore transferred to the other 2 ships, after which she was set on fire and allowed to burn to the water's edge. On February 1st, 1499, a pillar was set up on San Jose Island, off Mozambique, in a rain which fell so heavily that it was impossible to light a fire for melting the lead for fixing the cross in the stone. A favorable breeze wafted the ships round the Cape on March 20th, much to the joy of the crews, who were half perished by the cold winds blowing from the south. Da Gama now called his men together and said, "What do you men now say of the great shame with which you covered yourselves when, from fear of the storm, you wished to seize upon me and lose this great pleasure which we all possess, and this great service which we have rendered unto God and to the King our sovereign, who will grant us many favors for our great hardships?" The answer of the battered mariner, who acted as spokesman for the crew, is admirable in its point and brevity. "Sir, we acted according to as we are. You acted like as you are. Now, sir, on the day of much joy, it is in reason that we should be pardoned." And pardoned they were, though, in accordance with a vow which he had made at the time of the mutiny, da Gama insisted that the ringleaders should march in chains to the king on landing. During the northward voyage, the two ships were separated near the Cape Verde Islands, and Nicholas Coelho's vessel, the Berrio, reached Portugal 7 weeks before the flagship. The admiral had been detained in the Azores by the death of his brother Paul, to whom he was deeply attached. The body was interred at the monastery of St. Francis on Terceira. The loss so afflicted Vasco that for some weeks he could not tear himself away from the grave, and very much diminished his satisfaction with the great honors that he hoped for on coming to the king's presence. The admiral's ship entered the Tagus early in September. Concealing his grief as best he could, da Gama went ashore to pay his respects to his sovereign, who received him with many expressions of regard and sympathy. Honors fell fast and thick on the explorer. He received a large pension, was raised to nobility, created Admiral of the Indies, and given many trading privileges which brought additional riches to his family. To show his thankfulness to heaven, the king built a splendid cloister named Bethlehem on the spot where da Gama had embarked in 1497, and placed at the entrance a statue of Prince Henry the Navigator, whose untiring energy had sown the seed which had produced so notable a discovery. Of da Gama's 2 subsequent voyages to Calicut there is no need to speak, for they served to detract from, rather than add to, the fame of a truly great sailor. Note: in the Roteiro, an interesting account is given of the route by which spices were brought from India to Europe before the arrival of the Portuguese. From Calicut, ships carried them to Jeddah, on the Red Sea, where they were landed and taxed by the Sultan. They were then transferred to smaller craft and transported to the head of the Gulf of Suez, and taxed again. An organized system of camel transport next took them across the desert to Cairo, duties paid once more. Nile boats then advanced them to Rosetta. The Sultan there got his 4th bite. From Rosetta to Alexandria, the port of distribution, camels were required again. No wonder that the Portuguese wished for some more direct method of trading with India. End of Chapter 9. Read by Will Caffey, Oregon, December 2022. Chapter 10 of the Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. The Conquest of the Atlantic Ocean. Cristóbal Colombo. His personality. Early years. Prowess as a captain. Goes to Lisbon. Marries a Portuguese lady. Life in the Madeira Islands. Correspondence with Toscanelli about the possibility of reaching Asia across the Atlantic. Columbus's calculations about the distance. His error. Missionary zeal. Did he know of Viking expeditions to Vinland? Applies to King John II of Portugal for help. John's mean trick. Its failure. And Columbus's anger. He goes to Spain. Many delays, but patience ultimately rewarded. Agreement drawn up between Columbus and Isabella. The fleet sails from Paulos. Faint-heartedness of the crews. Variation of the compass. First signs of land. Hopes repeatedly disappointed. Mutiny in the fleet. Columbus sees land. Goes ashore and takes possession. The natives. Sails south to Cuba. Desertion of one vessel. Wreck of a second. Hispaniola. Columbus returns to Spain. A terrible storm. Device to preserve the account of the voyage. Trouble with the Portuguese at the Azores. Columbus reaches Spain. Has a magnificent reception. Second voyage. Further exploration of Cuba. which was thought to be a promontory of Asia. Columbus superseded. Returns to Spain. Third voyage. Discovers Guiana. Thrown into chains and taken back to Spain. Fourth voyage. Neglect and death. Among the many adventurers drawn to Lisbon by the fame of the Portuguese discoveries made at the instigation of Henry the Navigator was a certain Genoese captain named Cristóvão Colombo, or, to use the Latinized form, Christopher Columbus. At the time of his arrival, in 1470, he was in the full vigor of life, a tall, well-built man who carried himself with a self-confident air befitting one who had passed 21 out of his 35 years among the perils of a seafaring career. In his boyhood, Columbus showed a passionate desire to roam on the ocean. His native town, Genoa, had a vast maritime trade, and it was only natural that a boy should wish to have a share in the romantic adventures which formed the staple of marketplace gossip. While willing to gratify his longings, his father wisely decided that he should not go to sea before he had received such an education as should enable him to take a high place in his profession. And after grounding him in the elements, he sent him to the University of Pavia, where the young Columbus readily applied himself to the study of geometry, astronomy, and navigation. What he learned at Pavia he was soon able to turn to practical account, for when only 14 years old, he shipped on a vessel commanded by a distant relative who had won some reputation as a fearless fighter. Of his personal history during the next 20 years, we have very brief records. We know, however, that he took part in several naval skirmishes and succeeded in winning credit by his intrepid conduct in action. On one occasion, the ship under his command engaged a huge Venetian galley, and grappled it with the intention of boarding. Some hand grenades thrown by the Venetians set both vessels alight. Columbus was obliged to follow the example of his men and to throw himself into the sea. The shore was 6 miles away, and to a man cumbered by his fighting harness, the chances of reaching it were small indeed. But fortunately, the captain was a powerful swimmer, and, aided by the support of an oar which he found floating about, he succeeded in gaining the land, which happened to be the Portuguese coast not far from Cape St. Vincent. Whether he proceeded straightway to Lisbon, as some accounts assert, is very doubtful. There is reason to believe that the sea fight in question took place some years before his appearance at the capital, and that he went to seek employment under a foreign flag after deliberately assuring himself that Genoa had fewer chances to offer an enterprising sailor than those to be found in the new series of African voyages of discovery. Within 3 years of his arrival in Lisbon, he married a Portuguese lady of rank, Dona Filipa de Perestrello, and settled down with her on an estate in Porto Santo, one of the Madeira Islands. Here, on the outposts of civilization, he learnt the full story of the Portuguese expeditions and began to revolve in his mind the possibility of reaching India by a voyage across the Atlantic. In or about the year 1474, he corresponded on this subject with Toscanelli, a famous Florentine geographer, who, in his reply, which has been preserved, enclosed a letter addressed by him to Ferdinand Martinez, a canon of Lisbon, about the same matter in the same year. It appears that someone had already suggested to King Alfonso that India might be more easily attained westward than southwards round Africa. Possibly Columbus himself or Toscanelli may have made the suggestion, we do not know. At any rate, Toscanelli believed that a voyage of about 3,250 miles would bring the ship from the Canaries to Cipango, or Japan, and he backed up his belief by forwarding to both Martinez and Columbus a map showing what he considered to be the relative positions of the European and Asiatic coasts. A sketch of his map is given on the opposite page. That Columbus was already seriously meditating a voyage westward is found by the following passage in Toscanelli's second letter. I regard as noble and grand your project of sailing from east to west, according to the indications furnished by the map which I sent you. I am much pleased to see that I have been well understood, and that the voyage has become not only possible but certain, fraught with honor as it must be, and inestimable gain, and most lofty fame among all Christian people. When that voyage shall be accomplished, it will be a voyage to powerful kingdoms, and to cities and provinces most wealthy and noble, abounding in all sorts of things most desired by us. I mean, with all kinds of spices and jewels, in great abundance. Columbus, while attaching great importance to Toscanelli's map, was not content with his estimate of the distances, which he considered to be excessive. It is interesting to note how he arrived at the figures which emboldened him to pursue his enterprise. 1,300 years before this, Ptolemy had calculated the equatorial girth of the earth to be 20,400 miles. This Columbus assumed to be correct. Making allowance for latitude, the circumference at the Canaries would be about 18,000 miles. Of this distance, he believed that 1/7 only was ocean. On the authority of the fourth book of Esdras, and of several early authors, including Eliacus, who in turn had borrowed from Roger Bacon. Dividing 18,000 by 7, he got, as his quotient, 2,570 odd miles, a by no means formidable figure to voyagers even in those days. Columbus was confirmed in his theory by many pieces of information which he diligently collected. From one person he heard of strange plants which had been washed on to the coast of the Azores, from another of curiously carved timbers picked up far out to sea, or again of lands sighted in the far distance by mariners driven from their course by storms. Tradition, too, spoke of islands in mid-ocean. St. Brandon, said to have been discovered by a monk in the 6th century, Atlantis, and Antilia. Together, Columbus thought that he had made out a very good case for his theory, and it is well that he was unaware of his errors, for, as Mr. John Fiske says, when we consider how difficult he found it to obtain men and ships for a voyage supposed to be not more than 2,500 miles in this new and untried direction, we must admit that his chances would have been poor indeed if he had proposed to sail westward on the Sea of Darkness for nearly 12,000 miles, the real distance from the Canaries to Japan. It was a case where the littleness of the knowledge was not a dangerous, but a helpful thing. To his desire to establish the correctness of his calculations, Columbus added a fervent missionary zeal in the cause of Christianity. European vessels should bring to the west the riches of Asia. They should also carry to the east the light of the true faith, and so bring all Asiatic heathens into the fold of the Church. We must not lose sight of the deeply religious nature of the great explorer. His belief that he was the chosen instrument of heaven for the conversion of races beyond the ocean upheld him in many a moment of severest trial, and gave him the courage which rose superior to opposition of every kind. To provide himself with personal knowledge which might be of use for effecting his great purpose, Columbus visited the Gold Coast, and sailed as far north as Iceland. This last expedition had been thought to have acquainted him with the exploits of the Vikings in Vinland 500 years previously, but it is highly improbable that he had ever heard of the Norse expeditions, for he never refers to them, and we can hardly imagine that he would have kept silence about what might have proved a most weighty argument in favor of his scheme at court. Also, it is doubtful whether the descriptions given in the sagas of the shores of Vinland would have either impressed him as being more than mere fancy, for the object of his search was the wealth of Asia, not the rugged and inhospitable shores of a new continent. We have seen in an earlier chapter that Portuguese exploration languished somewhat during the reign of Alfonso V, but was stimulated by the accession of John II in 1481. About the time that Diego Cam was feeling his way down the African coast to Walfish Bay, Columbus approached the new king with the proposal that he should furnish him with men and ships to carry out his scheme. John, after hearing his arguments in full, referred the matter to his geographers, who, without any hesitation, condemned the project as impracticable. They had probably a much more correct idea than Columbus of the true circumference of the globe and of the extent of Asia. And as they, in common with other learned men of the time, were entirely ignorant of the discoveries of the Vikings, they had no grounds for suspecting the existence of an intermediate continent, so that their verdict was quite reasonable. The king was not, however, ready to let the matter drop, and, at the suggestion of the Bishop of Ceuta, stooped to an act of great meanness. Columbus had asked a very high price for his services. Why not, said the wily bishop, send out a vessel secretly to see if there were any foundations for his theory? If Asia was reached, the glory would redound to his majesty alone, and in either event much expense would be saved. Under pretense of taking provisions to the Cape Verde Islands, a caravel was dispatched into the Atlantic with Columbus's charts and instructions on board. But on encountering stormy weather, the captain, who regarded his task as a mere wild goose chase, soon lost heart and ran back to port. News of this attempt presently reached the ears of Columbus. Furious at the trick which had been played upon him, he at once left Lisbon for the court of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Spanish king and queen, hoping to receive fairer treatment from them. When he arrived at the Castilian court, he found the two sovereigns preoccupied with the final struggle against the Moors of Granada. So cool was his reception that he returned in 1487 to Lisbon to meet his brother Bartholomew, who had sailed with Diaz on his memorable voyage, and dispatched him to the courts of Henry VII of England and Charles VIII of France. While Bartholomew waited fruitlessly on these monarchs, Christopher again approached Isabella, who had shown him more sympathy than the king. The country was still in the throes of war, and though he followed the court from camp to camp, he could get no definite answer. At last, sickened by repeated delays, he had decided to shake the dust of Spain off his feet and, in person, try his fortune at Paris, when he received a summons from the Queen to attend her at Granada, which was being besieged by the Spanish forces. Isabella promised that she would consider his scheme seriously as soon as the city should be captured. On January 2nd, 1492, the Moorish stronghold capitulated, and, true to her word, Isabella gave Columbus an audience. Unfortunately, his somewhat overbearing manner and the extravagance of his demands led to negotiations being broken off. Columbus immediately quitted the court and prepared to go to France, but before he had gone far, a messenger overtook him. The Queen, persuaded by certain ladies who were interested in the adventurer, had changed her mind. He was to return to Granada without delay. And now at last he reaped the reward of all his perseverance. An agreement was drawn up between him and Isabella, whereby Columbus secured for himself and his heirs the office of admiral in all islands and continents he might discover in the ocean, for himself the viceroyalty of all these islands and continents, and 1/10 of all the articles found, bought, or bartered within his jurisdiction. He received also, among other things, the right of contributing 1/8 of the expenses of fitting out any expedition, and of receiving an equal proportion of the profits. We need not dwell upon the many vexatious delays with which Columbus had to contend during the equipping of a fleet. Let it suffice to say that on August 3rd, 1492, 3 vessels left the port of Palos, carrying 90 persons. The craft were named the Santa Maria, the Pinta, and the Nina, or Baby. The last 2 had no decks, and appeared very little suited for the voyage which lay before them. Seldom had an expedition started under less favorable conditions. A deep gloom was spread over the whole community of Paulos at their departure, for almost everyone had some relative or friend on board the squadron. The spirits of the seamen, already depressed by their own affairs, were still more cast down at the affliction of those they had left behind, who took leave of them with tears and lamentations and dismal forebodings, as of men they were never to see again. Columbus headed for the Canaries, intending to sail thence due west along the 28th parallel of latitude, until he should come to Japan. Scarcely had the land disappeared over the horizon when trouble began. The Pinta's rudder was broken, purposely, Columbus believed, so that the crew might be left behind. The admiral managed, however, to patch up the damage sufficiently to enable the Pinta to reach the Canaries, where he waited 3 weeks looking for another vessel to replace her. As none could be found, a new rudder was constructed, and the voyage resumed. The sight of Teneriffe belching forth flames and smoke was interpreted by the sailors as a terrible portent of dangers awaiting them. The calm which overtook the ships on the first day out also seemed to be a sign that the Almighty frowned on the enterprise, and when a breeze sprang up and quickly wafted the squadron into the ocean, many of the men wept like children. Columbus tried in vain to soothe their fears by glowing pictures of the riches that would be theirs if only they threw their hearts into the undertaking. He then resorted to the expedient of keeping 2 logbooks, a correct one for his own eye only, and an incorrect one open to inspection. In the second he generally entered a smaller number of miles than those actually covered, so that if land should not appear within the calculated distance, the crew might not accuse him of having deliberately misled them. The sailors soon found a fresh cause for alarm. The compass, the emblem of steadfastness, began to behave in a curious manner, for, instead of pointing a little to the east of the pole star, it shifted more and more to the west. Protests were now heard against sailing further into regions where the very laws of nature seemed to be changing. Columbus had an explanation ready, not a correct one, but sufficiently learned to allay misgivings as to the cause of this phenomenon. In the middle of September, birds of species which are not supposed to wander far from land were seen. Soon afterwards the ships entered vast tracts of seaweed, such as is usually found on rocks and in rivers. The wind was favorable, the sun shone brightly. All these helped for a while to give encouragement to the sailors, who believed that they were now quite close to land. Again and again clouds low on the horizon were mistaken for the shores of a distant continent. Repeated disappointment presently began to have its effect. When the wind dropped and left the ships motionless among floating masses of weed, the crews, not without reason, were overtaken by the fear that their fast-dwindling supplies might be entirely exhausted before they should have a chance of replenishing them. Columbus presently became aware that his men were on the edge of a rebellion, which the more desperate characters would gladly have carried to the extreme of murdering their commander. Fortunately, before an actual outbreak occurred, the wind again blew favorably, and everyone became absorbed in a constant lookout for land, as a reward had been promised by Isabella to him who should first sight the shores of Asia. On October 7th, the smallest vessel signaled that land really had been seen. As usual, an overexcited fancy had mistaken clouds for solid earth. Columbus was obliged to issue orders that anyone who should give a false alarm in the future would thereby be debarred from receiving the reward under any circumstances. The crews again became mutinous, demanding that the helm should be put about and the attempt abandoned. Their commander turned a deaf ear to their outcry. They had, he said, come so far that it was useless to turn back. What was more, while life allowed, he was determined to persevere until, by the grace of God, success should smile upon the enterprise. Once again a desperate situation was saved by the appearance of encouraging signs. Weeds, a branch of thorn with berries on it, a piece of board, and, most significant of all, a staff artificially carved. There could no longer be any doubt that they were approaching land. On the evening of October 11th, Columbus, standing on the lofty poop of his vessel, saw a light moving in the distance. Early next morning, before dawn, land loomed ahead, about 6 miles away. Anchors were dropped, and all the crews waited eagerly for the dawn. The thoughts and feelings of Christopher Columbus, says Washington Irving, in this little space of time must have been tumultuous and intense. At length, in spite of every difficulty and danger, he had accomplished his object. The great mystery of the ocean was revealed. His theory, which had been the scoff of sages, was triumphantly established. He had secured to himself a glory durable as the world itself. At daybreak, boats were lowered, and Columbus went ashore with a large part of his crew. As befitted such an occasion, he was richly attired and bore in his hand the royal standard of Castile. No sooner had he stepped ashore than he fell on his knees, kissed the earth, and with tears of joy gave thanks to God for bringing him safely through so many perils. Then he took formal possession of the island, for such it had proved to be, in the name of Ferdinand and Isabella, naming it San Salvador, and called upon all his men to take the oath of obedience to him as admiral and viceroy of these newly discovered territories. This they readily did. Their feelings had undergone such a change that the men who, but a few days before, had headed the mutiny were now loudest in expressing enthusiastic devotion. The natives had fled on the approach of the ships, but as the Spaniards did not attempt to pursue them, they gradually regained sufficient confidence to approach the invaders, prostrating themselves as if in adoration of superhuman beings, and even ventured to touch their beards, and examine the whiteness of their hands and faces. The curiosity was mutual, for the Spaniards had never before seen copper-colored people, with faces partly concealed by patches of paint. What interested the Spaniards most was the sight of small gold rings which the natives wore in their noses. The admiral asked where the gold came from, and understood the Indians to say that its source was lands on the northwest, southwest, and south. There, he thought, surely lay Cipango and the realms of the Khan of Tartary, of whose wealth so many tales had been brought to Europe by travelers. A 10 days' cruise among the Bahamas satisfied Columbus that he had reached the islands off the coast of Cathay. Following the suggestions of the natives, he steered south and struck the north coast of Cuba, which charmed him with the beauty of its scenery. But if this was Cipango, where were the populous cities, the gold, the spices? He was sorely perplexed, and sailed eastwards along the shore to gather information. On November 20th, Martin Pinzon, captain of the Pinta, deserted him, and made for Spain to claim the credit of having discovered the Indies. This was the earliest instance of a kind of treachery such as too often marred the story of Spanish exploration and conquest in the New World. On reaching the most easterly point of Cuba, Columbus altered his course slightly to the south, and soon reached a land which he named Hispaniola, or Spanish Land. This, too, was so beautiful as to enchant the discoverer, but his admiration was rudely interrupted by the wreck of his ship on a sandbank. There remained now only the little Nina, much too small to carry both crews, so that further exploration would have to be postponed for the present. A blockhouse was therefore built on the coast out of the timbers of the wreck, armed with guns and garrisoned with 40 men. The Nina weighed anchor for Europe on January 4th, 1493. 2 days later, Columbus overtook the Pinta, which had been delayed by trading with the natives. Pinzon tried to exculpate himself by pretending that his vessel had been separated from that of his commander during a storm. For the time, Columbus thought it wise to accept his explanation, though he decided to attempt no more examination of the islands in the company of a comrade on whom he could so little rely. The return voyage was marked by a terrific storm which overtook them in mid-ocean. It lasted for 3 days with unabated fury. Vow after vow was made by the crew to perform pilgrimages should their vessel ever come safely to land, but still the admiral's ship was so battered and tossed about that it seemed as if destruction could not long be postponed. Columbus, even at such a crisis, thought less of death than of the loss that Spain would incur were the story of his voyage to perish with him. In the midst of these gloomy apprehensions, an expedient suggested itself, by which, though he and his ships should perish, the glory of his achievements might survive to his name, and its advantages be secured to his sovereigns. He wrote on parchment a brief account of his voyage of discovery, and of having taken possession of the newly found lands in the name of their Catholic majesties. This he sealed and directed to the king and queen, superscribing a promise of 1,000 ducats to whomsoever should deliver the packet unopened. He then wrapped it in a waxed cloth, which he placed in the center of a cake of wax, and enclosing the whole in a large barrel, threw it into the sea, giving his men to suppose that he was performing some religious vow. Lest this memorial should never reach the land, he enclosed a copy in a similar manner, and placed it on the poop, so that, should the caravel be swallowed up by the waves, the barrel might float off and survive. When the storm at last subsided, the Niña had approached the Azores, a Portuguese possession, where some of his men were seized by the authorities acting under orders from Portugal to hold Columbus's expedition if ever it should come to those islands. The admiral managed, by the exercise of some tact, to get his men aboard again, and without delay sailed for Europe. After experiencing another severe storm, the Niña reached the mouth of the Tagus. Of the Pinta, nothing had been seen or heard since the first great tempest. Though suspicious of the attitude of the Portuguese after his reception at the Azores, Columbus was obliged to seek the harbor. As soon as the crew landed, messengers were dispatched to the Castilian court and to the King of Portugal, who invited him to an audience at Valparaiso, 27 miles from Lisbon. Columbus accordingly visited the king and gave a full account of his voyage and of the discoveries which he had made. The king, concealing his jealousy and mortification, received the distinguished traveler very graciously, and sent him back with a noble escort to his ship. On the way, Columbus stopped at Villafranca to relate his adventures to the queen and her ladies, who listened eagerly to the narrative of the now famous explorer. On March 15th, the townfolk of Paulos were electrified by the news that one of the vessels which had left their port 7 months before, on what was generally supposed to be a desperate mission, had returned with great and glorious tidings. Business ceased at once. Everyone hurried to the quays to welcome the admiral, now no longer the object of curses, such as had been flung at him as he sailed away with an unwilling crew aboard. The very same evening the Pinta also entered the harbor. Pinzon, separated from his superior in the storm, had been driven into the Bay of Biscay and put into Bayonne. From there he sent letters to Ferdinand and Isabella requesting leave to wait on them in person and relate the story of the discoveries in which he had taken part. Unfortunately for his schemes, Columbus's letter had already been delivered, and he received the curt command to go to Paulos and there remain till the admiral should arrive. The chagrin and failure broke his heart. He died within a few days of landing in his native town. Meanwhile, Columbus was enjoying the most glorious moments of his life. At the request of the two sovereigns, he set off for Barcelona, which he entered about the middle of April. From all sides people had poured in to catch a glimpse of the man who had brought incalculable glory to Spain at the expense of her rival Portugal. His entrance was a very triumph, In front walked 5 Indians brought from Haiti. After them were carried a collection of birds, alive or stuffed, strange animals, plants, and fruits. Then came a display of Indian gold and jewelry, on which the populace feasted their eyes greedily. Last of all rode Columbus, attended by the pick of Castilian chivalry. As he passed, shouts of welcome rose from the crowded pavements, roofs, balconies, and windows. The king and queen received him in splendid state, surrounded by the greatest nobles of the land. As he approached, they rose, as if receiving a person of the highest rank, and when he knelt to do homage, they bade him rise and be seated, a mark of special distinction. When he had finished a glowing recital of the inexhaustible wealth of the new realms claimed for Spain, and exhibited his vegetable, animal, and mineral treasures, the 2 sovereigns knelt down in a prayer of gratitude to heaven. The strains of the Te Deum, sung by the choir of the royal chapel, brought this memorable reception to a close. But royal favor still followed Columbus. He often appeared in public riding by the side of the king. To establish his fame, a coat of arms was bestowed upon him, showing in the upper fields the castle of Castile and the Lion of Leon. In the lower, a sea full of islands and a group of 5 anchors. Columbus had now reached the summit of his career. The rest of his life was a continuous struggle with misfortunes, due partly to his own lack of judgment, partly to the jealousy which success such as he had won could not but awaken among a people so proud as the Spanish. We will notice very briefly how this famous discoverer fared during the 13 years that intervened between his first return to Spain and his death in 1506. The reports of wealth brought home by the admiral aroused a regular gold fever throughout the peninsula. Thousands of people of all classes were anxious to sail westwards to the El Dorado. In May 1493, a fleet of 17 vessels, with 15,000 men on board, left Cadiz under the command of Columbus. As this expedition was intended to colonize the new countries, priests were included among the passengers, while horses, kine, and other domestic animals formed part of the cargo. Columbus had no misgivings about the position of Hispaniola and Cuba. He felt certain that Cuba was a promontory of China, and Hispaniola an island lying somewhere to the north of Cipango, or Japan. On this occasion he steered more to the south, in the hope that he would so pass below China direct to India. Early in November he struck the Lesser Antilles group of islands, which stretched from the mouth of the Orinoco to the Greater Antilles, Haiti, Cuba, etc. Passing by Dominica, he landed on Guadalupe, where traces of cannibalism were discovered, and the natives offered a strenuous resistance, killing some Spaniards with poisoned darts. The ships then headed for the settlement on the north coast of Hispaniola. This they found in ashes. The colonists had been murdered by the natives. Leaving this unlucky spot, the fleet cruised along the south of Cuba until the commander's patience was exhausted, and he made his men take an oath that Cuba was a promontory of the mainland, though it had not been definitely traced to its junction with China. Columbus then devoted his attention to the subjugation of Hispaniola, and while so engaged, was superseded in his command by Juan Aguado, whom the Spanish monarchs had been persuaded to send out on the testimony of some renegade colonists as to the conduct of the admiral. He returned at once to Spain, and having again succeeded in convincing the monarchs of the wealth of the Indies, set out on a 3rd voyage in January 1498. In July he discovered Trinidad and sighted the mainland of South America. This he imagined to be a vast island. To Columbus is not due, however, the honor of first beholding a New World continent, since in the previous year Sebastian Cabot had reached Labrador. We need not linger over the miserable quarrels in which Columbus found himself entangled when he reached Hispaniola, and which ended in his being carried back to Spain, a chained prisoner. He was at once released, but 2 years elapsed before he received another command. In May 1502, he sailed for the 4th time, with the purpose of following the north coast of South America till he should reach the passage which he believed to separate it from Cathay. After touching at Jamaica, he came to the little island of Guanaja in the Gulf of Honduras, and there fell in with a boat as long as his own ship, and 8 feet in the beam, hollowed out of a single tree trunk. The commander of this strange craft and all his crew were evidently people of a higher civilization than those of Hispaniola. They probably came from Yucatan. Columbus, who listened eagerly to their descriptions of the wealth of the country from which they came, did not sail westward. Had he done so, he would probably have discovered Mexico and the riches for which he had so long been seeking. As it was, he turned south and skirted the coast of the Isthmus of Panama, which he imagined to be the Golden Peninsula, or the Malay Peninsula. A storm caused him to turn back when he was on the point of discovering that the supposed peninsula was continuous with the shores skirted on his previous voyage. So he died in the belief that Hispaniola was Japan, Cuba a peninsula of Asia, the Isthmus of Panama a peninsula of Malacca, and that between the latter and the north coast of South America, which he supposed to be an island, there must be a passage to the Indian seas, and that this way would prove shorter and less dangerous than the Portuguese way round the Cape of Good Hope. After a voyage rendered dangerous by the rotten condition of his ships, Columbus reached Jamaica just in time to escape drowning, for the vessels sank after making the land. A canoe was dispatched to Hispaniola to ask for succor from Ovando, governor of that island. He had no friendship for Columbus. A whole year of the miseries arriving from faction passed by before help came to the party shipwrecked on Jamaica. The admiral then sailed to Hispaniola, where he remained a few weeks. Then, for the last time, he quitted an island which seems to have had a peculiar fascination for him, and certainly prevented him from making discoveries of a far more valuable nature even than those which have immortalized his name. He arrived in Spain a few days before the death of his great patroness Isabella. The king, angered by the success of da Gama, which in its immediate results had entirely eclipsed those of Spanish colonizations in the Indies, now looked coldly on the man whom he had once highly honored. In vain Columbus appealed to him for restitution of the privileges stipulated in the agreement of 1492. Ferdinand gave courteous but evasive replies, which served only to make the gallant admiral's heart the more sick with hope deferred. His health, already shattered by the hardships of his last disastrous voyage, became rapidly worse, and while his brother Bartholomew, his devoted follower and champion through many a trouble, was absent on a mission to the court of Isabella's successor on the throne of Castile, Columbus passed away May 21st, 1506, in the 50th year of his age. To the last, he still retained his indomitable spirit. His greeting sent by Bartholomew to the new rulers is pathetic in the hope which he expressed therein of achieving further success of such a nature as would more than restore his tarnished fame. End of Chapter 10. Read by Will Caffey. Oregon, December 2022. Chapter 11 of The Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. How America Got Its Name. A Literary Slander. Columbus's Idea of the New World. Amerigo Vespucci. His Early Life. Sails in 1497 with Pinzon. reaches Honduras and coasts along Yucatan, the Gulf of Mexico, and Florida. Value of this voyage. Second voyage of Vespucci. Brazil discovered. A Portuguese touches it the next year. The King of Portugal employs Vespucci to explore it more thoroughly. Third voyage. Examination of East Coast. Polar exploration. South Georgia reached. Wonderful run back to Sierra Leone. First use of expression New World. Vespucci's account of his voyages published. Brazil named America after Vespucci. Term gradually extended to whole of continent and North America. Vespucci regarded as a usurper owing to translator's error. His reputation now established. Broad America must wear the name of a thief. Amerigo Vespucci, the pickle dealer of Seville, who went out in 1499 as a subaltern with Hojeda, and whose highest naval rank was boatswain's mate in an expedition that never sailed, managed in this lying world to supplant Columbus and baptize half the world with his dishonest name. So writes Emerson in one of his famous essays. Seldom have so many misstatements been crowded into a few lines of English prose, none the less cruel that the subject of them had long been beyond the reach of calumny, none the more true because they echo the sentiments of other writers of much earlier date. This chapter will be devoted to an account of the man whose name has been given to the New World at the cost of much slander, and to an explanation of the manner in which Columbus was unwittingly deprived of the honor due him as the first discoverer, or rather rediscoverer, for the Vikings had crossed the Atlantic 5 centuries before him, of the great continent which interposes a barrier between Europe and Eastern Asia. Before entering upon our subject, it is important to call to mind the fact that Columbus died in the belief that the Greater Antilles, named after the mysterious island of Antilia, belonged to the Asiatic continent. Cuba as actually a promontory to the mainland, Hispaniola and Jamaica as islands off its coast. Several decades were needed to establish beyond all doubt the continuity of the New World through 120 degrees of latitude and its entire independence of Asia. The process of discovery was very gradual. Mariner after mariner groped his way along the east coast of the two Americas, searching diligently for the passage which, according to all preconceived ideas of the world's shape, must lead them to India. Fresh shores were discovered, but for a long time their connection was not realized. Even after Magellan had crossed the Pacific, some geographers persisted in regarding South America as a huge offshoot of the southeast corner of Asia. In fact, the first map which joins the two Americas together and yet separates them from Asia is that produced by Gerard Mercator in 1541. Now for the pickle dealer of Seville. Amerigo Vespucci was the third son of Anastasio Vespucci, a notary public and respected citizen of Florence. Like Columbus, he applied himself at an early age to the study of astronomy and navigation, in which he became an expert, and to which he devoted all the time that could be spared from his business as an employee of the great Florentine commercial house of the Medici. Until his 40th year, he led an uneventful life, for circumstances confined his latent love of adventure to the drawing of maps on which he might trace the journeys of the explorers who were fast making history. About the year 1490, Vespucci was sent to Barcelona on a confidential errand. A year or two later he formed some connection with the head of a firm of shippers, Juanito Berardi by name, who was a friend of Columbus and probably took part in fitting out the second expedition led westward by the great discoverer. Intercourse with men who had roamed the ocean awoke his dormant inclination for a seafaring life. He put off the merchant and put on the pilot, for which his long years of study had well equipped him. In May 1497 he sailed from Cadiz in an expedition commanded by Vicente Yanez Pinzon, the captain of the Little Nina during Columbus's first voyage. the vessels probably first touched the American continent at Cape Gracias a Dios, as Columbus subsequently named it, and thence followed the coast of Honduras, Yucatan, the Gulf of Mexico, Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, as far as the Chesapeake Bay. In Yucatan, the explorers found an aquatic village built on piles, a little wooden Venice, the houses of which were large enough to accommodate several hundred people each. In a district which he terms Lariab, carefully note the name, Vespucci made his first acquaintance with a strange animal, which, to judge by his description, was undoubtedly an iguana, or a species of huge lizard indigenous to these parts. Some of the sailors, Vespucci among them, here made a journey 50 miles inland, and were as much astonished by the fauna and physical features of the country as the inhabitants were by the sight of white men. By June 1498, the ships had reached the finest harbor in the world. They had been so battered about by storms that Pinzon spent 5 weeks here making the necessary repairs, and during this stay the Spaniards learned from the Red Indians of the locality about a race of cannibals who inhabited an island far away to the eastwards. Hitherto the expedition had collected nothing of any value, but slaves fetched a good price in Spain, so Pinzon, on the return voyage, stopped at the island in question, and after some severe fighting managed to make 200 prisoners, who were carried off to Cadiz and sold there. This first voyage in which Vespucci took part is memorable as having, for the first time, brought Europeans to the mainland of Central America. Not till the next year did Columbus discover Trinidad and explore the north coast of Venezuela. Pinzon's venture proved beyond dispute that Cuba was not, as Columbus had rashly concluded, part of the mainland, but popular attention had recently been centered on the achievements of Vasco da Gama, so that this discovery, which brought so little commercial profit with it, was quite overlooked. There is reason to believe, however, that Pinzon's observations caused Columbus, in his fourth voyage, to steer southeast from the Antilles to Honduras. Vespucci's second voyage was made in the company of Ojeda and La Cosa, whom Fonseca dispatched to cut the ground from under the feet of Columbus. The fleet sailed in May 1499, and after passing the Cape Verde Islands, crossed the equator and ran southwest until it reached the coast of Brazil somewhere near Cape San Roque. Exploration down the eastern shore was rendered difficult by contrary currents, so the ships were soon put about and directed along the north coast past Cayenne, Paria, this name should also be noted, to the Gulf of Maracaibo, from which point they returned to Spain through the Greater Antilles. Vespucci thus took a share in the discovery of Brazil, as the new country was ultimately called, because it contained trees which yielded the red, or Brazil, dye, then largely imported into Europe from the East. Now it happened that the year following this discovery, a Portuguese, Pedro Alvarez de Cabral, was dispatched by King Emmanuel of Portugal to extend the work of da Gama. His fleet of 13 vessels, when the Cape Verde Islands had been passed, was caught by a storm and blown on the coast of Brazil, April 22, 1500. Cabral named the country Santa Cruz, or Holy Cross, and knowing by his reckoning that its longitude brought it within the jurisdiction of Portugal, promptly claimed it for his king and dispatched a vessel to Lisbon with the news. His fortunate misadventure is all the more interesting because, as has been observed by Dr. Robertson, if Columbus had never lived, the discovery of America could not have been long postponed. On learning of the new addition to his realm, King Emmanuel at once prepared an expedition to explore the coast thoroughly. Vespucci's renown as a pilot and mapmaker, not as a pickle dealer, was so great that he received an invitation to enter the service of Emmanuel and accompany the expedition. As the fleet sailed down the African coast, it fell in with that of Cabral, returning from India, laden with an immense quantity of all kinds of spices, precious woods, and jewels. The voyage across the Atlantic was much hindered by calm but extremely rainy weather. In the middle of August, the vessels dropped anchor off Cape San Roque, named after the calendar saint of the day. The commander now did what Ojeda had been unable to do. He steered southwest along the east coast, occasionally stopping to examine the country. The behavior of the natives toward the foreigners varied in different places. They sometimes received the Portuguese with showers of arrows and had to be driven from the shore by discharges of cannon. At other times they showed a more friendly attitude, but their cannibalistic habits were such as to disgust the Portuguese. Vespucci says that one savage boasted of having himself eaten 300 men as if it were an honorable distinction, and that pieces of salted human flesh were seen hanging up by the huts. The Brazilians were astonished to hear that we did not devour our enemies, since human flesh is very appetizing, with a delicate flavor. Over the climate and scenery, the Florentine goes into raptures. Truly, man alone was vile. A gentle sea breeze tempered the heat. Among magnificent trees and a generally luxuriant vegetation flitted birds of most beautiful plumage. Thanks to their use of certain herbs, some of the people, he declares, lived to be 150 years old. Surely, if Eden was not a fiction, it must lie somewhere in this region. Thus the fleet crept slowly along the shore, passing one headland after another. On January 1st, 1502, it put into the bay of Rio Janeiro, Januarius, on which now stands the capital of Brazil. At a point 300 miles further down the coast, it stayed some time to take in food and water. As the longitude was now beyond the Portuguese limit, further exploration in this direction could not be conducted without causing trouble with the Spanish government. The sailors, who had found nothing portable of any value in Brazil, wished to return home, but Vespucci appears to have persuaded them to seek a way to India, to the south of this great island, as they considered it to be. Or possibly he wished to test Ptolemy's theory that a great continent lay towards and round the South Pole. For nearly 2,000 miles the fleet steered southeast. The days grew shorter and shorter, the cold increased, icy winds and freezing rains chilled everybody to the bone. But still they pushed on, until, in latitude 54 degrees south, they came to a rocky coast, down which huge glaciers slid into the sea. This was South Georgia, 1,500 miles east of Cape Horn. Having drifted along this inhospitable shore for 2 days, the fleet received the order to start homewards. The course was set for Sierra Leone, 4,000 miles away, and it says much for Vespucci's skill that the fleet ran straight as a line to the desired point. One ship had to be burnt here on account of its bad condition. The other two reached Lisbon in September 1502. Among all the voyages made during that eventful period, said Mr. John Fiske, there was none that, as a feat of navigation, surpassed this third of Vespucci, and there was none, except the first of Columbus, that outranked it in historical importance, for it was not only a voyage into the remotest stretches of the Sea of Darkness, but it was preeminently an incursion into the antipodal world of the southern hemisphere. Antarctic cold was now a matter of positive experience, no less than Arctic cold. Still more remarkable was the change in the aspect of the starry heavens. Voyages upon the African coast had indeed familiarized Portuguese sailors with the disappearance of the pole star below the northern horizon, and some time before reaching the equator one could see the majestic Southern Cross. But in this course from Lisbon to South Georgia, Vespucci sailed over an arc of 93 degrees, or more than 1/4 the circumference of the globe. In a letter to a friend about his third voyage, Vespucci gives his personal opinion of the importance of the countries discovered in 1502. I have already written to you pretty fully about my return from those new regions which we sought and discovered at the command of His Serene Highness of Portugal. One might well call them a new world, for our ancestors had no knowledge of them, and it must be a very novel thing to all who hear of it. Truly, it outruns the beliefs of the ancients, since the majority of them declare that there is no continent beyond the equator towards the south, and named the sea only Atlantic. And if any of them did assert the existence of a continent there, they proved by many arguments that it was not habitable. Now, my last voyage has proved that this belief of theirs is false and contrary to the truth, seeing that I found in those southerly tracts a continent more thickly covered with human beings and animals than our own Europe, or Asia, or Africa, and moreover a more temperate and pleasant climate than any other region known to us, as you will understand further on, where I shall just sum up the chief points and the things seen or heard by me in this new world, which were most deserving of notice, as will appear below. Vespucci does not use the words New World in the modern sense. He had no more idea than Columbus of a continuous continent. He believed, indeed, that Brazil was part of a huge island quite separate from the shores which he had explored on his first voyage. The map of Ruysch, 1508, and the Lennox globe, 1510, both show Terra Sanctae Crucis and Novus Mundus as an independent continent to the south of China. Vespucci's letter was published, and the phrase caught on. Now, for the first time, men realized that a really vast territory had been discovered in the southern seas, and a wonderful thing indeed it appeared that the ancients, whom they had regarded as oracles on all geographical subjects, should have been ignorant of its existence. In 1507 there was published a book by one Martin Waldschmuller called An Introduction to Cosmography. The author suggests that since the fourth part of the earth has been discovered, and a name is wanted for it, it should be named after its discoverer, and styled Ameriga, or America, adding whimsically that as Europe and Asia had been named after women, it was now the turn for a man. So Brazil was known as America at first. On the globe of Orontius, 1531, the name is seen written boldly across the north of South America, which, by the by, is united by the isthmus to Asia. The geographers had no intention whatever of defrauding Columbus of an honor due to him. They simply did not understand that his discoveries had anything to do with those of Vespucci. Cuba, they thought, belonged to Asia, and Brazil to a southern, not a western continent. In the course of time the truth came to light. America, north and south, might now have been termed the New World, but Novus Mundus formed an awkward mouthful, whereas America tripped easily off the tongue. The latter name had already been applied to South America generally, owing to the term Brazil having displaced it from the district to which it originally applied. And when exploration clearly showed the continuity of the Great Barrier, and it became necessary to devise a name for the northern portion, instead of styling it Columbia, which would have been very much more convenient for posterity, the name of the southern portion was allowed to pass the isthmus and cover the whole of the New World. On Mercator's map, already referred to, the word America is written in two parts, one on the north, one on the south half. And America we call the whole today. This gradual development of a name is not more interesting than the manner in which the slander about poor Vespucci arose. It affords an extraordinary example of the harm which may be done by a trivial act of carelessness. In a letter written in 1504 to Soderini, an old schoolfellow, Vespucci describes his first 4 voyages. This letter was translated into Latin and published in 1507, but the translator was either a careless or geographically ignorant man. In the portion relating to the first voyage, he came across the word Lariab. This struck him as a queer-sounding name, but he knew Piraeus, which Columbus and he had both visited at a later date, so down went Piraeus. Now, in 1547, the good Las Casas, the father of Indians, returned from the West Indies to Europe. Wherever he went, he heard America spoken of, but Columbia never. This, to his honest mind, seemed to be a rank injustice to the memory of Columbus, and when there came into his hands a Latin copy of the letter, and he saw the sentence, "And that province is called by the people themselves Piraeus," he at once branded Vespucci as an usurper who tried to make out that in 1497 he had visited Paria, whereas everybody knew that Columbus had been the first European to go there. Casas' condemnation was readily received by persons who, like him, thought that Columbus had been unjustly treated. And for 3 centuries, as we see from the quotation which opens this chapter, the calumny lasted, simply on the strength of a clerical error. But Amerigo Vespucci has now been completely rehabilitated. Instead of thief, he appears in his true colors as a very skillful pilot who first directed ships to Central America and Brazil, who penetrated further south than any one of his contemporaries except Magellan, and within a few miles even of his latitude, and who made a notable point of 4,000 miles across the Atlantic. His discoveries paved the way for the exploits of Ferdinand Magellan. As to the fact that he gave his name to America, it can only be said that after Columbus himself, there was no one who had a greater claim to the honor. End of Chapter 11. Read by Will Caffey, Oregon, January 2023.
Chapter 12 of The Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emanuela. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. The Travels of an Italian Mohammedan. Ludovico Vartema. His reason for traveling. Cairo, Beirut, Damascus, turns Mohammedan. Goes with caravan escort to Arabia. Caravan attacked by robbers. Medina, tomb of Mohammed, priestly trickery, Mecca. Vartema escapes to Jihad and Aden. Arrested and thrown into prison. Feigns madness. Escapes again. Travels through Persia. Meets a Persian merchant who makes him his companion. India. Fighting elephants. Calicut. Castes. Debtors. The palm tree. Burma. Malacca. Java. Borneo. Vartema hears of a land that may have been Australia. India again. Joins Portuguese force at Cananore. A famous sea fight. Vartema reaches Portugal. The travels of Ludovico Vartema, a native of Bologna, during the years 1502-1507, in many countries of Asia and on the sea, are so varied and interesting that we may well spare a few pages for a brief review of some of the most striking incidents which are described by him in the narrative of his wanderings which has come down to us. His account is worthy of special attention because of its unmistakable truthfulness. From the geographical standpoint, it is important because it takes us farther through the East than do the narratives of Ibn Battuta, Marco Polo, or Odoric, to within a few hundred miles of Australia. And the adventurous element, which never fails to please the reader, is prominent in the pilgrimage made by him to the Muslim shrines of Mecca and Medina, a feat till then unaccomplished by a European, and, we believe, not since repeated over the same route. Of Varthema's personal history, we know practically nothing outside what he tells us himself. The introduction to his book, however, sets forth plainly enough the reason for his extensive roamings. I determined, personally, and with my own eyes, to endeavor to ascertain the situations of places, the qualities of peoples, the diversities of animals, the varieties of the fruit-bearing and odoriferous trees of Egypt, Syria, Arabia Deserta, and Felix, Persia, India, and Ethiopia, remembering well that the testimony of one eyewitness is worth more than 10 hearsays. He arrived in India at the time when the Portuguese were getting a grip of the west coast, and for services rendered to them received knighthood at the hands of Francisco d'Almeida, which was subsequently confirmed personally by King Emmanuel. It is also on record that his book, the copyright of which was assured to him and his heirs for 10 years, had a great success and was translated into several languages. Varthema left Italy towards the end of 1502 and reached Alexandria early in the next year. He visited Cairo, of which he gives a short account, then returned to the coast and shipped for Beirut. Journeying overland through Aleppo to Damascus, he took service in the Mameluke garrison of that town, commanded by a renegade Christian. Our traveller does not say in so many words that he formally adopted Mohammedanism, but it is evident from the narrative that he passed himself off as a follower of the Prophet to gain his own ends, and, outwardly, at least eschewed Christianity. On April the 11th, 1503, he joined a huge caravan of 40,000 persons and 35,000 camels starting from Damascus for Medina, a 40 days journey to perform the Hajj, or pilgrimage to the tomb and town of Mahomet. The route taken by this mighty company skirted the valley of the Jordan on the east, and then traversed the desert to Medina, from which place to Mecca was a 3 days' march. Near the Dead Sea, a large body of Mohammedan Arabs attacked the caravan, and had to be bought off until the Mamelukes came up and killed 1,600 of them. In the Hijaz, the district of Arabia containing the holy cities, there was, according to Varthema, a mountain inhabited by Jews of pygmy size and black color, who had so little liking for the Muslims that if they caught one, they skinned him alive. He declares that he saw these curious people in the distance, skipping about the mountains like wild goats, far out of the reach of the caravan. At a well 4 miles outside Medina, the caravan halted, for everyone to wash himself and put on clean garments before entering the holy city. Varthema had but a poor opinion of Medina and of its inhabitants, especially the priests. But for the mosque containing the tomb, he evinces some admiration. The mosque, he says, is made square in his manner, being about 100 paces long and 80 wide, and it has around it 2 doors on 3 sides, and the roof made arched, and there are more than 400 columns made of burnt stone, all whitened, and there are about 3,000 lighted lamps burning on one side of the arches. On the right hand, at the head of the mosque, there is a square tower, about 5 paces on every side, which tower has a cloth of silk around it. At the distance of 2 paces from the said tower there is a beautiful grating of metal, where persons stand to see into the tower. And on one side there is a little door which leads you to the tower, wherein was placed Mahomet, also Ali, and Babashir, and Othman, and Aumar, and Fatima. It was at this time widely believed that the coffin containing the Prophet's body hung suspended in mid-air, to show that Mahomet was too good to endure contact with the earth, and not quite good enough to enter heaven, the suspension being due to the action of lodestone on the metal of which the coffin was made. Barthema asserts with some contempt that neither was the coffin of metal nor was there any lodestone in the district. He also discovered that the mysterious light supposed to emanate from the tomb was easily accounted for by certain artificial fires which the priests had cunningly arranged on the top. Being tired, as he says, of these things and the vanities of Mahomet, his new religion must have hung lightly upon him, the party proceeded to Mecca, across a very large plain swept by dangerous sandstorms and infested by hordes of predatory Arabs, who on 2 occasions attacked the caravan. The noble city of Mecca is described at some length. It is beautifully situated, well built, and the center of a thriving trade as well as the focus of pilgrimage. Barthema compares the great mosque to the Colosseum at Rome. Inside the mosque are the Kaaba, or temple, supposed to have been built by Abraham and Ismail, and the sacred well, from which, according to Mohammedan legend, Agar drew water for Ismail when he was perishing for thirst in the desert. The account given by Barthema of the ceremonies of purification is correct in all essentials. The 7-fold perambulations of the Kaaba, the ablutions with water drawn from the well, the sacrifice of sheep, the sermon of Mount Arafat, 6 miles from the city, the rush back to Mecca to participate in the sunset prayer, the Hajj over, the desire to see other countries came strongly upon Barthema. But it was a difficult matter to escape from his fellow Mamelukes, who, had they suspected him of such a design, would have handed him over to the mob. While casting about for some means of leaving Arabia secretly, he met a Mussulman merchant who had travelled in Europe and could speak Italian. The two struck a bargain. Barthema was to arrange with his captain to pass out 15 laden camels from Mecca, free of toll, as the Mamelukes had this privilege, and in return the merchant would arrange a way of smuggling the Bolognese to Jeddah, the port of Mecca. Each duly carried out his part of the bargain. At Jeddah, Barthema took refuge in a mosque and pretended to be ill, until he had made an agreement with the master of a vessel trading in the Persian Gulf to carry him away to the east. In due course he arrived at Aden, extremely beautiful and the capital of Arabia Felix. It is the rendezvous for all the ships which come from India Major and Minor, from Ethiopia and from Persia. All the ships which are bound for Mecca put in here. As soon as a ship comes into port, the officers of the Sultan of the said city board it and desire to know whence it comes and how many persons there are on board. And when they have obtained all this information, they remove from the said ship the masts, sails, rudder, and anchors, and carry them off to the city. And this they do in order that the persons may not depart without paying the dues to the Sultan. Some words let fall by a companion led to the arrest of Vartema as a Christian spy. The fact that capital punishment was never inflicted in that country alone saved him from immediate execution. While he lay in prison, with an 18-pound iron weight attached to his feet, a body of Moors who had escaped from a vessel sunk by the Portuguese came to the port with the tale of the barbarous conduct of the Europeans. The populace at once ran to the prison to lynch Vartema, but he was saved by the prompt action of his guards. At the end of 9 weeks of imprisonment, the governor of Aden forwarded him to the Sultan's court at Rada, 8 days' journey distant, for trial. On being brought before the Sultan, he was asked to say the words, "There is no God but the God. Mahomet is the prophet of God." This, whether through the will of God or through the fear which had seized me, he refused to do, and soon found himself in prison again under a strict guard. His diet consisted of 2 millet loaves daily, though he says that he could well have eaten thrice that number, and sometimes I should have been well pleased if I could have had enough water. Fortunately for the prisoner, the Sultan now made an expedition against a neighboring rebel chief. During his absence, Vartema, by behaving in a most extraordinary manner, established a belief among his captors that he was mad, and also won to his side one of the Sultan's wives, who arranged that he should go to a holy man in Aden to be cured of his malady. Once at the port, he took good care not to return to the house of his protectors, but shipped for India. The first place touched on the voyage was Zila, on the African coast, a center of slave, ivory, and gold traffic. The vessel then passed to Berbera, and probably here picked up its freight. In 12 days it reached Diu, the port of the Turks, in Guzerat, strongly fortified by the Moors, and after remaining there a few days, proceeded to Gogo, nearby a district of large extent and great traffic, fat and wealthy. The captain next turned westward to Ormuz, where Vartema landed for a tour through Persia and Afghanistan. At Shiraz he fell in with a Persian merchant named Kazazionor, who recognized him as a fellow pilgrim at Mecca and invited him to be his companion while he explored a good part of the world. The merchant appears to have become sincerely attached to Vartema. He promised him his niece in marriage and parted with him only when he quitted the East for good. All Vartema's travels through the Indian seas were made in the company of the worthy Persian. On reaching Ormuz, the pair embarked on a vessel bound for Cambay in Guzerat. The Sultan of this place was noted for his moustaches, which were so long that he kept them tied over his head, and for his habit of taking poison and administering it to unpopular people. From Goa, halfway down the western coast, our travellers struck inland to Bijapur, the capital of the Deccan, to see the royal palace, a very beautiful structure. From Cananore, where Barthema was careful to avoid the Portuguese for fear his companions should suspect that he was not a true Muslim, they made another excursion inland to Vijayanagar on the Krishna River, the king of which had 400 fighting elephants. When an elephant goes into battle, says the traveller, he carries a saddle, in the same manner as they are borne by the mules of the kingdom of Naples, fastened underneath by 2 iron chains. On each side of the saddle he carries a large and very strong wooden box, and in each box there go 3 men. On the neck of the elephant a man sits astride who speaks to the elephant, so that there are in all 7 persons who go upon the elephant. They arm the elephant with mail, especially the head and the trunk. They fasten to the trunk a sword 2 cubits long, as thick and as wide as the hand of a man. And he who sits upon his neck orders him, "Go forward," or "Turn back," "Strike this one," "Strike that one," "Do not strike any man," and he understands as though he were a human being. But if at any time they are put to fight, it is impossible to restrain them, for this race of people are great masters of the art of making fireworks, and these animals have a great dread of fire, and through these means they sometimes take to flight. He then goes on to describe how these huge animals are used to beach ships by pushing the stern with their foreheads, and corrects a false popular belief that elephants have no joints in their legs. A whole book is devoted to the city of Calicut. The crew of Vasco da Gama imagined the natives to be Christians, because they found in the temples paintings of Buddha's mother nursing her babe, which they mistook for the Virgin and Child, also pictures of saints, lighted tapers, incense, and bells sounded at intervals during the service. Barthema, having a better opportunity for observations, makes no such mistake. He notices the various castes into which Indian society is divided: the Brahmins, or priests, the Nairs, or nobles, the artisans, the fishermen, collectors of spices and grapes, and rice gatherers. The 2 lowest castes may not approach either the Nairs or Brahmins within 50 paces, unless they have been called by them, and they always go by private ways through marshes. And when they pass, they always go crying out with a loud voice, in order that they may not meet the Nairs or the Brahmins, for should they not be crying out with a loud voice, and any of the Nairs should be going that way and see their fruits, or meet any of the said class, the Nairs may kill them without incurring any punishment. Murder is punished by impalement, assault by fines. In order to secure payment from a persistent debtor, the creditor tries to draw a circle round him on the ground, saying 3 times, "By the head of the Brahmins and of the king, you shall pay me what you owe before you quit the circle." The debtor, thus encircled, must either pay or die of starvation, for nobody may give him food, and death is the penalty for crossing the line without payment. Among the vegetation of the district, Vartema gives first place to the cocoa nut palm, the best in all the world. 10 useful things, he says, are derived from the cocoa palm: nuts to eat, wood to burn, charcoal of the best quality, wine, water, oil, sugar, ropes, a kind of imitation milk, and thatch for houses. His description of the methods of obtaining the wine, arrack, and oil are singularly accurate. The attacks of the Portuguese on the Calicut shipping had so disorganized the trade that Cazzazionor could do little business. So the companions travelled south to Culau, where they found a colony of Nestorian Christians. On the Coromandel coast he heard, like Odoric, of the body of St. Thomas being buried not far from the coast. The Christians in this region were subjected to great persecution on account of the atrocities committed by the Portuguese among the Moor population of Malabar. From India they now sailed to Tenasserim. Vartema's attention is here drawn to the heathen ceremony of Sutti, or widow burning, and to another horrible custom practiced by the lover who wished to give a proof of his devotion to the lady of his choice. He will take a piece of rag well saturated with oil, and will set fire to it and place it on his arm, on the naked flesh, and whilst it is burning, he will stand speaking with that lady, not caring about his arm being burnt, in order to show that he loves her, and that for her he is willing to do everything. At Pegu, which they also visited, the merchant managed to transact a very profitable bit of business with the king. He carried among his goods some very fine pieces of coral, which the king greatly desired to have, but owing to his protracted war, he was so impoverished that he could not pay for them in money. The wily merchant, reading the king's character, promptly offered them as a gift, whereupon he was shown a box of rubies and told to take what he wished. Again he refused payment. Then the king, put on his mettle by such liberality, took from the box stones worth 1,000,000 ducats, and pressed them on the merchant, who would not have dared to help himself so freely. We must now accompany our triumvirate into the East Indies. While passing along the Malay Peninsula, they put in at Malacca, even then renowned for its tin mines. It is from the Malay states that by far the greater part of the world's tin supply is now drawn, some 45,000 tons a year, though signs of exhaustion are beginning to appear. The itinerary followed after leaving Malacca was along the north coast of Sumatra, through the Java Sea to the Banda Islands, northwards to the Moluccas, thence to the south coast of Borneo, and back through the Malacca Straits to India. Of Borneo, Vartema incorrectly says that it is the largest island in the world. During the voyage from that country to Java, he noticed that the captain used a compass and a map marked with lines perpendicular and across. At night he steered by the stars of the Southern Cross, which he pointed out to Vartema. He also told us that on the other side of the island of Java there are some other races who navigate by the said 4 or 5 stars opposite to ours, and, moreover, they gave us to understand that beyond the island the day does not last more than 4 hours, and that there it was colder than in any other part of the world. 3 words of the passage are underlined, to draw attention to what may be the first news gained by a European of the existence of a Terra Australis, or Australia. The sentence is very vague, but inasmuch as Australia is the only land, except New Zealand and Tasmania, between Java and the Antarctic continent, we may reasonably suppose that the skipper had either touched Australia himself or learned of it from acquaintances who had reached it. The second part of the quotation seems to imply that exploration in this direction had been pushed much farther south than Australia into the Antarctic Ocean. If the Vikings could reach America, why should not the skillful East Indian sailors have penetrated a corresponding distance southward? Not till nearly a century later do we get anything like a distinct account of the southern continent. The Terra Australis is the most southern of all lands, and is separated from New Guinea by a narrow strait. Its shores are hitherto but little known, since, after one voyage and another, that route has been deserted, and seldom is the country visited unless when sailors are driven there by storms. The Australis Terra begins at 1 or 2 degrees from the equator, and is ascertained by some to be of so great extent that if it were thoroughly explored, it would be regarded as a fifth part of the world. In Java, our explorer first noticed that to the south of the equator the sun threw a shadow on the south of an object at midnight in the month of June. Early in March 1505, Varthema and his friend reached Calicut again. The European, now weary of roaming among heathen nations, determined at all costs to join the Portuguese at Cananore, where they had established a fort. In order to allay any suspicions that his white skin might arouse, he worked up a reputation for sanctity and learning, and practiced as a physician, though, as he confesses, he knew nothing whatever of the arts of healing. One wealthy Moorish merchant, who submitted himself to Varthema's tender mercies to be cured of a severe attack of colic, survived the very drastic treatment to which he was subjected, and thenceforward the pseudo-doctor passed for a saint. In Calicut he found 2 renegade Portuguese who had deserted to the king, and were employed by him to cast mortars for the defense of the town. These being equally anxious to escape, Varthema decided to join forces with them. In the end, however, he was compelled to go alone, after persuading Cazazianor, by means of a feigned illness, that he needed a change of air, in Cananore by preference. After a somewhat narrow escape of capture, he reached the city, and informed the governor about the fleet which was being prepared at Calicut for the destruction of the Portuguese citadel. Very soon afterwards the fleet arrived in the offing, 209 vessels, to which the Christians could oppose but 16. This did not, however, deter them from giving battle and gaining a signal victory. Not long afterwards the Moors besieged the citadel of Cananore for 4 months, till some Portuguese vessels came to its relief. In return, the Europeans carried the war into the enemy's country and assaulted Panani, a town somewhat to the south of Calicut, which they took with great slaughter. For his valor in the attack, Varthema received knighthood from the Viceroy Francisco d'Almeida. In 1507, Varthema reached Portugal via the Cape of Good Hope. We then lose sight of him. His wanderings had very visible effects, however, on the future history of the East Indies, since it was the reports which he brought to India that led Albuquerque to conquer Malacca for Portugal and Francisco Serrao to visit the Moluccas and claim them for the country. It is interesting to note in conclusion that when Ferdinand Magellan approached Charles V of Spain with his scheme for finding a way to the East Indies round the south of the Americas, he laid great stress on the description given by the Bolognese explorer of the rich islands lying to the southeast of Asia. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. The Discovery of the Pacific Ocean. Vasco Núñez de Balboa crosses Panama Isthmus, sights the Pacific, his address to his companions, Balboa's previous career, the march across the isthmus, fight with the Indians, the supreme moment, descent of the Pacific slope. Balboa enters the ocean and takes possession, explores the coast, a narrow escape, return to Darien, difficult passage of the mountains, further project of Balboa to carry boats across the isthmus, materials collected and transported, disaster, repeated attempt, hardships of Spaniards, 2 ships floated, Balboa summoned to Darien, arrested and executed. The 26th day of December 1513, a solitary man, clad in armor, toiled painfully up the crest of a lofty mountain in the narrow neck of land which links the 2 Americas. His followers had halted at the foot of the eminence, for their leader wished to be alone at the greatest moment of his life, when he, first of all Europeans, should set eyes on the mighty ocean to the south of the Isthmus of Panama. Vasco Núñez de Balboa, hero of 100 fights and one of the bravest of the brave adventurers whom 16th century Spain sent in such numbers to the New World, reached the summit. The memory of all the hardships which had preceded that supreme moment fell away like a garment in the contemplation of the glorious prospect now come into view. Below him stretched rock and forest, mountain streams and plains of waving grass, and beyond them all the sparkling waves of the ocean which he had risked his life to discover. Transported by the beauty of the sight, he fell on his knees and gave thanks to God. He then summoned up his friends and said, "Behold that glorious prospect which we have so desired. Let us thank God for granting us this great distinction and advantage. Let us pray to Him to guide and aid us to conquer the sea and land which we have found, and which has never yet been entered by a Christian preaching the holy doctrines of the evangelists. For yourselves, only be faithful to me as heretofore, and you will become the richest Spaniards that ever came to the Indies. You will render your king the greatest service that a vassal ever rendered to his lord, and you will have the eternal glory and advantage of all that is here discovered, conquered, and converted to our holy Catholic faith." His followers, kindled by his words and the sense of labor rewarded, embraced Balboa, after which they knelt down and with streaming eyes chanted the Te Deum. Well might they fancy that they now stood on the threshold of great things. Was not this, they thought, the great Indian Ocean, far famed for its pearls, gold, spices, and all the other accompaniments of the wealthy marts that lined its shores. It is indeed easy for us to imagine the tumult of feelings that must have agitated the breasts of those rugged adventurers as they looked forth over the waters, studded, at least in fancy, by the islands of the blessed. Before going forward into the subsequent adventures of this gallant band, we will briefly summarize the previous career of Balboa and the events that led up to this auspicious moment. An hidalgo, or gentleman by birth, Balboa was driven by poverty to seek, in the year 1501, a restoration of his fortunes in the New World, where he busied himself on a farm at Salvatierra in Hispaniola. Less skillful with the spade than with the sword, Balboa soon found himself heavily involved in debt, and when the bachelor Enciso freighted a vessel with stores for the ill-fated settlement made by Alonso de Ojeda at San Sebastian, Balboa decided to rid himself of his embarrassments by secretly boarding the vessel. As the harbor was watched by his creditors, he had recourse to stratagem, being conveyed from his farm onto the ship in a barrel supposed to contain provisions. Not until the ship was well out to sea did the stowaway emerge from his hiding place, much to the surprise and indignation of Enciso, who threatened to maroon him. Balboa succeeded, however, in pacifying the bachelor, and sailed with him to San Sebastian. That place having been already deserted by the colonists, Balboa advised a move to Darien, where the town of Santa Maria was founded. A quarrel soon broke out between Enciso and his men, and Balboa found himself in opposition to his commander. In fact, his qualities marked him out for a leading place in the insurrection. Enciso was deposed, and Balboa and another took his place. Diego de Nicuesa, an explorer, was, however, invited to come to Darien as permanent governor, but when it leaked out that his views with regard to gold collecting by private individuals were such as had already got Enciso into trouble, Balboa advised the people to refuse to let Nicuesa land. Nicuesa came ashore in spite of the threats, and was chased by an infuriated mob, from whose wrath Balboa saved him. He and 17 others were placed in a leaky little brigantine and told to steer for Hispaniola. Nothing more was heard of them. Shortly afterwards, Enciso left Darien for Spain, there to demand compensation for the indignities which he had suffered. As soon as he had departed, Balboa cast about for some means of justifying his recent actions. He knew that no argument appealed to King Ferdinand so effectively as that of gold. In consideration of ample remittances to the royal coffers, many colonial misdeeds had already been pardoned. Now there lived across Darien Bay a cacique, or chieftain, named Carreta, reputed to possess much wealth. Balboa therefore made use of a stratagem and took him and all his family prisoner. The business ended in the marriage of Carreta's daughter to Balboa and the conclusion of an alliance. While visiting a neighboring cacique of great wealth, Núñez was told incidentally of a region beyond the mountains where, to use the words of his informant, there lies a mighty sea discernible from their summit. It is navigated by people having ships almost as large as your own, furnished with sails and oars. The streams which flow down the mountainside towards the south are rich in gold, so rich that the kings of that district eat and drink out of golden vessels. Gold is plentiful there as iron is among you Spaniards. The news roused Balboa. Here was a chance of at once securing fame and pardon for himself and making a valuable addition to the Spanish realm. It daunted him not at all to learn that the way to the El Dorado lay through the territories of many powerful caciques, who would offer the most strenuous opposition to his passage. It was well worth risking death itself in an enterprise which, if fortune favored him, would give him a high rank among the great discoverers of the earth. He hastened back to Darien and dispatched a message to Hispaniola for provisions, and wrote a letter to the governor of Haiti informing him of the intelligence he had received, and entreating him to send at least 1,000 men for the proper prosecution of the enterprise. While awaiting a reply, Balboa led his men on an expedition in search of the great temple of Dobeba, built of, or at least plated with gold. The quest resulted only in the capture of some natives for sale as slaves, and a disaster to a portion of Balboa's forces which had been left behind on the Black River to form a station. A deep-laid plot to exterminate the whole Spanish colony was only frustrated by information given privately to the Spanish commander by his wife, who had a brother among the native conspirators. The Darien colonists now began to fall out among themselves. Balboa's position had been hitherto assured only by his personal qualities, and a party arose who considered that his claims were not such as to allow him to dictate to them. As usual on such occasions, the leader was accused of unfairness with regard to the distribution of gold. A faction, headed by one Alonso Perez, openly charged him with misappropriation. Núñez replied by throwing Perez into prison, and soon matters became critical. However, mediators managed to adjust matters. Perez was released, and Balboa wisely handed over the gold to the colonists for distribution in such a manner as they should think fit. As he expected, they soon fell out among themselves, accusing each other of unfairness, and eventually Balboa was asked to take command again. About this time a commission arrived appointing him Captain General of the colony. Armed with this authority, Balboa turned his thoughts again to the great sea beyond the mountains. It was now high time for him to effect some doughty deed, for news came from Spain that Enciso had obtained the king's ear and set on foot proceedings likely to result in the leader's downfall. These tidings temporarily overwhelmed the brave Spaniard, but he was not the man to sit down under such a blow. Although he could command but a small force, he determined to risk the passage of the isthmus. He took with him 190 picked men on whose loyalty he could thoroughly rely, armed with swords, crossbows, shields, and arquebuses. Included in his expedition were a number of bloodhounds which had proved effective allies against naked Indians. More than one of these ferocious animals bore the marks of many wounds received in battle. Sailing towards the northwest, he arrived at Coipa, where lived Careta, whose daughter he had married. Here he left half of his men to guard the ships and canoes, while he took the rest of his men into the mountains. On the 6th day of September, 1513, the toilsome march began, rendered almost intolerable by the weight of the armor and the heat of the tropical sun, which beat down into the deep-set valleys with terrible effect. On the 3rd day of the march, they arrived at the headquarters of Ponca, Careta's hereditary foe. The inhabitants, having heard of his approach, had already fled, but Balboa discovered the whereabouts of Ponca, and, thanks to his peculiar gifts for winning the confidence of the natives, prevailed upon them to give information about the road and also furnish him with guides. Some of his men were compelled by ill health to return to Coipa. With the remainder he pressed forward. The precipitous nature of the country rendered progress extremely painful. In 4 days they advanced not more than 30 miles, and soon all began to feel the pangs of hunger. They now entered the territories of a cacique at war with Ponca, who lost no time in attacking the invaders. But the first discharge of firearms and the dealing of death among the Indians by invisible means led to a general rout, during which the fierce bloodhounds pulled down and killed many of the fugitives. The Spaniards then marched to the cacique's village, where they found considerable booty. Balboa reserved the usual fifth for the crown and divided the rest among his followers. Just in front of them lay the highest summit of the crossing, from the top of which they hoped to see the promised ocean. So emaciated were the Spaniards that out of all his followers only 67 remained in sufficiently good condition to accompany him farther. We have already seen what happened on the 16th of September. Before leaving the summit, Balboa called his men to witness that he took possession of that ocean, its islands, and surrounding lands in the names of Ferdinand and Isabella, and commanded the notary accompanying the expedition to draw up a document to which all the company set their signatures. A tall tree was then felled, made into a cross, and re-erected on the spot from which Balboa had got his first glimpse of the Pacific Ocean. Their minds were now bent on a closer acquaintance with the newly discovered ocean. The descent on the southern slopes began, and after 1 or 2 further skirmishes with the natives, which ended favorably for the Spaniards, they reached its shores in St. Michael's Bay, so named on account of the saint whose day it was. At the moment of arrival the water had run out for a mile or more. Balboa therefore sat under some trees waiting for the tide to come in. Soon the waters rushed in great speed almost to the point where the Spaniards were sitting. The discoverer then rose, and, carrying a banner emblazoned with the Virgin and Child, drew his sword and marched into the sea until the water reached above his knees. Long live the high and mighty monarchs, Don Ferdinand and Doña Juana, sovereigns of Castile and Leon and Aragon, he cried in a loud voice. In their name I take possession of these seas and lands and coasts and ports and islands of the south and all thereto annexed, which I am ready to maintain in the name of the Castilian sovereigns. Drawing a dagger from his girdle, He cut a cross on a tree which grew in the water and made 2 other crosses on adjacent trees. As mementos of this glorious occasion, his followers lopped branches from the trees to carry away with them. Nothing would now satisfy Balboa short of the exploration of the great gulf which he had struck. The local cacique warned him of the perils attending a voyage in open canoes at this season of the year, but of this advice the Spaniards took no heed. Scarcely had they put forth to sea in their frail barks when a storm blew up, and but for the good seamanship of the Indians in the canoes, the whole party would probably have been drowned. They managed, however, to land on a small island, but even then the danger was by no means overpassed. The tide rose and rose until the whole island was covered, and the Spaniards stood waist deep in the raging waters. Then the ebb commenced, and they found to their dismay that the canoes on which their only hope of return depended had been very severely damaged. With the aid of strips of cloth, the bark of trees, and stalks of seaweed, they managed to render them sufficiently watertight to carry their weight, and at nightfall they landed once more on the mainland, where they were hospitably entertained by a cacique who gave them a number of fine pearls. The spirit of the adventurers was by no means shaken by their rough experiences. Setting out once more, they skirted the shore and entered a river, wide and swift, up which they ascended with difficulty, until they came to a village where, as usual, Balboa managed to conciliate the goodwill of the inhabitants. He now thought it time to retrace his steps to Darien. Their sufferings on the retreat were greatly aggravated by a lack of water. Many of the Spaniards threw themselves down and asked to be allowed to die, but their Indian guides encouraged them to push on to a narrow glen where a fountain of cool water bubbled out of the rocks. Their further journeyings were also harassed by want of water and the weight of the spoil which they carried with them. To make matters worse, the Indians, acting as their beasts of burden, were incapable of sustaining heavy loads and perished in large numbers. But eventually the brave Spaniards reached Darien with a large proportion of their spoil. Thus ended, says Washington Irving, one of the most remarkable expeditions of the early explorers. The intrepidity of Vasco Nunez in penetrating with a handful of men far into the interior of a wild and mountainous country peopled by warlike tribes, his skill in managing his band of rough adventurers, stimulating their valor, enforcing their obedience, and attaching their affections, show him to have possessed great qualities as a general. We are told that he was almost always in peril and the last to quit the field. He shared the toils and dangers of the meanest of his followers, treating them with frank affability, watching, fighting, fasting, and laboring with them, visiting and consoling such as were sick and infirm, and dividing all his gains with fairness and liberality. He was chargeable at times with acts of bloodshed and injustice, but it is probable that these were often called for as measures of safety and precaution. He certainly offended less against humanity than most of the early explorers, and the unbounded amity and confidence reposed in him by the natives, when they became intimately acquainted with his character, speak strongly in favor of his kind treatment of them. We must now pass over a period of 3 years, marked by miserable quarrels between Balboa and other officials of Darien. In 1516 he married the daughter of his chief opponent, and was given a position which enabled him to turn once more to the exploration of the Pacific. Mindful of the insufficiency of the native canoe, he determined to transport the materials for building small brigantines over the mountain heights that intervened. 200 men were assigned to him as helpers, and a sum was advanced out of the royal treasury. At Acla, Balboa prepared the materials for the 4 vessels which were to explore the coasts of the South Sea. The timber was cut on the Atlantic coast and then carried, along with anchors and rigging, over paths crossing torrents and winding along the edges of terrible precipices. Up these the Spaniards and a large number of Indians staggered with their ponderous burdens. Many Indians perished by the way. The hardier Spaniards pushed forward and at last reached a navigable point on a river flowing into the Pacific. In this laborious fashion they managed to convey sufficient material for the building of 2 brigantines. It then was found that the timber, which had been cut in the vicinity of salt water, was so riddled by worms as to be quite useless for their purpose. The Spaniards were accordingly obliged to fell trees of the neighborhood. The timber had been shaped and was ready for putting together when heavy rains set in and either swept the material away or buried it beneath a blanket of slime. Food ran so short that the Spaniards were reduced to living on such roots as they could find in the forests. Even this twofold setback did not discourage Balboa. Recruits soon arrived from Acla with supplies, and for the 3rd time timber was shaped. Eventually 2 brigantines floated forth onto the broad bosom of the Pacific. We can sympathize with the vaunt of old Castilian writers that none but Spaniards could have pursued any such undertaking, and that no commander in the New World but Balboa could have brought it to a successful issue. Thus, for the first time, vessels manned by Europeans spread their sails on the Pacific. Balboa steered for the Pearl Islands, where he proceeded to subjugate the natives, while the brigantines crossed to the mainland for reinforcements. On their return he sailed southwards to the Gulf of St. Michael, where he received a summons back to Darien. While crossing the isthmus, he was met and arrested by a party under the command of Francisco Pizarro, the future conqueror of Peru, and was led in chains to Acla. A charge of treasonable conspiracy to assume an independent sway in the southern sea was trumped up against him, and one of Spain's bravest sons perished on the scaffold, a victim to that insensate jealousy which sadly mars the history of Spanish exploration in the New World, and for which Spain afterwards atoned by the loss of her American colonies. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. Chapter 14. The First Circumnavigation of the Globe. Before entering upon a consideration of this very important event in the world's history, it will be advisable to get a clear idea as to the respective claims held at the beginning of the 16th century by Portugal and Spain with regard to the occupation of the countries which their navigators had reached or should reach in the future. Scarcely had Columbus returned to Spain in 1493 when Ferdinand dispatched an embassy to the Pope, Alexander VI, asking for a grant of the Indies recently discovered by that famous navigator. On May 4th, the pontiff issued a bull which divided the world into two halves and assigned the western hemisphere to Spain, the eastern to Portugal. The line of demarcation was fixed as passing from pole to pole, 300 miles west of the Azores and Cape Verde Islands, which were supposed to be of the same longitude. King John II of Portugal was dissatisfied with this equitable arrangement, which secured to him the whole of Asia and the adjacent islands. He had hopes of finding spice islands in the Atlantic, beyond the Azores, and therefore asked that the line of division would be shifted 1,200 miles further westwards. A second bull, promulgated on June 7, 1494, accordingly moved the line to within 90 miles of the desired latitude, so securing for Portugal, though of course John was not aware of the fact, a large part of Brazil, while it brought within the sphere of Spain part of Australasia and the East Indies. As soon as it had been proved by subsequent discoveries that the Indies of Columbus were not the Indies at which the Portuguese aimed, and when Balboa and others had ascertained that there was no sea passage between the two Americas, and that an ocean extended beyond them, the Spaniards saw themselves cut off from the Moluccas, or Spice Islands, which they wrongly considered to belong to them, towards which the Portuguese kept pushing from their bases in India. The Spaniards were therefore confronted with a problem similar to that which Prince Henry the Navigator had set himself to solve, the obstacle in this case being America. In 1518 there came to the court of Charles V one Ferdinand Magellan with a scheme for reaching the East Indies through a passage that, so he asserted, he knew to exist to the south of the American continent. This Magellan was by descent a Portuguese of noble rank. He had sailed in 1505 on board the large fleet dispatched from the Tagus under the command of Francisco de Almeida to consolidate the recent conquests of Portugal on the Indian coasts, and had taken part in the famous sea fight off Pananai, to which reference has already been made in connection with the adventures of Ludovico Varthema. He subsequently served in the great fleet led by Alfonso de Albuquerque against Malacca in 1511. And under Francisco Serrao during an expedition to the Moluccas in the following year. Having won considerable distinction as a captain, he returned to Portugal for the second time in 1514 to seek for an increase in the pension previously conferred on him as an official of the court. The king promptly sent him eastwards again, asserting that he had returned without the permission of his superior. Magellan obeyed, but soon was back with proof of his innocence on this and certain other charges which had been proffered against him. The king always loathed him, we are told, and the reception he got was such that, indignant at what he considered to be a most ungrateful return for honorable service, he renounced his nationality in 1516 and crossed the frontier into Spain to offer his services to a foreign monarch, as Columbus, Cabot, and Vespucci had done before him. The Portuguese have never forgiven Magellan for this defection. When the Spaniards reached the Moluccas, the king, furious at the rise of Spanish influence, commanded that the arms of Magellan should be erased from the gateway of his house. His fellow townsmen forgot his years of faithful service in the East, forgot the coldness of his king, forgot that the glorious exploit in which he met his death made him one of the world's greatest men, and remembered him only as a renegade, whose heirs and their belongings were to be treated as they would have treated him. Every sort of insult was offered to Francisco de Silva, his great-nephew and heir. His name was execrated, and stones were thrown at him in the streets. Ultimately, he was compelled to leave the country. The injustice of this attitude is all the more obvious in the light of the fact that Magellan thought that the lands which he set out to seek lay in the hemisphere assigned to Spain, and that Charles made it a condition of his enterprise that any discoveries which he might make should not in any way injure the King of Portugal. When he arrived in Spain, he was fortunate enough to enlist the support of several influential men including that of Fonseca, Bishop of Burgos and President of the Indian Council. With him as his sponsor, he had little difficulty in securing the assent of the young king, in spite of remonstrances from Portugal. As usual on such occasions, a formal agreement was drawn up between explorer and employer. The king undertook to furnish a fleet of 5 ships, man them with crews aggregating 234 persons, and provision them for 2 years. Magellan and Falero were to receive 1/20th part of the profits, to be permitted to send goods to the value of 1,000 ducats for trading in every armada, and to select 2 of any islands if more than 6 should be discovered, and receive 1/15th of the profits accruing therefrom, and to bear the hereditary title of governor over all lands discovered. They also drew an annual salary of 146,000 maravedis. On September 20th, 1519, the squadron sailed from Seville, the Santo Antonio, Trinidad, Concepcion, Victoria, and Santiago, of burdens ranging from 120 tons in the first case to 75 tons in the last. The equipment list is interesting. 62 culverins, 10 falconets, 10 bombards, mortars, 50 arquebuses, 1,000 lances, 10 dozen javelins, 95 dozen darts, 60 crossbows, and 360 dozen arrows, 5,600 pounds of gunpowder, an assortment of armor, 23 charts, 6 pairs of compasses, 21 wooden quadrants, 7 astrolabes. For chronometers, 18 hourglasses were taken. In addition, there was a large cargo for trading purposes, the most interesting items being mirrors, glass beads, bells, and a ton of quicksilver. From state papers, we learn that the total cost of fleet and cargo amounted to 5,032 pounds, 6 shillings, 3 pence, a considerable sum for those days. In 12 days, the expedition reached Tenerife, which had so terrified Columbus and his sailors by its volcano. Like that famous captain, Magellan here had trouble with mutinous crews. Running parallel to the west coast of Africa, the ships encountered 60 days of continuous rain, followed by a severe storm. While this raged, St. Elmo's fire was seen playing round the masts, quote, "so that we were near a quarter of an hour like people blinded, and calling out for mercy. It is to be noted that as many times as that light shows itself and descends upon a vessel which is in a storm at sea, that vessel never is lost." End quote. The same authority makes some curious statements about the stormy petrel. Quote, "There is also another kind of bird of such a nature that when the female wishes to lay her eggs, she goes and lays them on the back of the male, and there it is that the eggs are hatched. This last kind have no feet and are always in the sea." End quote. The Atlantic voyage from Cape Verde to Cape St. Augustino on the Brazilian coast was marked by the insubordination of Cartagena, captain of the Santo Antonio, whom Magellan had to put in irons. From the first point of touching the New World, the vessels ran southwards close to the land. The people of this country were very simple. In exchange for the king of a pack of cards, Pigafetta got 5 fowls, quote, "and they thought they had cheated me." End quote. A fortnight before Christmas Day, the fleet reached St. Lucia Bay. Here they stocked the ships with fresh provisions, and then proceeded south to the estuary of the Rio de la Plata, which they at first thought to be the Southwest Passage. The fleet anchored for the winter in Port St. Julian, 49.5 degrees south latitude. Shortage of provisions caused general discontent among the sailors, who now began to scoff at the idea of there being any break in the land through which they could pass to the Pacific. In any case, men's lives were more precious than spices. Therefore, let him give the order for the return voyage. To this the admiral replied that the expedition had been commanded by the king, and that he meant to carry it through, threatening with confinement anybody who should oppose him. On Easter Day, 1520, the storm broke. Magellan had invited all the captains to dine at his table. Quesada and Mendoza, respectively commanders of the Concepcion and Victoria, absented themselves. The same night, Quesada boarded the Santo Antonio, murdered the pilot, threw the captain Alonso de Mesquita into chains, and enlisted the crew on the side of the rebels. The affair was conducted so quietly that the admiral had no suspicion of the truth until a boat was sent from the flagship to call some men for a fatigue duty. Then it became apparent that 3 of the 5 ships were in open mutiny. Magellan acted with his usual promptness. He dispatched a boat of 15 men to the Victoria with a letter to Mendoza requiring his immediate presence on the flagship. Espinosa, the lieutenant in charge, boarded the vessel, and on the rebel captain refusing to obey, stabbed him. Half the Victoria's crew were foreigners who sympathized with Magellan, so that little resistance was offered to the attack of the 15 loyalists. The balance of power had now turned in favor of Magellan. He drew the 3 ships across the mouth of the harbor, and so held the mutineers, as it were, in a trap. A few rounds from the guns caused a general surrender. This was not a time for half measures. Sentence of death was passed on Quesada and carried out. Juan de Cartagena, who had again been guilty of mutiny, and a priest, Pero de Reina, were marooned, i.e. placed ashore and left to take their chance. To the remainder of the rebels, Magellan extended a general pardon, as he could not dispense with their services if the expedition were to pursue the voyage. By such stern measures, this man of steel completely cowed, if he did not eradicate, all disaffection. Thenceforward he had no trouble whatever with his men. This crisis ended, Magellan sent the Santiago southwards to make a careful examination of all islets, on the chance that the long-wished-for passage might be discovered before the rest of the fleet left its winter quarters. The little vessel had the misfortune to run on a shoal during a storm, and quickly went to pieces, though her crew, 37 all told, succeeded in getting safely to land. Their situation was desperate, nevertheless, for 70 miles separated them from their companions, and they had no provisions or protection against the rigors of a semi-Arctic winter. Fortunately, some planks were washed ashore, and of these they constructed a raft whereon 2 of their number crossed the Rio de Santa Cruz, which lay between them and Port St. Julian. After 11 days, the wretched pair reached the ships, so disfigured by their sufferings as to be hardly recognizable. A relief party was at once dispatched, and eventually all were brought safely back. While the fleet was in winter quarters, a gigantic native appeared on the shore, dressed in skins cleverly sewn together. Quote, "He was so tall that the tallest of us only came up to his waist. However, he was well built. He had a large face, painted red all round, and his eyes were also painted yellow around them, and he had 2 hearts painted on his cheeks. He had but little hair on his head, and it was painted white." End quote. His weapons consisted of a short, thick bow and a bundle of cane arrows tipped with flints. On being shown his reflection in a mirror, the giant was so astonished that he jumped backwards, upsetting 4 of the Spaniards standing round. Magellan gave him a few presents and sent him ashore. This soon brought a number of the Patagonians, or Big Feet, from the forest, all eager for similar gifts. They were employed to cut wood and hunt game for the Spaniards. One of them was baptized and taught several prayers, quote, "which he could pronounce as clearly as we could, but he had a terribly strong and loud voice," end quote, says Pigafetta. For a time, friendly intercourse continued between Europeans and savages. Then, being anxious to carry away some specimens of these strapping natives to Spain, Magellan captured 2 by a ruse, putting irons on their feet under pretense that they were ornaments. After that, the Patagonians naturally regarded the strangers as enemies and killed one with a poisoned arrow. The captives had enormous appetites, feeding greedily on the rats with which the ship swarmed, in addition to the daily ration of basketfuls of biscuits between them. They could empty a bucket at a draught. On August 24th, the fleet left St. Julian's Bay and steered southwest. 2 months later, it reached the Cape of the Virgins, so named in honor of St. Ursula, on whose day it was discovered. Round the corner lay the eastern mouth of the strait, which Magellan had sailed so far to find. Whether he had any knowledge of the existence of such a strait, or whether he had merely made a lucky guess when laying his project before Charles V, it is impossible to say. It is really an immaterial point, for the fact remains that Magellan discovered the passage between South America and Tierra del Fuego, which bears his name. The strait was in places very narrow and less than 2 miles across, and flanked by lofty, snow-capped cliffs. The water was so deep that the vessels had to be moored by long cables to the shore. At Cape Froward, a bold promontory about halfway through the strait, the admiral called his men together and asked their opinion as to the wisdom of pushing on to the ocean beyond. All were in favor of entering the Pacific, except Gomez, the pilot of the Santo Antonio, who advised a return to Spain for some larger ships. To that suggestion, Magellan, outwardly calm, replied that he would go even if they had to eat the leather casings of the yards. This so nettled Gomez that very shortly afterwards, when the Santo Antonio was exploring an inlet of Tierra del Fuego, he persuaded the crew to mutiny, put their captain in irons, and sail for Spain. The vessel reached Seville in May 1521, and the mutineers industriously spread reports of treacherous conduct on the part of Magellan. It is satisfactory to be able to add that Gomez and some of his more guilty companions fell under suspicion and were thrown into prison. Undeterred, though disgusted by the desertion of the Santo Antonio, Magellan pursued his way through the tremendous passages cleft by nature in the rock. On November 28, 1520, the 3 remaining vessels sailed out into the ocean, which, from its peaceful waters, they named the Pacific. The threading of the strait, 400 miles long, had occupied 7.5 weeks. On the heels of discovery came very terrible distress. The Spaniards had not calculated that the Pacific would be of such extent from east to west. Their provisions and water supply were almost exhausted before the ocean had been half traversed. Quote, "We only ate old biscuit reduced to powder and full of grubs, and we drank water that was yellow and stinking. We also ate the ox hides which were under the main yard, so that the yard should not break the rigging. They were very hard on account of the sun, rain, and wind, and we left them for 4 or 5 days in the sea, and then we put them a little on the embers and so ate them. Also the sawdust of wood, and rats which cost 1/2 crown each. Moreover of them were not enough to be got." End quote. Under these conditions, scurvy broke out. 19 men died, and many more fell ill, so that the ships were badly undermanned. After passing some uninhabited islands, they reached a group which, from the thievish propensities of the natives, they named the Ladrones. The skiff, towing astern of the Trinidad, was stolen and taken ashore, even before the sails had been furled. The islanders came aboard and proved such persistent pilferers that they had to be ejected forcibly, and the skiff was regained only at the expense of some bloodshed. This did not, however, prevent a certain amount of barter, trinkets being exchanged for fruits and vegetables, which greatly benefited the sailors. The next stopping place was Malhu, an island of the Philippine group, where they were hospitably entertained. The fleet passed thence through the south of the archipelago and reached Zebu on April 7, 1521. Before anchoring, the ships were dressed with flags, and a broadside roused the echoes to impress the people, which it did very effectively. There happened to be in the port a trader who had heard of the prowess of the Portuguese further west, and now counseled the king of Zebu to make terms with the mighty strangers. When Magellan's messenger appeared before the king and explained that his master represented the greatest sovereign in the world, even more powerful than he of Portugal, he was sent back with a little blood drawn from the king's right arm as a sign that he wished to conclude a binding alliance. Next day, some envoys visited the flagship to deliver a large present of food and an invitation to send some men ashore and establish a trading depot. A detachment was accordingly dispatched under the command of Pigafetta. The knight, in his description of the island, mentions that the people used scales similar to those in France, and that their houses were built on piles so high that they had to be entered by means of ladders. The space below served as stables. 3 days later, Magellan himself landed in state, preceded by 2 men carrying the royal standard. After greetings had passed, the admiral delivered a stirring address, calling on the islanders to become Christians and burn their idols. The king allowed himself to be baptized and was named Charles after the emperor. 50 others followed his example, and in due course the whole island had nominally adopted Christianity. We now come to the great tragedy of the voyage. The Rajah of Mactan, a neighboring island, subject to the king of Zebu, had refused to imitate his suzerain in swearing fealty to the Spanish crown. To punish his obstinacy, Magellan dispatched an expedition with orders to land and burn a village or two and erect a cross among the ruins. One of the Mactan chiefs, after this order had been carried out, forwarded a message secretly to Magellan to the effect that if he would land a few of his men, the island could be easily subdued. The adventure was such as appealed to the energetic disposition of the admiral. Though strongly advised to let the matter alone, Magellan decided that his loyalty and his religion both demanded the reduction of the rebels to obedience. Let Pigafetta describe what happened. Quote, "We set out from Zebu at midnight, 60 men armed with corslets and helmets. There were with us the Christian king, the prince, and some of the chief men, and many others divided among 20 or 40 canoes. We arrived at Mactan 3 hours before daylight. The captain, before attacking, wished to attempt gentle means, and sent on shore to tell those islanders who were of the party of Silapulapu, the rebel chief, that if they would recognize the Christian king as their sovereign and obey the king of Spain and pay the tribute which had been asked, the captain would become their friend. Otherwise, we should prove how our lances wounded. The islanders were not terrified. They replied that if we had lances, so also had they, although only of reeds and wood hardened with fire. We waited for daylight. We then leaped into the water up to our thighs, for on account of the shallow water of the rocks, the boats cannot come close to the beach, and we had to cross 2 good crossbow shots from the water before reaching it. We were 49 in number, and the other 11 remained with the boats. When we reached land, we found the islanders 1,500 in number, drawn up in 3 squadrons. They came down upon us with terrible shouts, 2 squadrons attacking us on the flanks and the 3rd in front. The captain then divided his men in 2 bands. Our musketeers and crossbowmen fired for half an hour from a distance, but did nothing, since the bullets and arrows, though they passed through the shields made of thin wood, and perhaps wounded their arms, yet did not stop them. The captain shouted not to fire, but he was not listened to. The islanders, seeing that the shots of our guns did very little or no harm, would not retire, but shouted more loudly, and springing from one side to the other to avoid our shots, they at the same time drew nearer to us, throwing arrows, javelins, spears hardened in fire, stones, and even mud, so that we could hardly defend ourselves. Some of them cast lances pointed with iron at the captain general. He then, in order to disperse this multitude and to terrify them, sent some of our men to set fire to their houses, but this rendered them more ferocious. Some of them ran to the fire, which consumed 20 or 40 houses, and there killed 2 of our men. The rest came down upon us with greater fury. They perceived that our bodies were defended, but that the legs were exposed, and they aimed at them principally. The captain had his right leg pierced by a poisoned arrow, on which account he gave orders to retreat by degrees, but almost all our men took to precipitate flight, so that there remained hardly 6 or 8 of us with him. We were oppressed by the lances and stones which the enemy hurled at us, and we could make no resistance. The bombards which we had in the boats were of no assistance to us, for the shoal water kept them too far from the beach. We went thither, retreating little by little, and still fighting, and we had already got to the distance of a crossbow shot from the shore, having the water up to our knees, the islanders following, and picking up again the spears which they had already cast, and they threw the same spear 5 or 6 times. As they knew the captain, they aimed specially at him, and twice knocked the helmet off his head. He, with a few of us, like a good knight, remained at his post, without choosing to retreat further. Thus we fought for more than an hour, until the Indians succeeded in thrusting a cane lance into the captain's face. He then, being irritated, pierced the Indian's breast with his lance, and left it in his body. The enemies, seeing this, all rushed upon him, and one of them, with a great sword like a scimitar, gave him a great blow on the left leg, and brought the captain down on his face. Then the Indians threw themselves upon him, and ran him through with lances and scimitars, and all the other arms which they had, so that they deprived of life our mirror, light, comfort, and true guide. There perished with him 8 of our men, and 4 of the Indians, who had become Christians. We had also many wounded, amongst whom I must reckon myself. The enemy lost only 15 men." End quote. Thus died in a miserable skirmish with savages one of the greatest navigators that the world has ever seen. Considered merely as a feat, his voyage far surpassed that of Columbus or Vasco da Gama. Like Columbus, he sailed in faith of succeeding. Like him, he succeeded. Like him, he had to overcome mutiny and endure great hardships. But Magellan's mileage was vastly greater. Columbus sighted land on the 36th day after leaving the Canaries. It took Magellan more than a year to reach the Pacific, and he then had to cross an ocean of enormous extent to reach the East Indies. As regards the immediate value of their respective discoveries, the palm must be awarded to Columbus. The story of the fleet after the admiral's death is soon told. So disastrous an event had a speedy and evil effect on the mind of the king of Zebu. His belief in the invincibility of the Spaniards was shattered, and when the victorious islanders threatened to ravage his country if he remained loyal to his alliance with the enemy, he was easily persuaded to an act of treachery which caused the immediate retirement of the little armada. Under pretext of handing over a gift for the King of Spain, he lured ashore 24 Spaniards and massacred them. With their crews now so reduced, the captains had no alternative to abandoning any further attempts at conquest in these ports. They therefore weighed anchor and sailed south to Borneo after burning the Concepcion, which was too leaky to be of any further use. The expedition was now so short of all kinds of supplies that for a time the scheme was seriously entertained of abandoning the 2 remaining ships and settling down on an island to the north of Borneo. But, finding a pilot, the commander finally decided to continue the voyage. The Sultan of Brunei treated them very well until the usual misunderstandings arose between Spaniards and natives. On November 8, 1521, they reached Tidor, one of the Molucca Islands. Here, after securing the allegiance of the king, they filled up their vessels with spices and repaired the Trinidad, which had sprung some of her timbers. While these repairs were in progress, Elcano, captain of the Victoria, started for Europe via the Cape. Espinosa decided to attempt a return to the Spanish settlement of Panama. As soon as the Trinidad was seaworthy again, he embarked her crew and 54 men and steered northeast until a storm so battered the vessel that it became necessary to put back to the Moluccas. Meanwhile, a fleet of 7 Portuguese vessels had arrived in Tidor. Incensed at what he considered to be a breach of the partition of 1494, the admiral Antonio de Brito promptly seized the Trinidad and made prisoners of the Spaniards, now reduced by hunger and disease to 19. From Timor, these unfortunate men were transferred to Banda, from Banda to Malacca, from Malacca to Cochin on the Malabar coast of India. Here they were kept in prison for 7 years. Eventually, only 4 reached Spain again. We may now follow the more successful voyage of the Victoria. In March 1522, she reached the Cape and rounded it with some difficulty. Continuous storms and sickness compelled a halt at the Cape Verde Islands, where 13 of the crew were captured by the Portuguese. On September 7th, the ship and her 18 surviving mariners entered the Bay of San Lucar, and 2 days later anchored off Seville, 3 years, all but 10 days, after the date of departure. The survivors on landing first performed the vows which they had made in times of distress. Clad only in their shirts and with lighted tapers in their hands, they walked barefoot to the shrines of St. Maria of Victory and of St. Maria of Antigua, and there returned thanks for the mercies which had brought them, alone out of 280 souls who had sailed in 1519, safely back to port. Quote, "Then, leaving Seville," says the brave knight at the conclusion of his journal, "I went to Valladolid, where I presented to his sacred majesty Don Carlos neither gold nor silver, but things more precious in the eyes of so great a sovereign. I presented to him, among other things, a book written by my own hand of all the things that had occurred day by day in the voyage." End quote. As a mark of gratitude, Charles conferred on Elcano a coat of arms on which were displayed nutmegs and cloves, and over the top a crest of a globe bearing the legend, Primus Circumdedisci Me. He also settled on the fortunate captain an annual pension of 500 ducats. This he could well afford to do, since the proceeds of the Victoria's cargo more than recouped the whole expense of the expedition. On Magellan's family no honor could be conferred. His wife, receiving news of her husband's death by way of the Portuguese Indies before the arrival of the Victoria, died of a broken heart. Their little son, Rodrigo, had predeceased her. This famous voyage set all doubts as to the Earth's shape definitely at rest. It also brought to light the fact that a vessel sailing westwards round the globe lost a day. The logbook of the Victoria made the date of its arrival the 6th of September. The actual date was the 7th. At first this was supposed to be due to an actual error of entry, but the astronomer Contarini proved to everyone's satisfaction that such a thing must happen if the sun be followed continuously through 360 degrees of longitude. End of chapter 14. Read by Mary Woodburn, New Paltz, New York, January 3rd, 2023.
Chapter 15 of the Romance of Early Exploration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emanuela. The Romance of Early Exploration by Archibald Williams. The First Descent of the Amazon. The Conquest of Peru. Gonzalo Pizarro, dispatched by his brother to explore country east of the Andes. Expedition starts on Christmas Day, 1538, from Quito. Heavy rain and great cold. More rainstorms. Clothes rotted. Food fails. Pizarro goes ahead with picket men. Reaches the Cuca. Awaits the main body. A bridge built across the Napo. Dense forests traversed. A boat built under very difficult conditions. Francisco de Orellana put in command and sent down the river to explore. Deserts Pizarro. Reaches a native village. Begins to build a second vessel, which is completed in another place. Natives hostile. Amazons. Gulf of Paria reached. Orellana sails for Europe. Dies at sea on the return journey. Pizarro's terrible plight. Descends the river to appointed meeting place. Has to seek Quito again through forests and morasses. Terrible sufferings. Quito at last. The story of the conquest of Peru by a handful of Spaniards is from beginning to end one great romance, on account both of the enormous odds against which the invaders had to fight in battle, and of the terrible physical difficulties to be overcome by them during their marches through the wild country on the slopes of the Andes. From time to time, Francisco Pizarro, the indomitable leader of this wonderful attack on the civilization of the Incas, sent out his captains to explore the coasts in search of useful harbors. Inland, he also dispatched trusty followers to spy out the resources of the continent recently added in part to the Empire of Spain. Among the expeditions avowedly made for this purpose, he may give first place to that headed by Gonzalo Pizarro, brother of the conqueror, in 1539, which had for its object an examination of the vast district extending from the Peruvian Andes to the Atlantic Ocean, and which resulted in the navigation of the Amazon, the second largest river of the world, almost from source to mouth, under circumstances which might well have daunted even Spaniards. The accounts given of the expedition by Garcilaso Inca de la Vega a native Peruvian by birth, and by the historian Antonio de Herrera, form together one of the most striking chapters in the whole history of Spanish discovery. In the New World, as in the Old, spices ranked second only to the precious metals as a stimulus to exploration. Francisco Pizarro was beginning to organize the territories he had conquered when news came to him in 1539 that beyond the city of Quito, beyond the limits of the empire formerly ruled by the Incas, there was a wide tract where the cinnamon grew. To test the truth of the story, he ordered Gonzalo to lead a force over the Andes and search the district as thoroughly as possible. His brother gladly accepted the task and gathered together at Quito a force of 200 infantry, 150 cavalry, and 4,000 native levies, the last to carry hackets, knives, ropes, nails, and other articles which would be of use to pioneers. A herd of nearly 4,000 swine and a flock of llamas accompanied the expedition, the former as part of the commissariat, the latter to help transport the baggage. On Christmas Day, the host marched out of Quito and headed for the Andes. All went well until the mountainous country of the province of Quillos was reached, when a terrific volcanic convulsion, accompanied by lightning, thunder, and torrents of rain, much astonished the Spaniards by throwing down many of the houses of the village in which they were resting at the time. The season of the year had been badly chosen for crossing the mountains. The adventurers had hardly begun to climb the slopes when the rain was replaced by snow, which fell in such quantities as to seriously impede their advance, while the intense cold played havoc among the wretched Indians, whose scanty clothing afforded but a feeble protection against the rigors of the climate. To make matters worse, it soon became impossible to drive the swine, which, along with a large proportion of provisions, had to be abandoned. On the eastern side of the Andes, another deluge awaited them. For 2 whole months it did not cease to rain one single day, so that the clothing of the cavaliers rotted and fell off them. The food supply ran out, and it was little comfort to find in the province of Samaco the trees of which they sought the precious bark. Pizarro would now have been justified in turning back, but on learning from the Indians that not far away was a land of gold, thickly populated, ambition prompted him to an adventure which might rival in its results the Peruvian conquest itself. He accordingly selected the best of his troops and, bidding the others to follow as soon as they should be sufficiently rested, he plunged into a dense forest, through which a road had to be painfully cut by the hacket. Their Indian guides, either from ignorance or a deliberate purpose to mislead the invaders, led them into uninhabited wilds, where a scanty supply of herbs, roots, and wild fruits alone saved them from starvation. The Indians atoned for this by a cruel death. After suffering terrible hardships, the little party reached the Cuca, a feeder of the Napo, which is itself an important tributary of the Amazon. Here they were hospitably entertained by an Indian chief, and enabled to wait 2 months for their rear guard. As soon as this arrived, they proceeded together along the right bank of the river, vainly seeking a ford or bridge by which to cross. They had advanced thus for about 150 miles when a strange noise fell upon their ears. This proved to be due to the river hurling itself over a rock 200 feet high into a deep chasm, which effectually prevented the crossing for another 50 leagues. At last it narrowed till there were not more than 20 feet from one bank to the other. Gonzalo and his captains thought that this was too good a chance to lose, and decided to build a bridge. A volley from their arquebuses scattered a few Indians who attempted to challenge the passage. They were terrified at the bravery and ferocity of that race, which they said brought lightning, rain, and thunder to kill those who did not obey them. The Spaniards, seeing the passage clear, made a bridge of wood, and it must be said what an undertaking it was to place the first beam across a chasm at such a height above the water that even to look down was an act of rashness. And so it proved to a Spaniard who, wishing to look at the furious rush of water from the top of the rock, became giddy and fell in. On beholding the misfortune which had befallen their companion, the others were more careful, and thus men and horses safely passed over. A change of banks did not render the advance any easier. Dense forests still blocked the way, and the axe alone made it possible to proceed. Hunger, fatigue, and the continual rains decimated Spaniards and Indians alike. At last they reached the country inhabited by natives of a type somewhat superior to that of the races hitherto encountered, and Pizarro, thinking that he might now perhaps be on the outskirts of the promised land, sent scouts in all directions to see if they could find any open road. They all brought back the same story, that the land was covered with dense forests or impassable lagoons and morasses. As retreat seemed impossible, Pizarro decided to build a boat to carry part of his company, and to enable the whole to cross from one side of the river to the other. Trees were felled in the forest and converted into charcoal or sewn into planks. The shoes stripped from those horses, which had been killed for food, provided material for nails. The resin from certain trees served as tar, and for oakum to caulk the seams they had to use blankets and clothing, which every one eagerly sacrificed, seeing in the brigantine a deliverance from their troubles. Gonzalo took a leading part in all operations, performing the most menial offices to encourage his men. His example was so contagious that all worked with a will, and in less than 2 months the first vessel ever launched by Europeans on the inland waters of South America entered the broad expanse of the Napo. On this rudely but strongly built brigantine the Spaniards put their treasures, and $100,000 worth of gold, some fine emeralds, their iron, and the forge. They also embarked those of their men who were too feeble to travel by land. Thus they started from this place, having journeyed already nearly 200 leagues, and began the descent of the river, some by land, others on board the brigantine, never far from each other, and every night they slept close together. They all advanced with much difficulty, for those on shore had to open the road in many places by cutting with axes, while those on board had to labor hard to resist the current, so as not to get far from their comrades. When they could not make a road on one side of the river, owing to the dense nature of the forest, they passed to the other side in the brigantine and 4 canoes. At the end of 2 months of traveling in this manner, they met some Indians, who repeated the tale of civilized districts and gold 10 days' journey ahead. They also spoke with greater truth of a mighty river into which the Napo flowed many miles farther down. In spite of the sufferings already endured, Pizarro was ready to undergo many more in the search of this fathomed El Dorado. To hasten his discovery, he embarked 50 men in the brigantine under the captaincy of Francisco de Orellana, whom he ordered to proceed to the junction of the rivers, load the vessel with provisions, and returned upstream to relieve the famine, which now claimed victims daily. So strong was the current that Orellana covered the 240 miles to the point arranged in 3 days. But the district was uninhabited, and he could get no provisions even for his own men. A return journey to carry the unwelcome news to the main body would, he calculated, occupy a year, since the brigantine would have to be pulled the whole way against the swirling stream. If, on the other hand, he remained where he was, his men would probably perish by starvation. It was indeed a terrible dilemma for any commander to find himself in, and if Orellana's future actions had been guided merely by the wish to save his men, it would be hard to condemn his behavior. Unfortunately, there is reason to believe that personal ambition alone made him decide to desert his commander, for Garcilaso says, "Without consulting anyone, he set sail and prosecuted his voyage onwards, intending to ignore Gonzalo to reach Spain and obtain that government, Brazil, for himself." A number of his men, headed by a monk and a young cavalier named Herman Sanchez de Vargas, protested against this treachery. Orellana managed, however, to silence all the objectors except Vargas, whom he set ashore to perish miserably by hunger. He then weighed anchor and resumed his memorable journey. The second day the brigantine struck a floating tree and started a plank, which was soon repaired. They made 20 to 25 leagues a day, assisted by the current. Passing the mouths of many rivers on the south side, they continued their course for 3 days, without seeing any habitation. Their difficulties were so great that they had nothing to eat but the skins which formed their girdles, and the leather of their shoes, boiled with a few herbs. Desperate indeed was their position when on January the 8th, 1541, they heard the sound of drums and soon came to a native village. Maddened by hunger, they landed and dispersed the inhabitants, who, in their hurried flight, left their provisions behind. On this, the Spaniards managed to appease their appetites. 2 hours later, the Indians returned, and when given a few trifle as a sign of goodwill, produced an abundance of turkeys, partridges, fish, and other food, beside permitting Orellana to take possession of the country in the name of the King of Castile. The captain availed himself of this time of temporary plenty to build a second and larger vessel, as he feared lest, should they reach the ocean, the bark already constructed might not prove sufficiently seaworthy. They found no difficulty except in getting nails, but it pleased God that 2 men should make that which they had never been thought to make, whilst another took charge of burning the charcoal. They made bellows of their leather buskins, and worked hard at everything else, some carrying, some cutting, and others doing various things, the captain himself being the first to put his hand to the work. They manufactured more than 2,000 nails in 20 days, a delay which was prejudicial because the provisions were consumed which had been previously collected. The fittings and materials were therefore placed on board the existing brigantine and floated down to the village of another friendly chief, Aparia, where, after 35 days of incessant labor, the second vessel took the water. Their voyage was henceforward troubled by many attacks from the natives, who seemed to become more numerous and more warlike the farther they proceeded, though here and there the people were willing to trade. After passing the mouth of the great Rio Negro, black as ink, the force of which was so great that for more than 20 leagues its waters flowed separately without mingling with the Amazon River, they had an unusually severe skirmish with a band of villagers led by a dozen women, tall and robust archers, who shot 7 or 8 Spaniards. These they concluded to be the Amazons, of whom they had already heard many reports. An Indian captured farther down the river declared that the district was ruled by women, who lived in the same way as Amazons, and were very rich, possessing much gold and silver. They had 5 houses of the sun plated with gold. Their own houses were of gold, and their cities defended by walls. After narrating this, our chronicler adds, "The tales of Indians are always doubtful, but each reader may believe just as much as he likes." Any thoughts the explorers might have had of investigating this story were diverted by the discovery that the waters in which they now sailed were subject to a tidal ebb and flow. On August the 26th, 1541, they sailed out into the Gulf of Paria. 3 weeks later, the island of Cubagua was reached. So ended a voyage of about 3,000 miles through a country hitherto untraversed by any European. Orellana lost no time in hastening across the Atlantic to obtain his reward. The king, on hearing his exaggerated account of the wealth of Brazil, willingly gave him power to conquer and rule it. He managed to collect 500 cavaliers, with whom he embarked at St. Lucar, but his death at sea brought his ambitious schemes to an abrupt conclusion. Nor did Spain profit by his famous voyage, since the great basin of the Amazon subsequently passed into the hands of the Portuguese. Having thus disposed of Orellana, we may return to the fortunes of the unhappy comrades whom he had so basely deserted. Pizarro, after the departure of his subordinate, built several canoes, so that the expedition might cross the river whenever a change of banks would aid their progress. This was extremely slow, as a path could hardly be cut through the dense forest by men on the verge of starvation. Week after week passed without any signs of the brigantine, and they actually arrived at the point where Orellana ought to have acquitted them before they learned the true state of affairs from the mouth of Herman de Vargas, who had managed to survive 2 months of solitary wanderings. The grief and despair of the Spaniards was pitiful. The spirit of their leader alone rose to the occasion. He, although he felt the same grief as the rest, consoled and cheered them, saying that they should take heart and bear like Spaniards these and even greater hardships, if greater there could be, that they had succeeded in being the conquerors of that empire, and should therefore behave like men chosen by Providence for so great an enterprise. With this speech they were all refreshed, seeing the steadfastness of their captain general. They continued their journey still along the banks of the great river, sometimes on one side and sometimes on the other, as they were forced to pass from one side to the other. The work they had was incredible, to take the horses across by canoes, and they still had more than 80 out of 150 that they took from Quito. They had also nearly 1,000 Indians out of the 5,000 they took from Peru, who served like sons to their masters in these hardships and privations, searching for herbs and roots and wild fruits, frogs and serpents, and other wretched food. Hoping that they might eventually reach a more hospitable country, the Spaniards descended the river, 300 miles from the confluence of the Napo. But as no signs of habitation appeared, their leader at last gave the order for a return to Quito. It was impossible to use the canoes upstreams, so Pizarro decided to leave the river and strike boldly through the country on the north. The almost unparalleled sufferings of the retreat are thus described in the narrative of the Inca historian. Through the lagoons, morasses, and marshes, the worn-out and sick people were carried on the backs of their comrades, and those who labored most among them were Gonzalo Pizarro himself and his captains, who thus gave a fresh vigor to their followers to emulate their examples. Thus they went on for more than 300 leagues, without escaping from the difficulties which have been mentioned, or lessening the labor which they had to endure. Their hunger was so great that they were obliged to kill their horses, and previously they had eaten the greyhounds and mastiffs they had with them, and they even ate the Spaniards who died, according to the evil custom of the savages of their forests. Many Indians perished from hunger, and Spaniards also, though the flesh of the horses was equally divided. One of the greatest miseries which they suffered was the absence of salt, which in more than 200 leagues they did not find, and for want of which they were attacked by scurvy. On account of the constant waters from above and below, they were always wet, and their clothes rotted, so that they had to go naked. The excessive heat of the region made their nakedness bearable, but the thorns and matted underwood of those dense forests, which they had to cut by blows of the axes, cruelly tore them, and made them look as if they had been flayed. The labor and want of food was so great that 4,000 Indians died of hunger. 210 Spaniards also died. The 80 survivors, having passed the 300 leagues of forest, reached a land more open and less covered with water, where they found some game of different kinds, among which were deer. They killed what they could with slings, and with the arquebuses and the powder they had preserved. Of their skins they made little short coats. Thus, on foot, without shoes, worn out and thin, so that they scarcely knew one another, they reached the borders of Quito. They kissed the earth, giving thanks to God, who had delivered them from such great perils and hardships. Some began to eat with such a will that it was necessary to stop them. Others were of a different constitution, and could not eat what they wished, because their stomachs, used to fasting and abstinence, would not receive what was given to them. The residents of Quito, though sadly impoverished by the events, including the murder of Francisco Pizarro, which had happened since the expedition started, at once sent clothes to the survivors on learning of their approach. Amid the tears of the populace, the sad remnants of what once had been an enthusiastic band of explorers entered the city, headed by Pizarro, who marched on foot, refusing the offer of a horse, so that he might be on an equality with the companions who had shared his misfortunes. This disastrous, though, as we have seen, not unfruitful venture ended with a public service of thanksgiving. End of chapter 15.